purpose. I've got no family, no friends, and no one to keep me tethered to this world. So every year on the night that Nadia went missing, I stumble out to the spot that it happened with my 6-shooter in hand, halfway drowned in a handle of vodka. And I let the forest decide if I'm going to live for another year, or if I'm going to be reunited with her, wherever she is. Now that it's determined that I have at least one more trip around the sun, I'll tell you how I ended up here at rock bottom. I need to get this out while I still have the guts to tell this story. I don't know why though. I'm going to wake up sometime tomorrow afternoon with a massive headache and no recollection of tonight's events. I'd better tell you while I still can. I've lived on the outskirts of Bear Creek National Park for my entire life. Don't bother looking it up. It's a fake name so nobody tries to seek out the evil that lurks here. It's safer that way. As I was saying, I used to live out here in a cabin with my dad. I miss him so freaking much. He passed away 8 years ago, leaving me all alone. Cancer. That was before Nadia and I had started dating. It's funny how things work out. I actually had met her at a coffee shop on my way back from visiting Dad's grave. When she approached me and asked if the seat across from me was taken, I was instantly smitten. Her deep blue eyes shimmered like the ocean. Long brown hair cascaded down her shoulders in waves. And that smile. When Nadia smiled, it was as if time had stopped, just for a moment, so that the whole world could soak in its breathtaking beauty. We were inseparable after that day. In a month we were dating, in 9 more we were living together in my cabin. And in another year we were set to get married. Had a date and a venue picked out and everything. I was on cloud 9. But that was all torn from me in an instant. God, I wish that I never would have taken her out there. I had my first encounter with the stairs when I was 7. Dad had always warned me never to climb them. That wasn't a problem for me though. The stairs, they exuded a malevolent presence. Like anyone who dared to walk up their steps would be eaten alive from fear alone. I remember it like it was yesterday. I was playing in the woods near the cabin when I saw it. A black, winding set of metal stairs that stretched maybe a story. They didn't lead anywhere, they just kind of ended. All the stairs are like that. They vary in size and shape and model. But the one thing that they all have in common is that they don't lead anywhere. And they're never in the same place twice. They just sort of appear out of nowhere. No one knows how or why, and truthfully, we don't want to know. Most of us, that is. Nadia wanted to know, and that knowledge cost her everything. Come on, baby, just a little further. I want to see the sunset. Nadia whined in protest at my proposal to head back. Nadia, I know you do, but we didn't bring any flashlights and our phone batteries aren't worth a crap. I don't know about you, but I don't feel like smacking into trees every few feet on our way home. Oh, fine, you win. I'll go back this time, but promise that we come back tomorrow. She requested, puffing out her lower lip and gazing up at me with her best puppy dog eyes. I'd be lying if I said that they hadn't worked. Alright, I'll take you back out here tomorrow, but only if you, I trailed off, entranced by the sight of them. Nadia's brow knitted together in confusion as she traced my gaze, and then her jaw fell open. Directly before us stood a polished cedarwood staircase. I got a sinking feeling in my gut the moment that I laid eyes on that thing. It looked so out of place, like a rat in a fish tank. What is that thing? Nadia muttered, gaze still fixed to it. It's nothing, I'll tell you later, I said, snatching her hand and leading her in the opposite direction. Ow, Jason, let go. Why are you making such a big deal out of this? Tell me what's going on or I'm not moving another inch. Nadia protested, crossing her arms defiantly. I sighed. There was no point in hiding it any longer. She was going to find out eventually. Okay, so this is going to sound completely unhinged, but please bear with me. Ever since I've lived here, ever since anybody's lived here really, people have been finding random staircases in the forest. They appear and disappear all the time, and you'll never find one in the same place twice. The stairs are a bad omen. Something awful happens if you climb to the top, but nobody quite knows what. All I know for certain is that we need to stay far, far away from them. Nadia rolled her eyes in response. Oh, come on, Jay, do you really expect me to believe that? A bad omen? Are you some kind of spiritual medium now? Ooh, a staircase so scary, she said, waving her hands in a mocking gesture. Nadia, do I look like I'm joking? I know it sounds crazy, but I wouldn't lie to you. She softly took my hands into hers and met my gaze. Baby, you know that I wouldn't accuse you of that. It's strange, but if it really irks you that much, I won't press it, okay? Thank you. Now let's go home, I'm starving. Once we were out of sight of that wretched thing, I could sense the tension starting to disperse. It was as if a veil had been lifted. I fell asleep that night with a stomach full of dumplings and not a thought in the world besides the petite girl snuggled in my arms. The stairs had vanished from my brain just like they always did, until the next day. We both had the entire day off of work, and before I knew it, Nadia was pulling me back down the same path as the day prior to watch the sunset. Butterflies danced in my stomach as we approached the spot that we had seen the stairs the day before. Even so, Nadia noticed it first. Hey, isn't this the same place you pulled me away from yesterday? Those stairs, they're gone. You see, I told you they're a bad omen. Now do you believe me? I never said that I didn't. It's just a strange phenomena, you know, like seeing a unicorn. You don't really ever expect to find it, or in this case, not find it. It's a lot to process. I didn't know what to say. She had hit the nail on the head with her analysis. Except the staircases were no unicorns. No, they were something far more sinister. We continued our walk in silence until we had finally reached our destination. That evening will always stand out in my mind. The sky looked like a painter's canvas, a gorgeous amalgamation of purple and pink and orange melded together behind a smattering of white wispy clouds. I had never seen anything so picturesque. We stayed there well past the sun setting, staring up into a sea of stars illuminating the night sky. Thank you for keeping your promise. Today was perfect. Nadia yawned, sleepily resting her head on my shoulder. Every day with you is perfect. Thank you for dragging me out of the house. This really has been incredible. I love you so much. Oh, you're welcome, bonehead. I love you too. Nadia giggled quietly, her eyes struggling to stay open. All right, sweetheart, I think it's time for us to go back. You can hardly stay awake. Oh, just a little longer. You're so comfy, she protested, burying her face into my chest. My heart felt so full in that moment. What had I done to deserve such an amazing girl? All right, up we go, I said, hoisting my weary girlfriend into my arms. If your legs won't move, I have no choice but to carry you. Oh no, how terrible. Whatever shall I do? She quipped, wrapping her arms around my neck. Nothing, just stay still and let me. I froze mid-stride. I swallowed a dry lump in my throat as sweat began to bead atop my brow. In the darkness among the foliage, my flashlight beam fell upon a large, bulky object. They were back. Jason, what's wrong? You look pale, Nadia said, following the ray of light until she realized what I was looking at. A wide set of weathered concrete steps ascended to nowhere. They called to me, begging me to climb them. Just one step. Just one, that's all. Jason, I feel it now. What you were talking about yesterday, I feel it. It's all wrong, they shouldn't be here. Nadia whimpered, fear jolting across her pupils. Yeah, you're right, I said, ripping my gaze from the awful thing. Just don't look at it, we're going to be okay. This time I wasn't as relieved once we had escaped the staircase's alluring pull. I had never seen the stairs 2 days straight before. They were always more sporadic in their appearance, never showing up with any rhythm or consistency, so to see them twice made me a bit uneasy. Nadia and I didn't mention the stairs again that evening. We were both absolutely exhausted and we were itching to get some much-needed rest. I'd be damned if I was going to let a stupid staircase ruin a good night's sleep. Nadia was already snoring when I joined her in bed, and I was out the second that my head hit the pillow. If only we could have made it until morning. Maybe then she would still be here. I awoke in a pitch-black room. Nadia was missing from her side of the bed. I didn't worry at first. It wasn't abnormal for her to sneak off to the bathroom in the middle of the night every once in a while. I didn't want to drift back off to sleep though until I had her beside me. I waited and waited to no avail, and then after what felt like an eternity, I finally called out, "Hey babe, are you coming back to bed soon?" I received no response, and that was when the panic set in. Nadia would never ignore me like that. I leapt out of bed and beelined for the bathroom. It was empty. My heart began to pound against my ribcage like a jackhammer. Sirens were blaring in my head, telling me that something was wrong, and I felt helpless to silence them. I turned the whole cabin inside out with no result. Nadia was nowhere to be found. And then, amongst all the chaos, an idea flickered in my head. Why hadn't I thought of it sooner? Nadia's phone was missing from the bedside table, but I could track her location on Find My Friends. I fumbled to unlock my own phone and open the app. I had to know that she was okay. I loaded up the app and located Nadia's icon. She was close. The app said that she was only a few hundred feet from the cabin. I threw on a pair of shorts and darted out into the frigid night air. I raced barefoot across leaves and rocks and acorns. I didn't have time to grab shoes. Right then, I didn't care if my feet were torn to ribbons, as long as Nadia was okay. I eventually reached the point where her phone should have been. I frantically called it, praying that she would pick up this time. I saw something illuminate amongst the leaves, and not far beyond it, I found who I was searching for. But instead of being overcome with joy upon finding the love of my life, my blood turned to ice. Nadia's face was partially illuminated by the moonlight trickling through the canopy. She was gazing down at me with tears streaming down her cheeks. Below her feet sat a staircase. This time it was ornate. White glassy marble stairs gleamed even in the darkness, topped off with a pristine red carpet. The stairs looked as if they would lead straight to heaven itself, and that terrified me. Dread crashed over me like a tidal wave as we stared at each other. I wanted to move, I wanted to sprint up to her and sweep her off those godforsaken things, but I couldn't. I was rooted in place, forced to watch as the girl of my dreams ascended the final step. "Jason, please, I don't want to go. I love you and want to stay with you forever. I had to know, I could feel them calling to me. Please don't let them take me." Nadia sobbed uncontrollably, reaching out a hand toward me. I wanted to grab it to pull her into my arms to tell her that everything was going to be okay, but I was stuck. I was forced to watch in abject horror as Nadia involuntarily took that one last step to the top. It felt as if time had slowed to a crawl. 1 second I was paralyzed, eyes locked on Nadia and those vile stairs, and the next I was all alone. Nadia and the staircase vanished, wisped into the cool night air like they had never existed at all. The burden of that night will stay with me until the day that I die. I wailed, I screamed. I pounded the earth until my fists were bloody and my throat was hoarse. Nadia had been taken from me, right before my very eyes, and I did absolutely nothing. I blamed myself for a long time after that. Hell, I still do. I don't think I'll ever be able to move on. That's my punishment, I suppose. Living out a dull and meaningless life, while images of my lost girlfriend run through my head day in and day out. It's why I drink. Strangely enough, I've never seen the stairs again. They're really the only reason that I'm still here. Because maybe if I just give in, maybe if I convince myself to climb that one last looming step, then there might be a chance that I'll be reunited with Nadia. And for me, that's a chance that I have to take. Every day, my cat acts like she's running the house, and honestly, she probably is. I'm just here to open doors, pay bills, and make sure that the food shows up on time. That's why I feed her Smalls. This podcast is sponsored by Smalls. Fresh, protein-packed cat food made with real, human-grade ingredients that you would actually recognize from your own fridge, delivered right to your door. Cats.com even named Smalls their best overall cat food. I switched after my cat kept turning her nose up at regular kibble and the difference was immediate. I did the 2-bowl test and she went straight for Smalls. Now she follows me around every morning until I feed her like it's her official routine. Getting started is easy. You can share your cat's diet, health, and preferences, and Smalls builds a personalized meal plan for you. No more guessing in the pet food aisle, and it's risk-free. If your cat won't eat it, they'll refund you. So stop guessing which meals will upset their stomach. For a limited time, because you're a Creepscast listener, get 60% off your first order plus free shipping when you head to smalls.com/MrCreeps. One last time, that's 60% off your first order plus free shipping when you head to smalls.com/MrCreeps. You found it where? That was my reaction when my team leader came into the operations room and told us that they found one of the staircases in the middle of a forest. This was the first occurrence of it manifesting outside the facility, and it caused both confusion and worry for us in the exploration team. For the past few months, the organization had been experimenting in interdimensional travel, but not in the way that you would expect. Instead of opening up wormholes and using portals, they used a method that seemed strange and laughable to us at first. Staircases. Yes, that's right, plain old wooden staircases. I won't go into the exact science behind it because even I don't really understand how it works. It's complicated, extremely complicated. One glimpse at these squints boards and walls were enough to tell me that it was all beyond my understanding. Not that that's saying much, since most of us in the exploration team are pretty down on the scale, since they only require people who are healthy, could carry the necessary equipment, and can follow instructions. Anyways, all I know is that whenever the scientist activates some kind of ancient machine and manifests a staircase with a set of 10 steps that seemingly leads to nowhere. However, despite its rather simple and innocent sight, it was actually a gateway to a room in another dimension. From the bottom of the staircase, it was hard to tell where it would lead you. Going up the first few steps didn't change much and you would still see nothing. But once you get to that last step, you're taken to a whole new dimension. What extra-dimensional room the staircase would lead to was always a mystery. It was different every time a staircase was conjured up and no two staircases ever led to the same place. The only consistent thing was that it led to a room, sometimes extremely large and sometimes extremely small, but always a room with no exit. Other than that, nothing was certain. Was it going to be safe? Would it be inhabited? Would it be useful for humanity? These were questions these scientists would ask every time they spawned a staircase. It was up to the exploration team to find the answers for them. Now I know what you're thinking. Why not send a drone or a robot in there? Wouldn't they do the same job without risking human lives? Well, it turns out that interdimensional hopping is not friendly with such technologies. For some reason that I, as well as these science boys, do not know why yet, anything digital just gets fried when crossing dimensions. And that's why unmanned options were quickly rolled out and why we in the exploration teams had to use analog equipment. Recruited from those people who would not be missed or were crazy enough to abandon everything and go head first into danger. We in the exploration team were essentially guinea pigs that were paid considerably for their role in science. Personally, I like to think of myself as belonging to the latter group. But let's face it, I'm more of the former. No significant other, no more living family that I'm close with, not even a dog. I was a nobody. But at least I was a rich nobody. I just gotta make sure that I lived long enough to be able to spend the wealth that I was accumulating. And luckily for me and everybody on the team, most of the dimensions that we had explored had been largely harmless. Creepy, but harmless. From an empty room with nothing but pitch black darkness to a humongous one that was filled with mountains of bones and rather passive floating eyes. The places we explored were enough to give anyone nightmares. That's probably why we had to go through constant psych evaluations before and after each exploration. However, as interesting these strange and terrifying dimensions were, they were not what our organization wanted. After all, the goal of the organization was to find a dimension that would greatly benefit humanity. At least that's what they told us. Talk in the mess room, though, says that it was more on finding a dimension that could bring a large profit for the top dogs who run the organization. Personally, I don't care, as long as they keep on giving me my paycheck. With all the previous dimensions giving nothing that satisfied the organization's demands, the scientists were under constant pressure to find one that would bring in the money. This pressure on them was all too evident to us in the exploration team, as our old pace of exploring 2 staircases a week soon shifted to 14 staircases a week. It quickly became tough for us to work, as we found ourselves constantly in demand. If we were lucky, we would get a small room that only required one member of the team looking around for a few minutes, but we were never lucky. Ever since the science team started working on overdrive, the rooms that we got were mostly the big ones. Not only that, but they seemed to get constantly bigger with each new staircase conjured up, often taking the full team hours to explore. These rooms were time-consuming and exhausting. To make matters worse, once we were done, we often walked down the stairs empty-handed. It was clear that the bigger rooms were just as devoid of anything useful or profitable as the smaller ones. After nearly 3 weeks of this, morale was low for everyone. We did, however, catch a day's break when we were told that the science team were going to work to adjust the ancient machinery in order to get better results. This breakthrough didn't last, though, because that was the same day that a staircase manifested in the middle of the forest. The tech boys were messing around with their machine when it suddenly activated on its own. Our team leader Jonathan said after giving us the shocking news. Strangely, though, nothing appeared. They checked and swept the testing floor but found no new staircases. They then checked the rest of the facility and still found nothing. With no luck, they then had to ask the security team to send out vehicles and choppers to scan the nearby area. They eventually found the thing in the middle of a forest 20 miles from here. 20 miles, I said. I didn't know it was possible for them to spawn that far from the machine. Yeah, well, after all the tinkering the tech boys have done, I think anything is possible with that toy of theirs at this point, Jonathan huffed. Yeah, anything except find the dimension that the higher-ups want, I remarked. So what happens now then? Rachel, one of the newest members of the team, had asked. They want us to explore it, Jonathan simply said. I'm no use in wasting a good set of staircases, I guess. Henry, an explorer who had joined the same time as me, sighed. You know it, Jonathan said. All right, I want section 2 on this. I winced when I heard this. That was my section. We head out in 10 minutes, so be there at the transport bay with all your gear and equipment, Jonathan informed us. The sooner we get there and get this done, the sooner we get back. And who knows, we might get lucky and get a small one. As if. Charlie, the most senior member of Section 2, replied. We haven't had a small room for so long that I'm starting to forget what they look like. As small. Christine, the leader of our section, plainly replied. Just like you. Oh, shut up, Charlie groaned, as all of us in Section 2 got up and got ready for the sudden mission. An hour later, we were at the outpost the security and science team had set up near the rogue staircase. Looking around the little camp they made, I couldn't help but find it all too familiar. Aside from the dirt and trees, all the equipment set up around the staircase made it feel similar to the setup that they had back at the facility. For a second, this made me think that everything was going to be routine as always. After being briefed by the science team and gearing up, we were quickly lined up at the bottom of the staircase with Jonathan at the lead. He had the habit of wanting to be the first one to cross in any mission that he was involved in. I guess he felt that the leader of the exploration team must always be ready to lead from the front whenever the opportunity arose. "Check your suits and double-check them," he told us as he gazed up at the stairs. "You never know what could be out there waiting for us." He didn't need to tell me twice. I was already busy scrutinizing every inch of my hazmat suit before the words left his mouth. Since the rooms we entered were never meant for humanity to step foot on, many of them contained various hazardous elements that we needed to protect ourselves from. Thus, all of us on the team were equipped with the best hazmat suits the organization had. As we finished checking our suits, Jonathan began moving down the line to double-check our suits himself, as well as tugging on our safety harness and lanyard. Protocol demanded that anybody crossing dimensions must be secured by a safety harness tethered to a mechanism that was ready to pull us back to safety. Although it gave us some reassurance that we would be rescued from danger when needed, its true purpose was to recover the valuable data and samples that we gathered. Through the use of various equipment ranging from VHS cameras, Geiger counters, range-finding equipment, and sample collection tools, every section that entered a room was well equipped to attain all the information that the eggheads needed. To their dismay though, we couldn't transfer the data as fast as they wanted to, and there was always the risk of it being lost if we encountered trouble. Ideally, we would have transmitted the information the moment that we got them, since the eggheads often got anxious waiting and it lessened the chance of losing data if we didn't make it back. However, for whatever reason, radio and phone cable communication between two dimensions doesn't work. This thus left us with no other choice but to write down the data and place them in a canister, before tossing it back to the other side. Now, this was easy for the smaller rooms, but nearly impossible for the larger ones. And that's why we often just noted down the readings that we got so that in the event that we were incapacitated or worse, they could just reel us back in with our notes and samples. Once our suits and equipment were checked multiple times, Jonathan returned to his position at the head of the line and gestured to the lead scientist that we were ready to enter. Once he had received confirmation, he looked back at us and gestured towards the staircase. "I'll go in first to check the situation on the other side. With any luck, this would just be a small room," he said before taking the first step. "Hopefully not too small," I heard the muffled voice of Charlie say behind me. I couldn't help but nod at this. The story of one member from a different section entering a room that was only 1 foot by 1 foot in size was a story familiar to everyone in the team. Like I said earlier, the rooms are mostly harmless, but not completely. Every once in a while, a section would encounter a dangerous room that would bring on casualties. As I stood there, I prayed that what we were about to encounter was not one of them. But I didn't want to bring my hopes up. It had been a good while since a dangerous room had been encountered. Add that to the fact that this staircase was far from normal, then the chance of its room being equally far from normal were high. Shaking my mind away from these thoughts, I returned my focus back to reality and looked towards Jonathan, who was already going up the staircase, halting at the second to last step. Jonathan paused for a few seconds to check the compact camcorder that he was carrying. After making sure that it was on, he cautiously took the final step and soon vanished from our sight. All of us knew that he was now on the other side as we held our breaths and anxiously waited for his return. If he didn't come back within 5 minutes, the emergency recovery system would be activated, and he would be yanked back to our dimension. To our relief though, we saw him come back down to the second to the last step after only 2 minutes. Bad news, everyone. The room is huge. Other than that though, it seems pretty safe. All readings are normal and there are no beings or anomalies wandering nearby, he informed us before pausing to think. I couldn't see the walls from where I stood, but my estimates say that it's a class 5 or more. That last remark was for both us and the science team. A class 5 room meant that we had at least 5 hours to explore the place and gather data before the recovery team would begin pulling us back if we did not return. "All right then," Christine, who was now heading up the stairs, said. Let's check this place out and hopefully find something interesting." Personally, I would rather find nothing than something interesting, but I followed close behind her with the same enthusiasm as the rest of the section. As Christine approached the top, Jonathan turned back and crossed dimensions again. Following close behind was Christine, camcorder already in hand, and soon enough, she too disappeared, leaving me to follow next. Making sure that my own camcorder was on, I made my final step in our dimension and crossed to the other side. What I saw was not what I expected. Instead of seeing a large room with Jonathan and Christine waiting for me, I saw a set of stairs leading downwards towards a small clearing in a dark forest. At first, I thought that I somehow got disoriented and I was looking back down the staircase, but that didn't make sense, because there was nobody else there. No members of my section, no members of the science, recovery, and security team. No one. This was not the same place. In fact, it wasn't even the same time of day. When I made the crossing, it was clearly daytime, and over here, though, it was night. This was strange. No, it was beyond strange. Encountering a room that looked like a forest wasn't anything new. Many sections have seen some of the rooms before, but to have the vanguard of the section disappear without a trace, now that was something that I'm not sure had happened before. Sighing, I lifted my camcorder and began to film my surroundings. Meanwhile, I kept my head on a swivel, using the flashlight of my suit's hood to light up the nearby trees. "Jonathan, Christine," I called out, hoping to hear a reply. But there was no response and I could see no sign of anybody nearby. At that point, I realized that the place must not have been as safe as Jonathan had originally thought. If the two of them were missing, then it could mean that something in the environment or something lurking in this area could have eradicated or taken them. Feeling the fear rising within me, I dropped the camcorder and allowed it to dangle from its cord. With my now free hand, I quickly grabbed my Geiger counter, turned it on, and began using the probe to scan the area around me. To my relief, though, the readings only read 0.20 microsieverts per hour. That was a normal amount for background radiation. However, this data did little to completely ease my fear, and there was still the question of what happened to my team leader and section leader. Cautiously, I scanned my surroundings again, trying to see if there was anything lurking there and waiting to pounce on me, but I found none. So I was left there, standing all alone, wondering what had happened to the two of them. It was at that moment of wondering that another realization hit me. Why was I alone here? Concerned, I decided to look behind me, hoping to see the other members of my section walk in. They should have already crossed, but maybe there was a delay on the other side that I didn't notice when I jumped in. As these seconds passed, though, not a single one appeared. As these seconds turned into minutes with still no sight of them, I knew that they were not arriving. This was not right. They should be close behind me, as something terribly wrong was happening. Trying my best to keep calm, I tried to think on how I should proceed next. However, as I was thinking, my eyes fell on a bone-chilling sight. Crouching down, I grabbed my lanyard and lifted it up to my eyes. Seeing it up close only confirmed what I already caught a glimpse of. It had been cut. Studying it in complete shock, I saw a neat, clean cut on it. Not a tear, but a straight cut, as if somebody had used a knife. If it was a knife, though, then it must have been an extremely strong knife to be able to cut through the lanyard that the organization used. Whatever the reason for it being cut, one thing was clear. My only connection to my dimension had been severed. This was bad. I needed to get back. Protocol demanded that any loss of connection with the home dimension necessitated an immediate return. With that in mind, I dropped the lanyard and began feeling for the exit that should take me back. In my panic, I rushed towards the direction that I came from, expecting that I would immediately be taken back to my dimension. However, to my complete horror, instead of phasing through and reappearing back home, I instead fell from the top of the stairs that I was standing on and I landed on the hard ground below. Landing on my left arm, I lay there stunned and in pain. I was sure that I had broken my arm from that fall, and the aching sensation it gave was terrible. Eventually, though, I managed to gather my strength and roll myself so that I would be facing upward. As I did so, I noticed what was staring down at me. It wasn't a ceiling like I had seen in so many rooms. Instead, it was an open night sky. Looking at it with disbelief, I felt that my eyes were betraying me. Never before has any exploration team encountered anything but a room. For a second, this made me speculate that what I was seeing wasn't the real night sky. Perhaps the room was just really tall and that I just couldn't see the ceiling. After all, we had encountered such rooms before. Then again, I don't think we ever found a room that had stars twinkling in its artificial sky. No, this wasn't a room. This was a real open space. I had never encountered something like that before. I don't think anyone in the exploration team has. The place just kept on getting stranger and stranger with each passing second. Managing to get up, I started to assess my injury and realized that I had broken a bone during the fall. Feeling the pain from the injury and knowing that I had to apply first aid, I cautiously looked for anything that I could use to make a splint. Finding a large twig, I began making the splint with it and bandages from my first aid kit. It hurt a lot, but I tried to control myself from making too much noise, or else attract any entities or creatures that may be lurking nearby. After all, I still wasn't sure if this place was fully safe. Once I was sure that the splint was good, I turned back towards the staircase and wondered if I was indeed trapped here. Moving back up the stairs, I halted at the last step and waved my good arm in front of me. Nothing. As an extra measure, I repeated the process, desperately praying that my hand would disappear. But it did not. There was no way back home. Sighing, I sat on the step, feeling defeated. It was at that moment when I noticed something odd about the trees. They had moved. I only caught a glimpse of it, but I was sure that they had moved. Locking my eyes on the closest tree, I watched them swing left and right, but there was no breeze. No, it wasn't the wind that made it do that. It was because it moved. Keeping my focus on them, I waited for it to do it again, but nothing happened. As if they were taunting me and making me question what I saw, the trees stayed still. However, just as I was about to give up, I saw it happen again. Right in front of me, the trees began to shift from where they were and move a good 30 feet. Without lifting themselves out of the ground, they pushed their way through the ground before halting and staying in place once more. Observing this a few more times, I realized that they seemed to be doing this every 15 minutes. Why they were doing it, I wasn't sure, but it certainly wasn't the weirdest thing that I've encountered when compared to past dimensions. It also didn't seem like a danger to me. It was just strange, just like any other dimension. So what had happened to Jonathan and Christine then? There must have been some other anomaly or entity hiding here. Wondering what my next move should be, I contemplated whether I should stay there and wait for rescue or if I should explore the surrounding area and find a way to save myself. After weighing the options, I eventually decided to go look around. The chance of somebody from my dimension coming to rescue me was slim to none. After all, we explorers were expendable and the organization was not going to expend resources trying to recover me or whatever data I may hold if the dimension that I was in was this dangerous. There was no profit in dangerous dimensions. It would only cost more for them. With that dreary thought in mind, I got up from the steps, went back to the forest floor and began moving away from the staircase in order to explore this strange new place. There wasn't much to see though, even as I drifted farther and deeper into the forest. Everywhere that I looked was just more and more trees, doing their strange dance every 15 minutes. Aside from that, the land was empty and flat, with no landmarks or anything of interest. For half an hour, I found myself wandering around and wondering if I was moving at all. as the whole place looked the same no matter where I went. It was just rows upon rows of moving trees. However, as I continued in my search, I eventually noticed that the grouping of the trees started to become denser. From the average of 30 feet near the staircase, it lessened to 20 feet. And as I went on, it soon lessened to 10 feet, as the forest around me started to feel more crowded. Curious by this, I began to follow the dense clustering of trees. It was clear they were converging towards something. Eventually, I found what I was looking for. Nestled in between a circle of trees was one tree. At first, it looked plain and similar to all the other trees. However, after a few minutes passed by, the tree began to shake violently. Rocking in all directions, I first thought that it was about to fall. To my amazement, though, the tree remained rooted up, and instead shook out of it 8 similar trees, which began to move outward from it. Meanwhile, all the other trees surrounding them began to move outward too, as they shifted and made room for the newly created ones. The trees, perhaps all of the trees in the forest, came from that single tree. They were multiplying from it. They were all clones of that one tree. Sadly for me, it was of little help towards my situation. Sighing, I took a moment to sit down, being sure not to place myself in the path the trees moved through. Allowing myself a moment's rest, I let out a groan of both frustration and pain, feeling both my mental and physical state aching. A quick break from exploring is something that I clearly needed at that moment. However, before I could relax myself and clear my mind, a series of ear-piercing crackles suddenly echoed. These crackles then began to increase with each second until it reached a point that it was practically shrieking. It took me a second to realize that it was my Geiger counter going crazy. Worried by the sounds that it was making, I grabbed the device and brought it to my face to read the data that it was giving me. What I saw made my eyes grow wide. 1 million microsieverts per hour. Yeah, that was bad, extremely bad. I needed to get out of there. Prolonged exposure to that level of radiation would be fatal for me. Thus I wasted not a second more towards figuring out what could have caused the sudden spike in radiation, as my instincts quickly kicked in. Suddenly filled with adrenaline, I got myself up and began moving. It started off as a fast walk, but I soon quickened my pace until I found myself running. I didn't know where exactly I was running to, but I prayed that it was somewhere that had less radiation in the environment. Encountering the first bit of luck I had since arriving in the dimension, I was relieved when I glanced at the counter and saw the reading had lowered down to 500,000 per second. At least that told me that I was heading away from the source of the radiation. A little further down, I checked the device again and saw that the reading had lowered down to 100,000 microsieverts per hour. A minute later, and another check read 1,000 microsieverts per hour. This was good and much safer, but I decided to continue on further until the background radiation had dropped to 0.2 microsieverts per hour. Once I was sure that I was in safe ground, I allowed myself to catch my breath. Checking my surroundings as I did so, I saw that I was now in an area where the trees were more loose and far apart. But just like in any other portion of the forest, the trees seemed never-ending and there was no sign of the edge. Sighing, I stumped on the ground, feeling frustrated. There seemed to be no escaping this forest, and there seemed to be no escaping this dimension. Not wanting my mind to further wander towards depressing thoughts, I decided to look around once more in order to get my bearings. If anything, that would at least distract me from my own pessimism. With nothing helpful for me in the forest, I decided that it was best to return to the staircase and hope that the link back towards my dimension had returned. However, as I was trying to figure out that path back there, my Geiger counter started to act up again. Checking it, I was surprised to see that it was moving back towards 1,000 per hour. At first, I thought it meant that I ended up at another source of radiation. However, as I watched it rise to 100,000 microsieverts per hour, it dawned upon me that the source was not a stationary location, but it was moving and approaching me. That would explain why my Geiger counter only started going crazy after I sat down earlier, and not while I was approaching the area. It wasn't a place that was radioactive. It was some sort of mobile entity. Looking back towards where I had come from, I stared on with fear, wondering what kind of entity could be emitting such high levels of radiation. Not too keen on finding out, I began moving once more. The only good thing I thought at the time was that I seemed to be faster than the radiation-carrying entity. Despite this, I knew that there was still the possibility that it had better endurance than me. With my injury, I could only go so far before the pain would force me to stop, even with adrenaline still pumping in my veins. While I ran, I made sure to monitor the Geiger counter to ensure that its readings lowered as I got farther. As long as I kept it to 1,000 microsieverts per hour and below, I knew that I would be safe. To my dismay, though, that number held firm at around 100,000, telling me that it was keeping up pace with me. So much for being able to outrun it. And despite my best attempts to move faster, I found my efforts fruitless. As the Geiger counter started to shriek, it was gaining speed and it was getting closer. Daring myself to look behind me, I noticed a faint green glow emitting in the distance. Hidden by the trees, I couldn't quite see what was making that glow, but I did know that seeing its light meant that it was really close. For the next few minutes, I found myself running and dodging trees, doing my best to get away. But the sound of my Geiger counter told me that I was meeting little success and I was losing this game. And deep inside, I knew that the entity behind me would eventually catch up and get me. Not that it needed to be next to me to kill me. All it had to do was get close enough and maintain that distance in order to bombard me with more than 1,000,000 sieverts of radiation. Eventually, I knew that I was a goner. I didn't know how much time had passed, but the pain from my arm and exhaustion was getting to me. I was slowing down and the entity behind me was getting closer and closer. I gave up on checking my Geiger counter, but the sound of it shrieking told me that whatever was chasing me was close enough that I was being hit by high doses of radiation. Oddly enough, I didn't feel nauseous or sick from it. Instead, the only pain that I was feeling was from my arm. This, however, did little to ease my fear and sense of dread. Wanting to face my fate directly, I stopped in my tracks and I took in a deep breath. Closing my eyes, I then turned around and confronted my pursuer. When I opened my eyes, I found myself facing a bone-chilling sight. It was a tall, skinny woman whose skin was dried and glowing green. Staring at me with empty, hollow eyes, she gave a smile that nearly made my heart stop. Her cheeks, instead of being covered with skin, was completely exposed, revealing to me her rotten teeth. It looked as if she herself had been the victim of radiation. But I was not able to feel a single ounce of remorse for her, as I was too busy fearing for myself. Standing there in shock, I watched as she moved closer and closer towards me, her green glow almost blinding me from its shine. I wasn't going to run though. I was ready to face it head on. I thought that it might even be a good thing, as it would spare me from suffering in this endless land of trees. As the glowing woman got close, she briefly halted and placed her hand on my chest. Despite my suit, I felt the warmth of her hand on my skin. Looking down, I stared on in horror to see that her touch somehow melted away my suit and my clothing, leaving behind a gap that allowed her to touch my bare chest. Looking back at the glowing woman, she simply kept up that eerie smile, as her hollow eyes stared right into my very soul. It was unsettling and I found myself having difficulty breathing, but it wasn't from her touch, nor from the radiation that she was emitting. No, it was from the sight of her alone. Eventually, she pulled her hand away from me and turned away. Without doing anything else, she began to move away from me. I watched, completely confused, as she got farther and farther until she was a faint glow in the distance. That glow became less and less while my Geiger counter slowly started to ease the noise that it was emitting. Soon the glow was gone and my instrument was silent. I was alone again. Left baffled by what had just happened, I cautiously lifted my good arm and moved my hand towards my chest. Feeling for any wounds, I was surprised to see that she didn't seem to have left a mark on me. In fact, it didn't seem like any harm came to me, as I didn't feel any sickness from the radiation that I was exposed to. However, these positive thoughts came too soon, as my body suddenly started to shake uncontrollably. Feeling my muscles spasm, I was left helpless as pain suddenly overtook me. Letting out a cry of agony, I found myself constantly shaking while being overpowered with terrible sensations that made it feel like I was being torn apart. Not knowing what was happening and being bombarded by an avalanche of pain, all I could do was scream and cry as I fell onto the forest floor. I couldn't tell how long this went on for, but I know that I continuously begged for it to stop. Yet the pain kept on going and going, growing more and more in intensity. At one point, I thought I was going to go unconscious from what I was suffering, but my body refused to let me go out and I was left there tortured by the entire ordeal. Whatever that woman did to me, it didn't seem like it would end quickly. While I laid there shaking and in agony, I suddenly started feeling bloated. This was followed by a sensation of my limbs becoming swollen. Desperately, I tried to check myself, but to no avail. The pain was just too much and my eyes remained shut as I screamed and shook. The sensation of my body expanding continued on and I felt my splint, suit and clothes rip apart. This was bad and I feared that I was about to explode. It didn't seem like the best way to die, but during that terrible moment, I was willing to take any form of relief, even death. To my dismay, it didn't happen. Instead, I continued to suffer and feel myself seemingly inflating before a sudden snap struck me. It's hard to describe the feeling, but it was as if a part of me had suddenly ripped off. And then just like that, the pain subsided. Although feeling sore, I was relieved that the intense sensations that tormented every part of me had largely stopped. The pain of my broken arm was still prevalent though, especially after it had been aggravated by what had just happened. Despite this, what I was feeling was certainly better than what I had just endured, as it allowed me to think clearly and figure out what had just happened. As I was opening my teary eyes though, I was confronted by a sight that I did not expect. There, laying in front of me and staring at me blankly, was myself. At first, I thought that I was imagining things and was just hallucinating after the pain that I went through. But as I lifted my good arm and moved it in front of me, I felt my hand make contact with the bare skin of the version of me that was staring back at me. It was real and there really was a copy of me right there. It didn't take long for it to dawn on me what had just happened. That was my clone. It was a copy of me that spawned directly from me. I had become just like that tree. At that point, I had no doubt that she did the same thing to the tree after gracing it with her touch. Letting out a curse of anger, I did my best to get up as fast as I could. While the version of me seemingly copied what I did and tried to get up, albeit a little more clumsily. It may have been a copy of me, but it seemed to lack much sentience and fine motor skills. All I could do was copy my actions and do its best to mimic them. In keeping my distance, I stared at my copy with both fear and curiosity. In return, it stared back at me with cold and soulless eyes. For the most part though, it didn't seem to be in any harm, as it seemed just confused and lost. So what was I to do now? That was the thought that circled my mind as I stood there. Recalling the tree that I encountered earlier, I shuddered at the thought that I would have to go through that process again. If I was cursed by the same thing that it had, then that meant I had 15 minutes before another clone would be forced out of me again. I was not looking forward to that at all. But what could I do to stop it? Nothing. The sad truth was that I was helpless to it. For a moment, I thought of laying back on the ground in despair, knowing that I would have to endure the cycle of torturous pain again when the time comes. I wished that the woman had just killed me. What she gave me was a fate worse than death, and I wondered how long I would have to endure it. If I was lucky, I would die from it. But the fact that I didn't go unconscious throughout the process didn't give me high hopes that I could escape the curse that easily. There was no hope for me. As if to prove this point, I suddenly felt my body shake again. Raising my good arm, I saw it intensely shake again, as my whole body began to spasm. Fear and anger rose up inside of me, as I felt the terrible process start up once again. Helpless at stopping it, all I could do was wonder why it was happening again so soon. The tree had taken 15 minutes before it had replicated itself, but for me, barely 5 minutes since I had a clone torn out of me, and a new one was about to come out. Why was it happening so fast? There was no time for me to answer that question though, as my body shook intensely once more until I felt myself increase in size again. It was painful and terrible. Experiencing it the first time did not prepare me for the second one. Just like before, I agonized and fell to the ground, screaming and shouting. All the while this was happening, the first clone just stood there and stared at me, its expression clueless and blank. I cursed at it as I laid there in pain. I cursed it, the woman, and this whole dimension. And then a familiar feeling of having a part of me splitting off came, and once more the pain began to subside. Sighing in relief, I felt comfort knowing that it had stopped. But then a sense of dread quickly struck me, as I knew that in a few minutes it would repeat, and I would have to do it all over again. Yet even the small brief window of rest was denied from me, as a second later my body began to shake again. Letting out a scream of frustration, I soon cried out in pain as the process started way faster than before. I was so engrossed in panic and fear that I barely noticed the recent clone that came for me. It was only when I was shaking on the ground and looking at the dark night sky that I noticed the clones. In fact, I saw 3 of them. For a moment, I was able to push out the pain as I stared at the 3 sets of eyes looking down at me with blank stares. 2 clones had come out of me, and not only was the process starting faster, but the number of clones was doubling. Did that mean it would become faster and increase in number each time that it happened? As if to answer my question, I felt my body inflate again and stretch my skin. Before long, 3 clones split off from me, rolling on the ground right next to me. Panting in weariness, I barely acknowledged them when the shaking started all over again. All I could do was scream in pain and let the tears roll down my eyes. I was in hell. For the next hour, the process kept going and going, torturing my body and making me experience that insane pain on repeat. No matter how much it happened though, my body somehow endured. I couldn't pass out, I couldn't die. I should have, I wished I could, but it didn't happen. My mind, though, was faring worse, as I was left trapped in my body that was painfully replicating over and over again. Eventually, I lost track of time and I stopped screaming. All the screaming that I could do was in my head, as I watched more and more of my face stare down at me with empty expressions. If I could bash those faces in, I would, but I couldn't. I was paralyzed. As the process continued, the area that I was in started to get crowded by the bodies of my clones. Standing up after they spawned, they would just end up staying in place, not moving until pushed by the new set of clones. Looking around from where I lay, I saw a sea of feet, with the trees no longer visible. If I didn't move, I would end up trapped like that, forced to live in even worse hell than what I was already suffering. Managing to rally what little strength that I had left in me and ignoring the pain as best I could, I willed myself to stand up. It was difficult. The first few times I failed, as clones ripped themselves from me, making it tough to even get on my knees. With great effort though, and timing things just right, I was able to get up on my knees and with my free hand, shakily grab a newly created clone in order to pull myself up. Eventually I was on my feet, using the clone spawning from me as support. Looking around, all I could see was my own face, a sight that I was already sick of. The place was crowded, but there was still enough room to move around. But how long would it be before this whole place was filled with only copies of me? With a new one being ripped from my body every few seconds, I knew that it would all start piling up. I had to get to a better place. I had to get to higher ground. Staring at the closest tree near me, I knew that that would be the ideal place. It would give me some breathing room and get me away from the stupid blank faces that looked at me. And making my way through the crowd of myself, I slowly moved towards my goal. It was a hard and unbearable task, just like getting up from the ground, but through the pain of being forcefully cloned, I managed to get to the base of the nearest tree. Pushing away the clones there, I vented out some of my frustration and anger by shoving them away hard. And then after a new set of my clones had separated from me, I used their bodies to help me up towards the closest branch on top of me. With only one good hand, climbing that tree was difficult, but with the determination that I managed to gather at the time, I knew that I could do almost anything, as long as it meant getting away from myself. Slowly but surely climbing up the tree, each set of clones that split from me ended up falling onto the forest bed below. I had to be careful not to share their fate though, so I made sure to time each movement correctly, being sure to get up the next branch just after the clones split from me. If I failed to do that, the pain of being replicated might make me lose my grip. Falling to the ground wouldn't have been a bad fate if it meant death, but with a sea of clones on the forest floor, I feared I would only end up with more broken bones. If that happens, I would probably end up permanently stuck there and eventually piled on by my own clones. That was a fate that I wanted to avoid as much as possible. So I made my way up carefully, not rushing myself as I got higher and higher. My goal was to reach the top, but with the tree being so high, it was going to take a while to get there. Because of that, I decided to take a break whenever I found a large and sturdy branch. After I was sure that it was secure and wouldn't tip over, I sat there and allowed myself some rest, at least as much rest as I could get from the pain that I was forced to go through. As I sat during those breaks, I looked down below to the massive clones at the bottom of the tree. In the darkness and from atop the trees, they seemed to have blurred into one blob. Joining them were the new clones that tore off from me, who fell from my skin and tumbled down, hitting various branches before landing atop the pile of replicas below. Following one of those many pauses in my climb, I prepared myself to get up to the next branch when the most recent replication shook me a little harder than the previous one. With my body convulsing, I ended up slipping from the branch. And desperately I tried to catch myself, but my shaky hand was unable to grab it on time. Time seemed to move slowly during that moment, as I watched myself fall farther and farther away from the branch. Tumbling down, I ended up facing down towards the ground, where other various branches awaited me. If I was lucky, I could perhaps grab or land onto one of them and prevent my continued fall. If not, I would be punctured by each one before I fall into the mass of clones beneath me. However, as I landed on that first branch, something unexpected happened. Instead of feeling it slam onto me, I saw my surroundings suddenly change in the blink of an eye. No longer was I looking at the gloomy sight of my clones piling up below me. They were all gone now and were replaced by a forest bed filled with foliage. As I continued to spin and tumble down, I caught glimpses of the forest and saw that it was more diverse and that it was now shrouded in daylight. I wasn't in that terrible dimension anymore. That branch must have had a hidden link towards another dimension. I had escaped. But there was no time to celebrate though. I may have escaped that dimension of horrors, but I have yet to escape from my fall. Slamming from one branch to another, I grunted in pain before seeing the ground zoom towards me. Closing my eyes, I let out a yell before falling out of consciousness. When I briefly woke up, I found myself looking up at a white ceiling. In a dazed state, I looked around to find myself in a large room, with rows upon rows of hospital beds on either side of me. Focusing on these beds, I saw men strapped on each one of them. My vision was blurry, but I swear that I saw that they all had my face. And then as sudden as I woke up, I passed out again from a sudden surge of pain. The next time I came to, I found myself in a smaller room, a much cozier one. Upon waking up, the attendant there quickly fetched a doctor who greeted me with a smile. From him, I learned that I had been in a coma for over a week. For the most part, much of what he said didn't register in my mind, and deep inside I was too busy being overcome by relief, knowing that I had safely returned to my dimension. I had been lucky, extremely so. Turning my attention back to the doctor, I listened as he went on to explain my present condition. As it turned out, when the organization found me, I was still cursed with that uncontrollable replication. However, it seemed that the rate had drastically slowed down from what it was before, as I only spewed out a clone every 2 hours. Whether it was because I was no longer in the dimension that I was cursed in, I don't know. What I did learn though was that the organization had somehow cured me. Through an experimental method that apparently involved radiation and some other ancient machinery that they apparently had in their possession, the doctors and scientists managed to reverse my uncontrollable affliction. Hearing that sounded like music to my ears. I no longer had to go through the terrible pain of having myself cloned repeatedly. After the doctor explained everything that he needed to, he told me to get some rest before making his way out of the room. Just as he was walking out though, I asked him what had happened to the rest of my section. And Jonathan and Catherine were nowhere to be found in the dimension that I entered, while Rachel and Henry never followed me in. I was extremely worried about what befell all 4 of them. The doctor's expression didn't look too positive. We were never able to recover their bodies, he simply said, and that was enough to tell me what had happened. I spent the next month in observation and recovery. During that time, I learned from friends in other sections of the exploration team that the whole team was being disbanded. Apparently, the organization managed to engineer some kind of organic robot to take our place. This disappointed many in the team, but I didn't care. At least it meant that I no longer had to go back into another foreign dimension ever again. However, there was one more thing they said that concerned me. More of the staircases have been appearing in forests, with each new one materializing farther and farther from the facility. Just like before, they spawned after the machine activated all by itself, which was becoming a frequent occurrence. Given the disaster our section and a few other sections experienced when exploring these wild staircases, the organization was apparently giving up on them. Labeled as too dangerous without any benefits, the organization would instead stick to exploring the controlled ones inside the facility only. The ones that appeared outside would be marked for burning in an attempt to destroy them and to stop people from climbing up them themselves. But still, some seem to slip through the cracks. That means that there are probably many staircases left unattended, free for any hiker or camper to stumble upon. If any of these people decided to play around with them and climb up the stairs, they might just end up in another dimension, one filled with horrors that they were never meant to see and harm that they were never meant to experience. And because of this, I want to give you all a warning. If you find a set of stairs in the middle of the woods, don't go up them. Be careful and burn them instead. First, a disclaimer. I'm not suggesting that anybody try this. Investigating abandoned buildings is dangerous enough even without the supernatural. You might breathe in toxic dust or get swarmed by ticks or spiders. You might run into rusty nails or psychotic addicts. And if you go looking for the night stairs, you might fall to your death, or worse. My name is Amber Lee. I'm 20 years old and I study journalism at a small southeastern college. I know I've chosen a difficult field to break into, so I'm trying to kickstart my career by combining work with my hobby, chasing down leads on strange stories from the dark corners of the internet. The first mention of the night stairs I found on a forum from 2002. It appears alongside other paranormal games that were popular at the time. According to the anonymous OP, the path to the night stairs is as follows. Find a place where a staircase should be, but isn't, such as the basement of a burned-down farmhouse or an unfinished construction site. Go there alone during a time of darkness, such as the night of the new moon. If there's too much light or other people are watching, the stairs will not appear. Taste a bit of grass, gravel, or something else nearby. Remember the taste well, as this will be your only sure way back. Close your eyes and believe, like really believe, that there's a staircase in front of you. With your eyes still closed, step out into the darkness. If you're standing on something solid, congratulations, you've arrived. From this point on, you must not open your eyes no matter what, until you are back where you started. The stairs might turn or lead down or up in a way that doesn't seem physically possible, and that's normal. You're on the night stairs now. As you continue your journey, you may find passages, doors, and other features leading away from the stairs. Explore at your leisure, but remember, you can only trust yourself to find the way back. When you wish to leave the night stairs, simply return the way that you came. However, keep in mind that the stairs may have changed in your absence. Since your eyes must stay closed, the only way to be sure that you're truly back where you started is through other senses. Remember when you chewed on a bit of the surrounding terrain? It was for this. When you think that you're back, taste something nearby. Once you are completely sure where you are, turn around and open your eyes. If you don't see any stairs, congratulations. You've made it there and back again. If you do see the night stairs behind you, however, you've made a terrible mistake. Nothing can save you now. The few comments were about what you would expect. Fake. I don't know you guys, I know someone who tried. My idiot brother got tetanus playing this stupid game, don't do it. I'm gonna try, I'll let you all know. Hey, it works, I went down like 13 floors in a basement, man what a trip. I'll be back with some proof for real. LOL, this guy got people eating dirt and falling in holes, what the heck. The thread didn't attract a lot of attention and it got buried fast. But it had an impact in other corners of the web, like Dylan's podcast of the weird. Although Dylan's blogspot site was taken down in 2006, I found a downloaded episode dealing with the night stairs and transcribed it below. Hey, it's your boy Dylan, back for another weird encounter. There's an urban legend around here that says if you go to a place where a staircase used to be on a night when there's no moon and you close your eyes, you can walk into a different world. Here's what happened when I tried it. The story says that you should rub your hands on the ground and lick your fingers for luck. So I'm off to a disgusting start. This place, it tastes like aluminum shavings and dust. I'm taking my first step onto where the second-story stairs of this factory should be. Wow, okay, there's something under my feet. It's like these stairs have carpet. Thick carpet too. Like shag from the 1970s. I guess I'll keep going. I've been walking for a while now, eyes still closed. I know I went by a hallway at some point. I passed a flat space and it smelled something like popcorn. There was background noise like the family living room when I was a kid, with the TV on in the background and kids laughing. But the air felt so cold. At this point, I'm higher than the roof. It keeps getting colder and colder, and I don't think that I can keep going much longer. I'm gonna see what's down one of these hallways before I go back. Okay, I'm feeling my way down the hallway and there's wallpaper. It's, I don't know, sticky, gross. A big open space, a room, it feels like a kitchen. I'm running my hands over countertops, bowls, a rolling pin, and some jars. Something's growing on everything. It crumbles apart like dried moss. Smells like mold when it goes up my nose. Makes me sneeze. Water is dripping somewhere. Wait. In the background, we hear something moving. The sound of pots and pans rattling and heavy barefoot steps. Something else is here. There's rasping breaths, circling footsteps, and then silence. Okay, I'm back on the stairs now and going down. I don't know what happened back there, but it really freaked me out. It threw off my count. I thought I'd come up 127 steps, or was it 133? I don't know. I'm going down now, but this can't be right. I've only gone down 30 steps and I'm back where I started. Well, that can't be. Let's see, the ground feels like the factory floor. Okay, let's taste something for luck. Ugh, it's like spoiled meat. Phew, okay, focus up. I've just got to keep moving, okay? It was just a landing. There's some more stairs here. It's been 240 steps, I've counted them. Finally a flat space. Whoops. Something metal clatters away into the distance. Oh, this has got to be it. Some rubble under my feet. Good, a quick taste. Okay, dust and aluminum, we're back. Oh, that was terrifying. Can't wait to do it again next month. That was the 12th and final episode of Dylan's Podcast of the Weird. I wasn't able to track down who Dylan really was or find out if he really tried to access the night stairs again. Since all we have is audio that he recorded himself, there's no way to trace or confirm anything that was said. But something about the podcast going silent immediately after this episode got me thinking about the dangers of looking for the night stairs, whether they're real or not. That's what led me to Cora Lynn Begley. Cora Lynn's MySpace page was lost during the website's server migration crisis, but until then the page remained the same as the day she disappeared in 2008. Part time capsule, part grim memorial to a girl who suddenly just wasn't anywhere. Cora Lynn's playlist, lots of Atreyu and Blue Tangle, started playing the moment that I visited her page. Her profile picture shows a 15-year-old with mischievous, crystal blue eyes and hair dyed blonde and pink, wearing tight jeans, a studded leather belt, a black wristband, and a Hello Kitty spaghetti strap shirt. She lists her interests as makeup, everything goth, Cartoon Network, Guitar Hero, and supernatural stuff. I soon realized that police and Cora Lynn's parents had very different ideas about what had happened to the missing teen. The only thing everyone agreed on was that the critical clue was here, on Cora Lynn's MySpace page. The official version states that Cora Lynn's disappearance was related to drugs. The police suspect that she overdosed and those around her hid her body to avoid persecution. It's certainly true that many of her friends were later arrested for drug-related offenses. 3 were actually charged with involvement in her death, but more on that later. First, I would like to share her father's version of events. Jamie Begley has an iron gray buzz cut, a pot belly, and thick glasses. He sips a light beer in his recliner. His feet don't quite touch the carpet. A feeling of loss fills the Begley home, which is silent apart from the hum of the television. It has probably been like this since Cora Lynn's disappearance, the subsequent trial, and the divorce. The decor appears unchanged. Cora Lynn's high school photos and stuffed animals look down on me with empty black eyes as I interview her father, Jamie. Thank you for agreeing to meet with me on such short notice, Mr. Begley. Oh, it's my pleasure, Amber. It's been a long time since anyone gave a crap about my daughter or what I had to say. Do you want a beer? No thanks. Do you mean to say that you feel overlooked by the police investigation? Overlooked? More like ignored. The police had a story they wanted to tell and they bent the facts until they fit. Don't get me wrong, I wasn't thrilled about my Cora hanging around those boys either, all dressed in black and covered in tattoos and pale as a bone. It was clear that they were using, but Cora was always headstrong. Are you referring to Andrew Hall and the others who were implicated in Cora's death? Andy, yeah, him. He was a real piece of work, always honking his car horn when he wanted Cora to come out, or peeling out because of some drama in his white trash family. To me, he always smelled like burning rubber. But don't think I don't see what Cora liked about him. Andy had curly black hair and big puppy dog eyes, and he knew how to wear that goth crap, even if it made him look like something out of some horror movie. Mr. Begley, do you think Andrew Hall was involved in your daughter's disappearance? Involved, yes. Responsible, no. No, the law did those boys dirty. I don't know what made Cora get into all that macabre stuff. Maybe it was the music, you know. The kind where the lead singer sounds like a raccoon getting strangled. I listen to it sometimes, you know, just 'cause it reminds me of her. But once Cora set her mind on something, she went all in there. But once Cora set her mind on something, she would go all in. There would have been no way that me or her mother or those boys could have stopped her from going after something once she had put her mind to it. And what do you think your daughter put her mind to, Mr. Begley? You gotta understand, Cora Lynn had it all. The Ouija board, the tarot cards, a crystal ball. She went all in. And as long as her grades were good, her mother and I let her be. We figured it was just a phase. And better she was mixed up with that than those jocks on the football team, right? But we didn't understand how deep into that stuff she was and how dangerous it could be. Dangerous how? And Jamie opens another beer. Look, I'm a Christian, okay? I don't believe in all that witch stuff. But that doesn't mean that it's safe for a teenage girl to go poking around graveyards and abandoned buildings at night. And there are some things you just can't explain. I mean, I was there one time when she did it. Did what, Mr. Begley? Disappeared. Well, are you saying that Cora Lynn had left home before? Left home? Hell no. I mean what I say. Disappeared. I still remember how it was. I took Cora deer hunting. God knows why. I guess with all the weird stuff she was into, I felt like I was losing her. I wanted some more of that father-daughter bonding time. Anyway, it was November and overcast and all the leaves were dead. We were camped out by an old half-burned down cabin on my pawpaw's land when Cora Lynn asked me if I wanted to see something cool. So of course I said yes. We got our headlamps and went to what was left of the cabin. One of the staircases had burnt up in the fire, but Cora used the other one to go all the way up to the cabin's attic. She told me to turn around so that I was looking at the forest, and to turn off my light. I figured it was going to be some kind of practical joke, and so I did. When nothing happened after a few minutes, I turned on my headlamp and went rooting around in the old cabin for Cora. There was lots of rotting furniture and dusty trash, but no Cora. I looked everywhere. In what was left of the closets in that creepy attic. She was gone. I had given up and gone downstairs when Cora walked around the cabin to meet me. She was whistling, all pleased with herself, and she had come from the burned-down side. Now I ain't much of a hunter. The only thing I usually catch is a hangover. But there's no way a 15-year-old girl could have got out of that creaking, broken-down place without me noticing. When I asked her how she had done it, she just told me, "Oh, I took the night stairs." References to the night stairs appear on Cora's MySpace page as well. Yeah, you're right, they do. But all the police cared about was pinning the case on those 3 boys since they couldn't get some drug charges to stick. When I told them all this, the deputy gave me this sympathetic look like I was crazy. but he helped me to check around a few abandoned buildings around town, and just in case Cora had fallen and broken her own full neck. And did you ever try to find the night stairs yourself, Mr. Begley? He opens a fourth beer. Look, Amber, I'm starting to get kinda tired. I think we ought to wrap this up here. So you didn't try, even though you like to think the stairs might be involved in your daughter's disappearance. Is that right, Mr. Begley? At this point, I hear a loud creak from the attic of the silent ranch house. We both look at each other and I know that Jamie Begley heard it too. I'm done answering questions, lady. And did you or did you not try to find the night stairs? It's a simple question. What happened to you out there, Mr. Begley? The creaking gets louder. There's a sound like something heavy being dragged across floorboards. Jamie Begley's face is cherry red. His eyes are bulging. He rises from his chair and stomps toward me. For a moment, I'm afraid he's going to attack me. Get out. Jamie Begley closes a squeaky screen door in my face. As I pull out of the driveway, I see his bulky shadow in the doorway, waiting to be sure of my departure. The 3 final posts on Coraline's MySpace page all relate to her boyfriend, Andrew Hall. Hey baby, you looked fine today. I love you. We meeting at the place tonight. Is 9 okay? Oh, you know it, babe. The place turned out to be an abandoned trailer near the highway. A search turned up drug paraphernalia, hair, and DNA evidence of Coraline's presence. It was all the police needed to put Andrew Hall and his friends, Jimmy Hoffman and Sean Van Hook, in their crosshairs. But still, I'm more interested in 2 earlier exchanges. October 14th, 2008. You guys find the stairs yet? Nope, Moon came through the clouds and Andy fell on his butt. October 30th. You ready for your holiday? What do you mean? For all your witchy stuff tomorrow. I know, right? We already proved the stairs are true. Which urban legend you guys want to try next? For answers, I'm going to prison. I have an interview date set with Andrew Hall, Cora's boyfriend and the last person to see her alive. He's currently serving a 20-year prison sentence for his involvement in Coraline's death and related drug charges. Prison has taken its toll on Andrew Hall. From his chiseled muscle to his sharp cheekbones, Andy is all hard edges. But his skin has an unhealthy pallor, and there's something haunted in the rings around his dark brown eyes. When he approaches the glass window between us and his orange jumpsuit, I have to force myself not to recoil. Another reporter, huh? It's been a while. You all used to be on me like flies on crap. Not anymore. Always gotta move on to the next tragedy so that you can stay trending, right? Andrew Hall's voice drips with sarcasm. He hates the media, and maybe for good reason. And I'm already sure that this isn't going to be easy. Well, I'm not a journalist yet, Mr. Hall, just a student, and I'm here to give you a chance to tell your side of the story. My side of the story? You wouldn't believe me if I told you, and if you really want to study, you should try prison. All the time in the world to read and think. By the way, you got any cigarettes? Well, no, I'm afraid I don't. About Coraline. Well, then I guess we're done here. My girlfriend died of an overdose and me and my friends hid the body. You can read it all in my confession. Really, it's a great read. Go get yourself a copy. Andy stands up from the rickety metal chair. The guards close in as he lumbers toward the exit. I know I'm about to say something inappropriate, but I can't help myself. Just because you plead guilty doesn't mean that you are guilty, Andy. That's not what happened. You aren't the first person I've talked to, and I know about the night stairs. Andy stops dead. He slowly turns back toward me as though being dragged against his will. Let me give you a little advice. Forget everything you know and everything you think you know about the night stairs. You want to tell me what really happened to Coraline, Andy? The fact that you're asking, that you've come this far, means you already know. But why not? I'm starting to warm up to our little conversation. It started with the heroin. Police got that much right. That's why they threw the book at us, to make an example. Never mind that everyone from the senator's kids to the gym teacher was also shooting it up around oxy or ketamine. But no, it was us who got the blame. Did Cora Lynn use? Well, yeah, a couple times. Only when the rest of us did. She was younger than us. I guess she wanted to seem cool. You were her boyfriend. Did you ever consider trying to stop her? I didn't think there was anything wrong with it. What can I say? I was 17. I was an idiot. Was Cora using the night that she disappeared? I don't think so, but I couldn't say for sure. The rest of us were rushing pretty hard. I remember that she was going to be the last one to shoot up, but she just looked at us lying on the floor of that abandoned trailer. She had this look of disgust on her face. I got this awful feeling, like she was going to move on to bigger and better things while I just stayed here and rotted in this stupid town with my stupid friends. I wanted to get up and go after her when she left, but your limbs get heavy, and you start to feel all tired. And that was the last time you saw Cora. Time's up, Paul. On your feet. Andrew, are you alright? Why don't you ask Jimmy if he's seen Cora? He confessed, same as I did. Go ask him, I'm done here. A cursory search for Jimmy Hoffman, another of Andy's friends found guilty in the Begley case, reveals that he disappeared from prison 16 months after sentencing. Jimmy Hoffman is still missing. My quest to learn more about the night stares and the bizarre events surrounding them has left me with more questions than answers. So I'm asking, have you ever tried to find the night stares? And maybe more importantly, should I? What had started as an article about urban legends online was now an investigation into a vanished teenage girl and a missing prisoner. I had started this journey to develop my portfolio as a journalist, but how far was I willing to take it? My friends had noticed the dark rings around my eyes from late-night research. My interstate driving tips to conduct interviews and chase down leads cost me a fortune in time and gasoline, but I didn't care. I pulled over on the side of an empty highway in a flyover state, sipping cheap coffee from a styrofoam cup as I stretched my legs and watched the sunset. I felt alive. This was why I wanted to be a journalist. There was no feeling quite like knowing that you're on the tail of something, that you're on the verge of unraveling a great mystery. If I had been thinking clearly, I don't think I would have tried to find the night stares. If this was the last thing that Cora Lynn had felt, I needed to experience it too. I also needed proof to negotiate with the 3 boys involved in her appearance, who clearly knew more than they were telling about the night stares. I found a place walking distance from my university that I thought could work. A broken off set of flagstone steps that lead down into the hillside forest of twisted black trees. That jagged masonry was all that was left of someone's once happy home. It was deep enough in the trees that these streetlights wouldn't reach it, so all I had to do was wait for a moonless or an overcast night to make my move. I got my chance the day after I found those broken stone steps. Once again, fate seemed to be rushing me, pushing me into decisions that I couldn't take back. Even so, I took some extra precautions for my excursion onto the night stairs. I brought a backpack with extra food and water, a jacket for the cold, a pocket knife, and a blindfold. Yesterday night, I wrapped that black fabric around my eyes, chomped on the leaves of a nearby dandelion, and stepped off of the bottom step into the empty space below. My rational mind knew what should happen next, an embarrassing fall down a muddy hill into some thorns and dead leaves. But instead, I found myself standing on a hard, bare step. I couldn't believe it. My heart pounded and my breathing accelerated, and I had to fight the urge to rip off my blindfold and look around me. It had really worked. I was actually on the night stairs. I reached down to touch the surface below my feet. It was chilly and smooth, almost like marble. The stairs were about 3 feet wide, but when I reached the end on either side, I was grasping only empty air. Not knowing how high the ceiling was or how far below the floor it might be gave me a sense of vertigo. It was like that internal compass that we use to gauge distances, guess directions, and find our way around new places. It didn't work here. Walking forward when you can't see is harder than it sounds. The stairs twisted downward in a spiral, and I had to be careful where I put my feet. I could hear and feel the breeze on my skin blowing from whatever was out there. It was a hot and dashing wind that made me think of cities burning. I kept walking. I had gone down about 60 steps when I reached the first flat zone. If what I had read was true, I could either continue straight ahead down more stairs or explore the area. The warm wind whipped around me, but the smooth material of the stairs stayed cool to the touch. I reached my toe out into the darkness beside me. There was definitely a hallway there, but something about it unnerved me. Since I had started down the night stairs, the primal part of my brain had been screaming a warning at me, and had now reached fever pitch. I didn't understand the warning at the time, but I withdrew my foot and continued down the stairs instead. I was passing the second landing when I heard something other than the wind. At first, I didn't believe it. I thought maybe my overexcited brain was imagining sounds to fill the emptiness. But it was laughing. It kept getting closer. It came with big, floppy footsteps and the tinkling of bells that kind of reminded me of medieval court jesters. Not being able to see was suddenly twice as terrifying. I froze in place on the stairs. It was coming from just below me. There were no walls to hide behind here. I was completely exposed, and when the laughing stopped, I had a horrible feeling that whoever or whatever had been making that awful sound was staring right at me. A few seconds later, the laughter resumed, and the tinkling bells disappeared into the distance. The sense of malice that the laughter left behind hung in the air like a black cloud. I wondered if the stairs had protected me from it somehow. I wondered who or what it was. I wondered why I wasn't running away as fast as I could. Call it pride. Call it a fear of failure. Call it journalistic integrity. I don't know why I hitched up my backpack on my shoulders and trudged on downward, but I did. My encounter with the laughter kept me tense for a long time. Each time I came to a landing, I stopped to listen, and each time I heard nothing except for my own ragged breathing. The size, shape, and steepness of the stairs changed as I went. I encountered materials that felt like brick, hardwood, corrugated metal, and even packed dirt. With so many changes and the tiring tension of walking blind, I guess it was inevitable. I slipped. My arms windmilled and I tried to collapse backwards into the stairs, but it was no use. I was falling forward toward the abyss. Shock and relief flooded me as my cheek hit something like sticky wallpaper. Thankfully, the blindfold was intact. I realized why I hadn't heard the wind in a while and why the air was so stuffy. Without noticing, I had entered a walled area. I touched my face where I had made contact with the wall. It was sticky and it stung a little, but I had no way to inspect the damage. It was time to decide if I really wanted to continue. Walking straight up the hundreds of stairs that I had already passed was intimidating enough already. After all, I am a journalism student, not a mountain climber. I felt the water and granola bars in my backpack and I made up my mind. I would explore the next hallway that felt safe, and then I would turn around. 20 steps later, the air was getting thick and humid. Instead of needing the jacket that I had brought, I found myself wiping sweat from my forehead as I walked. I stepped out into a large open space and paused to consider my next move. It felt like some sort of amphitheater. I was getting used to experiencing the world through senses other than sight. The total blackness hardly bothered me anymore. I was about to begin exploring when I heard the sound of a saxophone somewhere far away. A sad, lonely tune reverberated from the ceiling of the enormous space. Something about the music made me feel like it was live and not recorded. But who or what would be putting on a concert in this gigantic and empty chamber? Even more eerily, I recognized the tune. It was playing when my first college date took me to a jazz bar. It was a rainy night, my first week in the city, and everything seemed so bright and new. It was the first time that I really truly fell in love with someone. I wanted to walk toward the music. Once again, that animal instinct in the back of my mind screamed a warning. It was faint, but I heard it, and only after a few steps I was backing up. The problem now was, how would I find the stairs on the other side of the chamber? I had come off of the main track and every part of the floor was the same as every other. And what if I had gotten turned around? What if I wasn't facing the direction that I thought I was? All I could do was grit my teeth and move forward, that slow jazz saxophone echoing in my ears. I wasn't as far off as I thought. I had my hands outstretched like a zombie from a cheesy horror movie, and before long my fingers brushed against a rough stone wall. I felt my way along the dungeon-like wall in the direction that I thought the stairs should be until I found an opening, and then I headed down. One more, I told myself, just one more landing and then I'll head back. Hallways, open spaces, and rooms came more and faster, but each time I made some excuse for why this one wasn't right to explore. The sensations I felt when I stepped into them felt like some kind of bright lure, the kind that those horrific deep-sea fish used to draw on their prey. There was a corridor that smelled like my grandmother's cinnamon sugar cookies. An open space of wet grass and the sound of sprinklers made me want to run around like a kid again, even a room with soft, clean-feeling towels hanging all around, perfect to wipe off my sweating body and wrap up for a little while. I was about to turn around when I reached a dead corridor. There were no strange sounds or smells, the space just felt empty so far, and even the air was sterile and dry. If I was going to leave the stairs, there was no better place. I decided to drink some water and eat a little before I started exploring. The truth is that I was exhausted. I had lost count of how many levels I had gone, and the journey back seemed so long that I was afraid to begin it. Something felt wrong as soon as I started drinking. It took a few seconds for me to realize if I was drinking water, why did I still hear breathing? Unless there was somebody standing silently beside me. I dropped my water bottle and sprinted up the stairs. I tripped, busted my shins, and dragged myself up again. I realized that the mysterious podcaster had been right. I couldn't count on anything being the same on the way back. Hallways changed and disappeared altogether, and I had to contain a scream when I reached the jazz chamber. There were voices, maybe thousands, cheering hysterically for the saxophonist as he continued his lonely tune. It seemed impossible that I could cross the immense space without grazing against one of them. My blood was pounding with the fear of being noticed, being hunted, being caught. I told myself that as long as I stayed on the path of the stairs, I would be alright. But calmly putting one foot in front of the other while knowing that the breather might be inches from my face wasn't going to be easy. I focused on each step, and somehow my outstretched hand touched the rough stone wall before I bumped into a member of that frenzied crowd. And to make matters worse, the stairs themselves had changed. In some places, they became a narrow, tight space between endlessly high walls. In others, the ceiling was so low that I had to crawl forward on my hands and knees. My feet were like blocks of wood and my legs ached, but I didn't dare to stop. I was thinking that I still had about 2/3 of the journey left to go when my scraped-up hand felt spiky weeds and dead leaves. The chilly but humid night breeze greeted my face, and I even heard a distant car speeding through the early morning streets, but I wasn't about to be tricked. I felt around until my hand grabbed a dandelion stem. I took a bite, bitter and grassy. Just as expected, I was back. With a deep sigh, I took off my blindfold. The night stairs were gone. I spent a long time just running my fingers through the dirt and dead leaves, listening to the cicadas and other sounds of the night. I was glad to be alive. Somehow I was twice as sore as before when I finally staggered to my feet and limped up the hill to a streetlight. In its yellowed glow, I took out my phone to inspect the damage. The first thing I noticed was the time. I had been on the night stairs for hours, but somehow only about 4 minutes had passed. I checked my face in the camera. An ash-gray patch, like a kind of birthmark or a growth, covered my cheek where it had touched the corridor wall. It still burned and throbbed, but I was too tired to get it checked out immediately. Instead, I started the long journey back to my dorm room, checking for my keys as I did. That was how I found the note sticking out of my pocket. It was written on Hello Kitty stationery, the kind a 15-year-old girl might use. You haven't gone nearly far enough yet. XOXOXOX. Cora. When I finally got back to my dorm room, my legs were trembling. I was sticky with sweat and a weird gray growth covered my entire right cheek. But I had got the information that I had been searching for. The night stairs exist. They caused the disappearance of Cora Lynn Begley, and probably countless others as well. I envied my roommate, who was dozing contentedly in a messy pile of blankets. My own fight-or-flight response was still on high alert, and I knew I wouldn't be sleeping. Instead, I took my laptop and the data that I had assembled to the laundry room and planned my next steps. An incredibly large number of people around Cora Lynn appeared to have knowledge of the night stairs. Jimmy Hoffman had probably used or tried to use the night stairs to escape from prison. Both Cora Lynn's father, Jamie, and her boyfriend, Andrew, became evasive or downright hostile when questioned about the topic, and clearly knew more than they were telling. That left Sean Van Hook, the one member of Cora Lynn's trio of friends who I hadn't spoken to yet. According to the original court decision, Sean had the least involvement in Cora Lynn's death. He was released early for good behavior in 2015. After that, his trail goes cold. I was able to find Sean's mother's phone number, which I called as soon as I could without being rude. Yeah, Mrs. Van Hook. Yeah, what do you want? My name is Amber Lee and I'm a journalism student. I would like to interview your son, Sean. Do you think you could help me contact him? Look, lady, Sean don't come around here no more. He don't even call himself Sean no more. It goes by Moy Doe or some fool thing. He lives with those hippies down in Black Rock. That name, it sounded familiar. My dad is a second-generation Korean immigrant, and I knew what that name meant. Mystic Way. Could it be a reference to the night stairs? A quick Google search turned up the Black Rock Spiritual Retreat Center, a 4-hour drive away close to the state line. I had found my next lead. The diverse group of liberation theologists, Zen students, Sufi, and pagans who began Black Rock had wanted a remote and untouched location. As far as I was concerned, they had found it. I followed the brown signs from the state route between tiny towns to a forest road, and finally dirt tracks that seemed to go on forever. It was an endless maze of pine trees and jagged limestone cliffs beneath an oppressive gray sky. A simple gate and a weathered, hand-painted wooden placard announced my arrival at the Black Rock Spiritual Retreat Center. I parked and pulled the string on a little brass bell beside the gate. To my surprise, somebody appeared almost immediately. A cheerful young woman with a shaved head and orange robes came bounding out of the woods. She welcomed me and introduced herself as Sunshine. My name is Amber Lee. I'm a journalism student interested in a visit. Well, welcome to Black Rock. Here, please sign our guest book. There's a pull-off past the gate where you can park and walk up to the center lodge from there. We don't have any specific rules for visitors, but we do ask that you please respect the tranquility of our space. Is your visit for personal reasons, or something else, Amber? I wanted to make sure that Sunshine opened the gate before I went into specifics. I had a feeling that kicking up dirt about a criminal matter involving one of the residents would be considered disturbing the peace at Black Rock. Oh, it's actually about an article that I'm writing. And do you think it would be possible to interview some of the practitioners here? Oh, of course. We're always glad when our little project gets coverage out there in the big wide world. There are a few practitioners who have taken a vow of silence though, and Father Vasquez, our last living founder, is very ill. I drove through the open gate and parked in the turnoff. The only sounds were the lonely calls of birds and wind in the shadowy trees. My university, the small towns that I had passed through, and the rest of civilization suddenly felt very far away. This was a perfect place to disconnect from the busy, complicated modern world. But if something bad happened to you out here, they would never find your bones. I don't know where the thought came from, but it made me shiver despite the humidity. Sunshine guided me along a clay path surrounded by wildflowers. She kept up a constant, cheerful conversation all the way to the main lodge, asking about my clothes, the news, and what songs were popular nowadays. I was glad to answer her questions. It allowed me to avoid mentioning the real purpose of my visit. Most Black Rock residents seemed far more suspicious of outsiders than Sunshine. When I waved cheerfully at a bald man working in his garden, he stared back at me with bulging eyes until we disappeared beyond the trees. Two women with gray dreadlocks whispered to each other when they saw us, and then hurried away as we approached. Maybe it was the way that I looked, with my made-in-China clothes, iPhone, sunglasses, and city shoes. Maybe I was being paranoid. Maybe not. The lodge reminded me of a temple. The big wooden building was painted with bright murals, but it had definitely seen better days. Nearby paths led to other, smaller structures where I assumed the residents lived. Some were barely more than tents made of scrap. Others were sturdy log cabins, pagodas, and even an adorable little cottage that reminded me of a gingerbread house. Sunshine clapped her hands together and bowed. Well, I guess this is where I leave you. Enjoy your visit and remember to sign out in the guest book behind the sign out front. I smiled, nodded, and started snooping around. The main lodge was dusty, dim, and deserted. I rummaged through yellowed pamphlets, a disorganized library, and a vast, empty meditation hall. I was about to give up and go outside when I noticed a sliding door on the rear wall. Looking over my shoulder, I cautiously opened it. The light barely reached the room inside, but what I could see was definitely more interesting. There was a pile of rags on the floor beside some dishes, and the walls were covered with a bizarre mix of children's drawings, awards, and black and white photos. They showed a handsome, goateed man with long raven hair and a cassock. Whoever he was, he seemed important. Not everybody has a picture with both Pope John Paul II and Che Guevara. I was so intent on examining the photos that I didn't notice when the pile of rags behind me had moved. I had to hold in a scream when I heard a gasping, ragged breath. I spun around to see an emaciated figure laying, eyes closed, on the floor. Father Vasquez, our last living founder, is very ill. I got out of there so fast that I almost slammed into a tanned, muscular, and very naked man standing in the lodge doorway. Oh, I'm sorry, excuse me. Visiting Father Vasquez. That old man's got one foot in the grave. I'm Samson, by the way. Are you new? Yeah, my name's Amber. I'm just here to look around. It wasn't a very good choice of words, considering I was trying to look everywhere except right in front of me. Well, welcome to Black Rock, where a man can be truly free. And don't let some of the killjoys around here get you down. We take all kinds, but it's been a rough couple of years, and a lot of folks have become pretty suspicious of newcomers and, outsiders. I did notice a lot of staring on my way in. Oh, water under the bridge. So, are you... I was wondering, do you think you could help me find someone? Well, as long as they want to be found. He goes by Myoidu, I think. Oh, him. Down there, by the creek. I see, and, Samson, I don't mean to pry, but it seems like you don't like him very much. Do you mind telling me why? Samson glared at the cabin that he had indicated. In his eyes was a storm of dark emotions that I couldn't decipher. Live and let live, I guess. See you around. As Samson bounced away, I took a path through the ferns to the cabin. It was well built and secured with solid wood shutters and a thick door. There was a staircase of about 7 steps, but the bottom 4 were missing. I heaved myself up onto the porch and pulled a bell cord similar to the one at the Black Rock entrance. I didn't hear any ring, but the door opened immediately, as though someone was expecting me. Inside, the cabin was completely dark. A match was struck, an oil lamp lit, and in its glow I was finally face to face with Myoidu, formerly known as Sean Van Hook, the third person implicated in Coraline Begley's disappearance. He is a short, pale man with an intense gaze. He wears his blonde hair short, and his dark clothing reminds me of a Zen monk's robe. The lamplight reflects off his thin black-framed glasses. My name is Amber Lee, and I'm a journalism student, and I'd like to talk to you about Coraline Begley. That's an interesting mark on your face. Do you remember Coraline? Tell me, is it warm or cold to the touch? He has a commanding voice, and his presence dominates the room. I find myself unconsciously touching the gray blot on my cheek. It's cooler than the surrounding skin. It's, cold. I see. Do you have any idea what you're doing? I don't. What do you think the Night Realm is, Amberly? A way to get more views on your blog. Individuals and governments have wasted countless hours, resources, and lives trying to understand it. In the end, they all give up. Do you know why, Amberly? Because things don't come back out the same as they went in. Take a look around. The glow of the oil lamp reveals the cramped, insane layout of the cabin. There are empty door frames, dead-end hallways, and dozens of half-constructed staircases. Some of them are even upside down on the ceiling. I think I should go. It was a mistake to come here. I'm sorry for disturbing your retreat. Go. I haven't given you permission to do that yet, Amberly. And anyway, there's nowhere you can go where I couldn't follow. Excuse me, are you threatening me? I back out of the bizarre cabin, looking around for Samson, Sunshine, anybody, but we're completely alone in the forested clearing. I am advising you, Amberly. No one alive knows more about the Night Realm than me. Do you really want to run away from here with your tail between your legs, your questions unanswered? Or do you want to learn the truth? I hesitate. He smiles. He holds 2 black blindfolds in his hands. I was in a commune hundreds of miles from civilization, alone in a cabin with an ex-convict involved in a teen girl's disappearance. The danger should have been obvious, but I was so obsessed with the story that I was chasing that I was blind to it. I didn't realize at the time that the man I had come to interview was a master manipulator. He led our conversation exactly where he wanted, and I naively followed along. He closed the door. The darkness is absolute apart from the glow of the oil lamp on the floor. Flickering glimpses of the crazy, claustrophobic architecture of the cabin make me feel like I'm on the night stairs already. The problem isn't that information isn't out there. Oh, it is. The problem is that it's never all gathered together in one place, because no one survives the Night Realm long enough to paint a complete picture. Except for you. Except for me. I suppose you've heard that one must access the night realm on the night of a new moon, or in an abandoned place. False. You probably read that one needs stairs to access the night realm. Also false. Stepping into any empty space while alone in absolute darkness will suffice, if belief is sufficient. I will show you when we meet on the other side. It's possible to explore the night realm together. How? Do you still not understand, Amberly? I built this cabin to explore the night realm. It's my own personal laboratory. One of us will enter from one room, the other from a different one. We'll find each other on the other side. I still don't see what you mean. The night realm responds to our psychological states and desires, although not always in the way that we intend. If you make finding me your focus and I do likewise, it shouldn't take long for us to meet. Now that I was faced with the possibility of returning to the night realm, I wasn't at all sure that I actually wanted to do it. I especially wasn't sure that I wanted to do it with this man, whose intense stare was already making me uncomfortable. The thing is, I don't exactly feel safe going back there. Of course, the night realm is unsafe, but there are precautions that we can take. For example, we must not speak while in the night realm. Speaking draws unwanted attention. Instead, we'll identify each other by touch. When I think I've found you, I'll grab your arm and trace my name on your skin with my finger. You will do the same to me. That way we'll know that we found each other and not something else. You're not understanding. I'm not doing this. You don't have a choice. That mark on your face is bigger today than it was yesterday, and tomorrow it will be bigger still. You'll soon notice other, less pleasant changes as well. The solution is waiting in the night realm. I touched my face. He had struck a nerve. The mark already seemed to grow each time I glanced in a mirror, and I sometimes caught people staring at it. The darkness has made it colder and harder somehow. I try to swallow, but my mouth is dry and my voice is a whisper. How do I get rid of this thing? I'll tell you when we return, not before. There are several wooden boxes beside his bedroll in the center of the room. He opens one and takes out some shriveled, evil-looking mushrooms. Here, these will be our guide back. Eat one and then scatter a few on the steps as you descend. Don't worry, they're normal forest mushrooms. I dried them myself. He waits expectantly. I realize that I'm going to have to fake this. I grab a handful of mushrooms, but as I do, I also collect a few splinters of loose straw from the floor. I slip some straw into my mouth and pretend to chew on a mushroom. I make a disgusted face and he seems satisfied. Remember that taste? Here, take this blindfold. I'll remove myself to a corridor and prepare myself. You will step into the night realm first. Any of these half staircases or drop-off halls should do nicely. See you on the other side. And with that, he stood and disappeared before a sliding door along with his lamp. I was left in total darkness, alone except for my own breathing. I had mere minutes to come up with a plan and put it into action. I slipped the mushrooms into a pocket, tied on the blindfold, and felt in the darkness for a set of stairs. I scattered bits of straw along each step, took a deep breath, and then stepped off into the abyss. Maybe it was the non-traditional method that I had used or my own nervous mental state, but the night realm felt different this time. The air was stuffy and unmoving, and the darkness felt even heavier if that were possible. I took a few tentative steps forward. These stairs were steep, close together, and wet. It would be all too easy to slip. But that didn't matter. It was time to put my plan into action. I turned around and sprinted back the way that I had come. If I was lucky, I would exit the night realm just as he had entered it, giving me a few moments to investigate and escape. The night stairs, however, weren't cooperating. It was as though the place resented such a brief intrusion. Instead of 3 steps, I found myself climbing 10, 20, 40. I passed only a single landing. I could feel the cross breeze of the corridors, and as soon as I had set foot on it, a horrible sound of rustling wings, like millions of insects moving at once, it erupted from both sides. I clamped my hands over my mouth and staggered blindly ahead until I found the stairs. But the more anxious I grew, the steeper and more treacherous they became. I found myself climbing what was basically a slick and uneven ladder. Thinking about what Moidu had said, I forced myself to calm down and focus on my goal. I visualized the dark, empty room and myself stepping onto the hollow stairs. My heart rate slowed. The stairs leveled out. I felt a familiar texture beneath my feet and stooped down to taste some straw, just as I had remembered. It had taken me 4 steps to leave and over 100 to come back. I removed the sweat-soaked blindfold, although it was still pitch black in the cabin, and I turned on my cell phone light. I went straight for the wooden boxes. Somehow dried beans, pots, and other daily necessities. Another held books. Inside the 3rd box, I found evidence of a very different Moidu, the boy that Sean Van Hook had been. Some ticket stubs and guitar picks. A photo of 3 teenagers. A pale boy with thick glasses and shoulder-length blonde hair whose intense stare I recognized. A happier and healthier Andrew Hall. And nestled affectionately into Andy's shoulder, Cora Lynn Begley. There was a whole collection of photos that I had doubted anybody had access to. Certainly not Jamie Begley or the police. Jimmy Hoffman and Cora Lynn rocking out someone's band practice. The whole gang trying and failing to do headstands along a pool at a house party. Cora learning to skateboard. Cora in the lunchroom, looking thoughtfully out the window. Something about the last photo rubbed me the wrong way. It looked like it had been taken without Cora's knowledge. That feeling only got worse when I held up the flashlight and shuffled through more pictures. Cora's bedroom window at night. A close-up of Cora's room. In the mirror, she can be seen changing her clothes. These pictures weren't someone's fond memories. They were evidence. I snatched them up, but I wasn't ready for what I saw underneath them. A familiar studded leather belt and a single stained pink sock, just the right size for a teenage foot. And that was enough for me. I got to my feet and got moving towards the door. An iron grip closed around my wrist. I swung my flashlight around and found myself face to face with Moidu. All that pretense of mysticism and calm control had disappeared. The angry, ignored teenage boy shone through. Maybe this twisted, rage-filled, pale face was the last thing that Cora Lynn Bagley ever saw. Maybe it was the last thing that I would see. I screamed, but he didn't let go. I think it's time you told me what you're really doing here, Amberly. You can tell me the gentle way or the painful way. I'm not a physically strong person. I hate working out, and I've never been to a self-defense class. But I do know that in a situation like that, you have to keep screaming, you have to keep struggling, and you can't give up no matter what. He twisted my arm until I thought it would break, but my exhausting run up the night stairs had given me a single advantage. I was covered in sweat. When he tried to put me in some kind of hold, I slipped free of his grasp and ran for the cabin door. Of course it was locked. I cried, screamed, and beat my fists uselessly against the thick wood. You're coming back with me to the night realm. You can't even conceive of the things that I can do to you there. I felt someone coming up behind me, but I also heard voices outside. Samson was pounding on the wooden door. I thought that I could hear Sunshine's voice too. I screamed for all that I was worth. Somewhere behind me, a door slid shut. I heard ascending footsteps and then nothing. A few seconds later, light poured into the mad cabin. Samson stood before me, still naked but holding a giant sledgehammer. Sunshine and the other Black Rock residents were clustered in a tight pack behind him. She approached and wrapped a homespun shawl around my shoulders while the residents searched for my attacker. It was useless. Sean, Moidu, or whoever or whatever he was, had disappeared. I took the evidence that I had found to the police as soon as I could. I said nothing about the night stairs and focused on what I could prove. Sean's use of the Moidu as an alias, his bizarre mountain cabin, the clothing that might have belonged to Cora, and his voyeuristic photos of the missing teen. The officer nodded politely but looked like he had somewhere better to be. In the end, he explained the county didn't have the resources to reopen an old case, just because of a belt and some dirty photos. My concerns about my own safety didn't get much more of a reaction. The officer offered to contact campus security at my university and tell them to keep an eye out for Sean. For all his good intentions, the message was clear. I was on my own. Driving home, I thought about Sean's warning. There's nowhere you can go where I can't follow. Was it just empty boasting, or had Sean found a way to exit the night stairs at a different point than where he had entered? I thought about how Cora's father mentioned she would go into one room and then seem to appear somewhere else. Just how much had Cora and her trio of friends learned about the night stairs before her disappearance? Back on campus, I asked Emma, a biology student from my dorm, to run some tests on the mushrooms that Sean had tried to get me to take. Emma was straight-laced and quiet, but when I saw her again a few hours later, I thought that she was going to hit me. She demanded to know if this was some kind of sick joke or if I was trying to get her into trouble on purpose. She had never seen anything like Sean's mushrooms, but they were so full of toxins and psychedelic compounds that she was afraid to show them to anyone else. Staring at the gray mark on my face, Emma told me that she didn't know me anymore and stomped away before I could explain. Sean had told the truth about one thing. The mark on my cheek was growing. It stretched from just below my eye to halfway down my neck. Each time I touched it, it felt less like normal human skin. I found myself avoiding bright light and my appetite had changed too. I was hardly ever hungry or thirsty, but when I was, it scared me a little bit. I spent hours in my dorm room with the blinds closed, scouring the web for clues that I might have missed, terrified that Sean might walk out of the wall at any moment. I had to solve this mystery and find Cora before he caught up to me. I was beyond the bounds of what was ethical or even legal at this point. Andrew Hall and Jamie Begley both knew more than they were telling, and my time was running out. Soon enough, I was in the woods behind the Begley house. I wasn't sure what I was looking for, but I hoped that I would know it when I saw it. I couldn't help but wonder if I was hiding in the same bushes that Sean had used to stalk Cora all those years ago. The hours dragged by. Apart from the occasional bird or squirrel, there was nothing to break the monotony of Jamie Begley's routine. Watching TV, heating up microwave dinners, pissing out the beer that he had drunk. The only strange thing was one room on the second floor. It was covered by cardboard, but inside the room, a light was always on, 24 hours a day. And Jamie, I now knew, hardly ever went upstairs. What was going on up there? Jamie Begley finally went to bed around 1 a.m. I waited 2 more hours in the eerie nighttime woods just to be sure, and then I crept up to the house. As I used Jamie's own rusty stepladder to climb onto the roof, I told myself that I must be crazy, but I didn't stop. I couldn't stop. I had to know. The roof was steeper than it had seemed from below. The covered, backlit window that I was interested in right above Jamie's bedroom, and I prayed I was being quiet enough as I crept toward it across the worn shingles. It was nailed shut. I was about to give up when I realized that Cora's old room was also on the second floor. The roof groaned beneath me, but I managed to scramble around to Cora's window. As expected, it was unlocked. I slipped like a ghost into Cora's bedroom. I wanted to explore, but I wasn't sure how much time I had. Light poured through the doorway gaps from the other end of the hallway. I noticed, disturbingly, that the door was sealed with a heavy wooden bar. A ring of keys hanging beside the door opened the 3 other locks that sealed it. 2 huge, buzzing lamps scorched my retinas. I glimpsed a mattress, dog food bowls, a foul-smelling bucket, and a long, thick chain. It was connected to an emaciated, sickly figure that I only barely recognized as Jimmy Hoffman. Jimmy Hoffman looks up with a terrified start as I gently close the door. He doesn't seem to know whether to cover his mouth or his ears, which are buried in long, uncared-for hair. When I take a few steps toward him, he begins shaking uncontrollably. Jimmy Hoffman. What are you doing here? He'll hear you, he'll come. I could ask you the same thing. You've got to help me. He's kept me locked in here for years. He thinks I know something about what happened to Cora. Look, how about you just turn out the light and go back the way you came, huh? Not until I get some answers. You being here is proof that a person can step onto the night stairs in one location and step off somewhere else. How? She's crazy. Typical. Someone finally comes and she's crazy. I should have known. How did you do it, Jimmy? Focus. We don't have much time. You need something from the place you want to get to, right? Maybe a pine cone if it's a forest or an envelope from someone's home. Then you get on the night stairs like usual and you focus on the place. You have to take a corridor until you find a different flight of stairs on it. They'll somehow lead to the destination. Of course, you gotta have some idea what it should taste like when you get there. An envelope. Jamie Bagley wrote to you in prison, didn't he? And you jumped at the chance to take the night stairs back here. I should have stayed. Anything would be better than this. Shh, let's just... I heard movement coming from downstairs. The interview was officially over. I was taking out my phone to call the police when I heard the unmistakable sound of a shotgun being racked behind me. I knew if I turned around and put my phone down like Jamie Bagley was demanding, I too would never leave that awful room. Instead, I dived at one of the lamps, ripping it from its plug. As soon as it came free, I flung it at its twin and plunged the room into darkness. I heard a cry and a blind shotgun blast that shattered the window. I ran for it and jumped out through the broken glass with my eyes shut tight. I was surprised and terrified when my feet landed on a step. I was so shocked that I almost opened my eyes. I was on the night stairs with no idea how to get back. Even if I could, confronting Jamie Bagley didn't seem much safer than taking my chances here. These stairs were wide and covered with grass. A warm breeze carried the smells of summer in suburbia. Pools, barbecues, fresh-cut lawns. I tried to calm myself and be practical. I knew how to exit the stairs somewhere else. What did I have from the world outside? The only thing that occurred to me for sure was the university ID in my pocket. I knew the place where it was printed on campus and that the walls should taste like brick and the floors and dust like a very particular lime-scented detergent that the cleaning staff used. I clutched the ID tightly and concentrated on the printing room as I walked down the stairs. Soon I found a corridor. Remembering the laughter and the breather, I paused before leaving the stairs. Nothing. Just like the stairs, the surface below my feet was well-trimmed grass. I started walking straight ahead, eager for the second set of stairs to appear. Maybe too eager. I had been walking for only a few minutes when I heard a sound that made my blood run cold. About 40 lawnmowers, hedge trimmers, and chainsaws had all started at once. They rushed toward me, accompanied by a horde of babbling voices. My brain screamed at me to run, but something told me that if I moved faster, they would as well. The obscene sound of so many machines created a knot in my stomach, but I forced myself to walk quietly back the way that I had come. When I finally felt the cross breeze of the stairs, they were so close that it was deafening, running toward me at an inhuman speed. I stepped onto the stairs just as they rushed by, swinging their cutters and screaming gibberish. My heart pounding, I clutched my university ID and continued down the stairs. The surface beneath my feet gradually changed to linoleum, enclosed by brick walls. I found a hallway with 1950s music echoing down it, and someone whistling while they mopped. The next landing features 4 hallways, but at least it was quiet. I chose the closest one and set off. I walked for a long time before I heard the footsteps. They were coming from a great distance away, and they were trying to move as quickly and quietly as possible. Something told me that if the residents of the night stairs wanted to be silent and fast, they didn't need to try hard to do it. This was something else. I thought about Cora and then about Sean and his threats. What if he had been waiting for me in the night realm like a spider in a web? What if he was trying to find me just as much as I was trying to find the exit? Even if it was Cora, I couldn't wait around to find out. I fixated all my thoughts on the printing room, its dusty red brick walls and yellow-gray linoleum floors, the hum of the computer monitors and the smell of melted plastic and cleaning products. I could hear my pursuer getting closer and feel the strange air of the night stairs on my skin. But those things felt far away, like those dangers were about to happen to someone that I didn't know and never would. A familiar chemical smell wafted up from an open space that appeared on my right. I stuck my foot out into the emptiness and lowered it carefully. A ladder. Carefully, I climbed downward until my feet were on yet another linoleum floor. Cautiously, I crouched down and licked up the taste of lime detergent. I kissed the brick wall and the plastic monitors just to be sure, and then I snapped open my eyes. I had arrived in the printing room. The digital clock on the wall read 3:13 a.m. By using the night stairs, I had traveled a distance of several hundred miles in a matter of minutes. That wouldn't be easy to explain to campus security. I crawled beneath a computer desk and laid my head against the cool plywood and fell asleep. It was morning when I awoke. The printing room was nearly deserted, and the few students present didn't seem at all surprised to see somebody climbing out from beneath the desk. Yawning, staggering, and rubbing my eyes, I made my way to a public restroom to splash some water on my face before going back to my dorm. What I saw in the mirror stopped me in my tracks. The gray mark on my face had spread down my neck, across half my torso, and all the way down my arm. I frantically rearranged my clothing to get an idea of how far it stretched. The skin felt hard and lifeless, as if all the nerves had died. And was it just me, or had my fingers become longer and sharper? I frantically hid myself in a bathroom stall as a group of giggling sorority girls took over the restroom. As they gossiped and fixed their hair, I realized that if I kept my arm inside my sweatshirt and put my head up, I looked almost normal. Just another college kid stumbling home from an all-nighter, as long as no one looked too closely. I darted back to my dorm room. It was just as well that I had put my head up. The sun was too bright and burning. Back in my shuttered dorm room, I returned to my forums, frantically searching them for any mention of what had happened if you got an infected wound on the night stairs. I was so engrossed in my search that I didn't notice the figure approaching me through the shadows. "Hey," my roommate grunted. She held out a newspaper. "Isn't this the guy from the old case that you're researching?" Heart pounding, I scanned the article. Local man dies of shotgun wound. Jamie Preston Begley, 66, was found dead this morning. Symptoms of depression since the murder of Mr. Begley's daughter in 2008. Mr. Begley was found alone with a considerable amount of alcohol in his system. Injuries that appear to be either accidental or self-inflicted. Either way, Sheriff Thornton reminds us, drinking and firearms don't mix. That's the guy, right? My roommate mumbled as she chomped on a handful of M&Ms, her version of a balanced breakfast. I just nodded. By the way, she went on, poking at my face, you should probably get that checked out. When I awoke, it was dark again. I had slept more than 12 hours. Alone in my dorm room, I finally had a chance to fully examine the toll that my time on the night stairs was taking on my body. Almost half of my skin had become gray and hardened. When I reached out for my phone, something felt different. I had grown a sixth finger while I slept. It was obvious that the more time I spent on the night stairs, the faster I was being transformed. So I probably only have one more run left in me. I've got to make it count. I'm becoming more experienced with the night stairs, but will that be enough to find Cora and evade Sean? Will it be enough to find a cure for whatever is happening to me? Is there even a cure? I'm full of doubts as I pack my backpack for one last long journey on the night stairs. It's only fitting that I end this where I began it, on the broken steps in the forest near my university. I only hope that I can finish what I started. Amber Lee, 9/15/2021. Hi, Cora Lynn here. When I opened up Amber's laptop, this is the first thing that I found. I think she wants you guys to know what happened. It's hard to write about, it's hard to write at all. It's been so long and computers are so different. Everything is so different. I guess I gotta get used to it, right? I don't know what I'm gonna do yet, but first, I'm gonna finish this. So here it goes. Before Amber came to find me on the night stairs, I sometimes thought that I had always been there, like the world outside was just something that I had dreamed, even if the last thing I remember was more like a nightmare. Me, Andy, and Sean and Jimmy were all at this old trailer where we used to go to smoke and shoot up and goof around. And I remember that I just got so sad all of a sudden. Like this was all my life was ever going to be, you know. I went outside and looked up at the stars until the clouds covered them up, just thinking. You know that feeling you get when you're being watched? I turned around and Sean was there, like right there. He said that he had something that he had been wanting to tell me for a long time. He had been creeping me out lately, to be honest. But anyway, he said that my boyfriend Andy and Jimmy were both addicts and losers, and why didn't I run away with him? I didn't want to go anyplace with that creep, and I told him so. And he didn't like that at all. Sean said that I was acting immature and that he was going to take me anyway and that I would thank him later, and a bunch of other stuff that I didn't hear because I was running like crazy. At first, I tried to hide in the woods, but he was like a bloodhound chasing after me and calling my name. I was so scared of what he would do if he caught me. We were a long way from anywhere, and Andy and Jimmy were too stoned to do anything but lay on the floor. The night stairs were my last resort. I knew there was an old cabin out there that was half burned down. I went there with my dad once, and it had the right kind of steps. Sean was so close that I could smell him, and he was still yelling like crazy. He hadn't seen me though, so I took off my belt and threw it in the opposite direction to confuse him. The cabin was just a big black lump on the horizon, and Sean was back on my trail. I remember how my left shoe and sock got caught on a rusty nail, and I just yanked my foot out and kept going, down the stairs and into the darkness. I closed my eyes. And the worst part was that it wasn't over. Pretty soon I felt Sean step onto the night stairs too. He had seen my shoe on and guessed where I had gone. You see, Sean had been exploring the night stairs like the rest of us, maybe even more. I still don't know how I got away, but maybe it was like this. I just wanted to get as far away from Sean as possible. He, on the other hand, was probably thinking about finding me and also doing stuff to me, and also what his friends would think and how was he going to explain all this. I bet you see what I mean. I got away because he was distracted, while I had just one goal in mind. The problem was that before long I had taken so many stairs and corridors that I couldn't remember my way back. The worst part was that since I hadn't tasted anything, there would be no way to know if I was on the night stairs or not, and so I kept going. When it hurt to keep my eyes closed, I turned my bandana into a blindfold. After that, there was nothing to do but hope and pray that Andy or somebody would come after me and show me a way to get back home. Nobody came for a long time. I guess Amber already told you guys that time works differently on the night stairs, right? Well, here's another thing that Amber and I found out together. The deeper you go, the more time slows down. I thought I had been gone, maybe 2 days, when I felt this, like a tug at the back of my brain. Like somebody was looking for me. Someone who wasn't Sean. He had come looking for me a whole bunch, but I didn't want to be found. This person was different. I decided that I wanted to find them first. I wrote a message on some paper for my journal, and then I stuffed it in their pocket and waited to see how they would react. And when they ran off and they came back a few minutes later, well, it felt like just a few minutes on the night stairs. I figured it wasn't anybody that I knew, so who could it be? I was curious and I needed a way out, so this time I let them find me. It's weird. When you're already on the stairs, you can sort of rearrange things in your head to make it easier or difficult to get where you are. I guess I'm doing a bad job of explaining it, but it's something you have to experience to understand. Anyway, at first I was so scared when I heard her breathing that I thought it might be one of those things that sometimes turns up in the corridors. I guess she thought the same thing about me, but we just got closer and closer and neither of us ran away or attacked the other. Pretty soon we were within touching distance. It's gross, but I could smell her sweat and her perfume. I figured she was human, but I still jumped a little bit when she touched my arm. Amber, she wrote with her finger, here to help. Cora, I wrote back, thank God. Amber got really excited then. She started writing on my arm super fast. Chill out, I remember writing back, and I think she even giggled a little bit then. I was so happy to be found that I forgot all about keeping myself hidden from others who might be looking. We didn't hear Sean until it was too late. I guess he took the path that I opened for Amber and followed her to me. Out of nowhere, Amber just started screaming, and then she was gasping like she couldn't scream anymore, and there was something warm and wet on the front of my shirt. Sean had stabbed her in the lung, and before I knew it, he was grabbing my throat, and he was dragging me away. Something on the night stairs must have noticed Amber screaming or maybe all the blood, because we heard this skittering noise like thousands of insects coming towards us all at once. Just then I felt Sean let go of my neck and grunted. It sounded like a fight. I can't be sure, but here's what I think happened. Amber knew she was hurt and couldn't beat Sean, so she felt around for his face. While he was trying to stab her, Amber must have pulled off his blindfold and then used her fingers to pull open Sean's eyes. That's my best guess, because the next thing I heard was Sean laughing. He was laughing like he used to when we were all getting high on the couch in the trailer and watching bad old movies. He was laughing like a maniac. And we left him there with the skittering things. I tried to hold Amber's hand and help her walk, but the blood made everything so slippery. She was holding on tight to her plastic student ID and whispering something over and over. When we finally found the stairs, we were so weak that we had to crawl up them, until we came out in this room that smelled like the computer lab at school. I heard Amber rustling around like she was checking something, and then she asked me to take off her blindfold. After I did, she told me that I could open my eyes too. It was a real room with a real floor that smelled like cleaning stuff and a real brick wall. I wanted to cry. I know it sounds stupid, but I literally hugged the floor. I was so relieved it took me a while to turn around and check on Amber. She saved me. I owe her everything. But what I saw when I turned around is probably going to give me nightmares forever. Only the left side of Amber's face looked human. The rest was twisted and gray. I couldn't see much in the dark printing lab, and I guess I should be grateful for that. She made a gurgling noise and pointed at the door like I should go. I had her student ID in my hand. That's how I found my way back here to her room. I'm sure Amber went back onto the night stairs as soon as I left. Maybe it's for the best. I don't know what's gonna happen to me now, but I'm sure of one thing. I'm never gonna set foot on the night stairs again for as long as I live. When I first saw the job listing, I thought for sure that it was a scam. Night attendant needed. Historic Arcadian hotel. Must be reliable, detail-oriented, and trustworthy. Pays $500 per shift. The rate sounded unreal. Too good to be true, but too good to pass up. Especially considering the state of my bank account. The email response arrived less than a day after I applied, and they attached a quick questionnaire and then sent a brief email confirming that I had been hired. The day before my first shift, an envelope arrived at my apartment. Inside was a small brass key and a handwritten note. Congratulations and welcome to the Arcadian family. Enclosed is your master key. You'll need this key to let yourself in and access certain parts of the hotel. Enter through the main doors by 10 p.m. for training. Your first shift begins promptly at 11 p.m. Training will be available through the door labeled Staff Only behind the front desk. Please watch all training materials before starting your shift. We appreciate your commitment to rebuilding the legacy of the Arcadian. I'm curious and admittedly a little nervous. I made my way to the hotel that night. The Arcadian Hotel was just as I'd imagined. The exterior was a fading memory of elegance. It had worn stone walls, tall windows with exterior spotlights that no longer worked, and brass handrails that were way past due for polishing. I glanced at the clock on my phone, 9:45. The hotel's lobby was huge and open with a grand staircase at the center that split off in two directions as it went up. The floor was polished stone that reflected the light from above in dull patches. It looked clean but not new. More like it had been cleaned many times over a long period without ever being replaced or updated. The ceiling was high with old brass light fixtures and chandeliers hanging down. The glass on them was intact but had lost its shine. The walls were covered in patterned wallpaper that looked faded in places, especially near the corners and edges where it had started to age unevenly. The cleanliness was barely masking the smell of mildew. Welcome to the Tower of Terror, I said to myself. The front desk was long and wooden and stretched across the lobby. It was well kept, but worn along the edges where people would have leaned or set things down over the years. Behind it was a small wooden door with a simple sign that read, "Staff Only." Inside the staff room, I found a TV set atop a rolling cart and a row of numbered VHS tapes stacked next to it. The first tape had a label on it in looping script. Arcadian Employee Training, 1953. Next to it was another handwritten note with instructions. Watch all tapes in order. Do not skip ahead. I slid the first tape into the VHS player and turned on the TV. The screen flickered, a hum crackled through the speakers, and then it jumped to life. A video came up which looked in rough shape, clearly a copy of the original 16mm film, but this one looked like a copy of a copy. A cheerful man with a classic transatlantic accent wearing a sharp 1950s suit stood in front of a pristine version of the lobby that I had just walked through. Hello there. Welcome to the Arcadian family, he began. We are delighted to have you on board as a steward of one of New York's finest luxury establishments. His tone was light, upbeat, but he had a strange way of pausing between each sentence and just a smile. Let's begin with a few simple procedures to keep our guests safe and happy, he continued. Remember, our guests may at times be unique, but they deserve the utmost courtesy and the finest of service. Now please, follow these essential guidelines. The first few videos went over the basics. Instructions on how to clean, address guests, check-ins and check-outs, when to check the guest log, and where to find supplies. But on the final video, things took a turn for the strange. Congratulations on making it to the end of your training. Attaboy. Now let's cover a few final essentials to keep our guests smiling and keep you right as rain. Listen close now, these pointers are real important. Rule number 1, if the elevator takes you to the basement, do not be alarmed. Simply close your eyes and stand still until it moves back up. No peeking. The man chuckled in a practiced, rehearsed way, as though he had been told to laugh but wasn't sure why. My mind tried to make sense of his words. Why close my eyes? Why would the elevator just randomly take me to the basement? Rule number 2. If you find a guest wandering the halls between 2 and 4 a.m., gently escort them back to their room. Under no circumstances should you allow them near the front doors. Use a firm hand if needed. If they seem upset, simply assure them that it will all be over soon. The hair on the back of my neck stood up and made me look over my shoulder. All of what would be over? The man's smile remained fixed as he went on with the rules. Rule number 3. Do not look into the mirrors after midnight. Our mirrors sure are something else. We wouldn't want you to become disoriented. Rule number 4. Every night count all the keys on the board. Make sure that all your keys are accounted for. Most importantly, there should always be 4 keys marked for the 10th floor. If one of those keys is missing, lock up the lobby doors, turn off the lights, and wait behind the front desk until dawn. Do not attempt to look for it. The 10th floor, I thought. The hotel doesn't even have 10 floors. He proceeded with a few more rules. Rule number 5. Now listen closely, folks. If a gentleman with a yellow umbrella comes in asking, "Do you have a vacancy?" you must politely reply, "I'm sorry, we have no vacancy." No matter how upset he gets, stay calm and cheerful. That's the way to keep things running smoothly. Rule number 6. Attention night owls. If you find that key 309 is missing, here's what you gotta do. Whip up a ham and cheese sandwich, gather those supplies from the kitchen, and then head on over to room 309 and give a polite knock. Remember, don't look at them. Just hold out that plate and wait until you hear the door close before you step away. You've got it. Rule number 7. Now let's talk about Ronald, our cleaning ace. He waltzes in and says, "I'm here to clean the mess," to which you'll unlock the custodian closet and let Ronald take it away. If he doesn't give you that magic phrase, then simply say, "No cleaning tonight, Ronald." And don't forget to lock the doors tight after he leaves. That's how we keep everything shipshape. Last but not least, rule number 8. Now listen up, friends. It's important that you remember this. Never, and I mean never, enter the management office. If you happen to find the door slightly ajar, just keep on walking and stick to your business. And if you hear any peculiar sounds coming from inside, don't let your curiosity get the better of you. Simply carry on with your tasks. We want to keep everything peachy keen around here. What the hell? I thought. The next few minutes returned to normalcy. He focused on specifics of the hotel layout, explaining what doors led where and the importance of logging any guest encounters on the shift report. The rules that he had given, though, left me with a bad taste. That'll conclude our training. You're now ready to head on out there and knock it out of the park. Thank you again for your commitment to the Arcadian legacy. Finally finished, I switched off the TV. And by then, it was a little after 11 p.m., so I made my way to the front desk to get a feel for my new workspace. The first part of the night was uneventful. The Arcadian was silent except for a soft fluorescent hum. I completed the tasks in the handbook that they had given me. Account for all the keys, straighten the lobby, wipe down the desk. It was eerie being alone in such a big place, but it was manageable. I settled in behind the front desk, scrolling through my phone and waiting for the night to pass by. At around 1:30 in the morning, the front door of the hotel opened. An old man shuffled into the lobby. He wore a faded custodian uniform that looked like it had seen better days, and I could barely make out the name tag reading Ronald as he got closer. He moved slowly, his feet dragging slightly on the worn carpet. I sat up, my mind scrambling to remember the rules from my first encounter with them. I knew that I had to wait for him to say the phrase that would confirm that he was here for his nightly duties. When he finally reached the desk, he looked up at me with weary eyes and said, "I'm here to clean the mess." A wave of relief washed over me as he said it. I quickly unlocked the custodian closet, my hands trembling slightly as I fumbled with the keys. As he pulled out his cart filled with an assortment of cleaning supplies and tools, he glanced at me almost amusingly and asked, "You're new here?" "Yeah, it's my first night. Any tips?" I replied, eager to learn anything that might ease my nerves. "Oh, stick to the rules and you'll be just fine, kid," he said before wheeling his cart onto the elevator. The elevator doors closed with a quiet thud, leaving me alone again with nothing but the hum. Ronald's words did little to ease my nerves. I was trying to figure out what those rules even mean, and why a hotel would even have rules like that to begin with. When I returned to my desk, I noticed almost immediately a space on the key rack. The key was now missing. The key to room 309. Panic rose in my chest as I rifled through the key rack again, hoping that it was just hiding among the others. "Where the hell did it go?" I muttered to myself, feeling a bead of sweat form on my forehead. I had barely left the desk for more than a couple minutes. Had somebody come in while I was with Ronald, or had I just missed it during my last count? I quickly pulled up my notes, scanning for the rule about the key for room 309. There it was. If key 309 is missing, bring a ham and cheese sandwich to the room and knock. Don't look at them. I sighed, resigning myself to follow the rule. Heading into the kitchen, I was surprised to find it fully stocked, despite the hotel's inactivity. The shelves were lined with canned goods and an impressive amount of fresh ingredients, as if they were prepared for a busy night. I quickly gathered the supplies and assembled a simple ham sandwich. With the plate in hand, I took a deep breath and headed for the elevator. The lights flickered as I pressed the button for the third floor, as though the old hotel was struggling to power both the elevator and the lights at the same time. When the doors opened, I stepped into the hallway and made my way toward room 309. It was so quiet up there that I found myself tiptoeing for some reason, the carpet swallowing what little sound my footsteps made. My heart was pounding by the time that I reached the door. I knocked gently and waited. After a few seconds, I heard movement inside, followed by the slow creak of the door opening. The moment that I heard the door begin to open, I lowered my eyes to the floor. I focused on the green carpet in front of me and on not dropping the plate. A moment later, somebody took a hold of it. I could see only the lower edge of the door and a pair of feet out of the corner of my eye. The plate left my hands, but whoever was standing there didn't immediately close the door. They lingered in the doorway for several seconds. I kept my eyes fixed on the floor, afraid that even a glance upward might be a mistake. The silence stretched on long enough that I started wondering if they were testing me, waiting for me to look at them. Eventually, the door closed with a soft click. I let out a breath that I hadn't realized I had been holding, and I turned back toward the elevator without wasting any time. Inside, I felt a brief sense of relief returning to the front desk and having made it through my first 2 run-ins with the rules without anything going wrong. But it didn't last long. Who was that, and what would have happened if I had looked up? What kind of hotel was this? The questions kept circling in my mind as the elevator descended back toward the lobby. For a moment, I just stared at the floor indicator, not understanding what was going on. And then the rule came back to me, the one from the training video. If the elevator takes you to the basement, do not be alarmed. Simply close your eyes and stand still until it moves back up. No peeking. The realization hit me immediately. It was taking me to the basement. No, come on, I screamed as the elevator kept descending. I desperately smashed my hand against the buttons, hitting any floor that would possibly bring me back up. But the elevator didn't stop. Forcing myself to calm down, I remembered the rule and I shut my eyes tightly, clenching my fists at my sides. The elevator dinged and the doors opened, unleashing a rush of cold air and a wet, moldy smell that sent a wave of dread through me. I stood there with my back against the elevator wall, shivering in the cold air. And then I heard something moving. A new smell entered my nose and hit me like a punch to the gut. A putrid smell that filled the air and made me gag despite trying not to move. It was a sickening blend of antiquity and sulfur that seemed to wrap around me, making it hard to breathe. The elevator groaned and I felt it rock slightly, as if something heavy had entered with me. I could feel it, whatever it was, right there in front of me, so close that there was no space left between us. My pulse was racing and my face was wet with tears before I even realized that I was crying. I could feel it staring at me like a predator, silently begging me to open my eyes. What was probably only seconds felt like an eternity of pure horror. And then the elevator chimed and I felt it begin to rise. The slow upward motion lasted only a moment before it stopped with another soft chime. I carefully opened my eyes to find the doors already sliding open, revealing the lobby and the grand staircase just beyond. I ran out of the elevator, wiping tears from my face and heading straight to the front doors, ready to quit on the spot. But as I headed to the doors, I noticed dawn was already breaking outside, and an envelope was sitting on the front desk. I didn't know how the time had passed so quickly, but at the time I didn't care to stick around. I grabbed the envelope and left the hotel, the sunlight feeling like a sweet relief. Hesitantly, I opened the envelope, still sniffling like a child. Inside the envelope was $1,000 cash and a note. Great work on your first shift. As a thank you from management, we have included your pay up front for tomorrow night. If you choose not to return, feel free to keep the money as a courtesy from us, but we hope you do return. You are a valuable addition to the Arcadian Hotel family. Management. At the time, I was fully convinced that I would never return. Back home, though, I paced my small apartment all day, replaying the events of the night and staring at the $1,000 on my coffee table. I wanted to quit. The nightmares and anxiety from that first night were already too much, and something about the place was clearly wrong. But then I thought about my bills, the empty fridge, the weight of my loans pressing in from every direction. Ronald's words looped in my head the whole time. Stick to the rules and you'll be just fine, kid. Maybe I can figure it out, I thought. Maybe I can endure just a little longer, just long enough to make enough to really get ahead. And with the kind of false reassurances that only come in daylight, I decided that I would go back. There was no way whatever I had experienced in the basement was real. My nerves must have gotten the better of me. I'd follow the rules, keep my head down, and keep my eyes on the prize. On my second night, Ronald made his usual appearance, same dull uniform, same shuffle to the front desk and repeating the right phrase. "I'm here to clean the mess." I tried to stay out of his way and everything seemed calm, until I noticed that key 309 was missing again. Sticking to the rules, I made my way to the kitchen. It was still stocked with fresh ingredients, which I still couldn't wrap my head around. Who's restocking all this stuff? I thought. But telling myself not to ask or care, I made a simple ham and cheese, and then I took the elevator up to the 3rd floor. The ritual continued as usual. I knocked, kept my gaze down, and I waited. The door creaked open, and this time the person lingered in the doorway even longer than before, clearly waiting for me to make eye contact. I held my ground until I heard the door shut slowly. On my way back, I skipped the elevator altogether. No way was I risking a detour to the basement again. I took the stairs instead, counting each floor down, hoping that nothing else would happen. After night 2 ended without any major surprises, I felt a spark of confidence. You see, just follow the rules, take the stairs down, don't overthink it. Maybe this gig was simpler than I thought. And by the time the night 3 rolled around, I showed up feeling a lot more assured and another 500 richer, and convinced that I had the job figured out. A few more nights went by that were mostly uneventful. The only rule that I ran into during that stretch was Ronald showing up to clean. Even without anything like the first night happening again, the nocturnal schedule had my mind in knots. Each night blended into the next until I could barely keep track of what day it was. I wanted to quit, but I had already made more money in a few nights than I did in weeks at any other job that I had worked. But as soon as I settled in for my 6th shift, it became clear that night 6 had other plans for me. Not long after I started my shift, Ronald made his entrance. I felt a bit relieved to see him. There was something reassuring about having somebody else around, even if he wasn't exactly chatty company. But that night, Ronald seemed different. His uniform looked freshly pressed, like he had actually taken care to look sharp, and his usual sluggish walk had turned into a brisk stride. When he reached the desk, he looked at me with a grin and said, "Time to get this place spick and span." I froze. Ronald had always said the same phrase without fail. My mind scrambled, trying to remember what the rules said about this. He kept staring, his grin unwavering, eyes locked on me like he was waiting for something. And then it hit me. "No cleaning needed tonight, Ronald." As soon as I said that, his smile fell and his expression darkened. Through gritted teeth, he repeated his phrase. "It's time to get this place spick and span." With adrenaline beginning to pump through my body and my heart rate increasing, I repeated with a shaky voice, "No cleaning needed tonight, Ronald." It came out sounding more like a question than a statement, but he backed away slowly, staring at me with contempt until he had reached the door. I waited until he was gone and I locked it tight behind him. His strange behavior, his creepy demeanor, wide smile, fresh clothes. What was wrong with him? What's wrong with this whole place for that matter? I thought that I had figured out the job, but now I wasn't so sure. I began to question if I'd really be able to handle whatever else this hotel had in store. The newfound confidence that I had felt was fading fast. That night, I decided it was time to get a better sense of the place. I thought that maybe exploring a bit would help me get a better grasp of it all or provide me with some logical answers. Armed with my master key, I left the desk behind and wandered down the corridors. Being the only person in a giant hotel felt unnatural and uncanny. I passed rows of tarnished brass fixtures and faded wallpaper, and other remnants of luxury that no longer had anybody to impress. On the second floor, I found the ballroom, a huge, echoing space that seemed frozen in time. Dust coated every surface, and a once sparkling chandelier hung above, its crystals now clouded and covered in cobwebs. I ran my hand along the edge of a table covered in a fine layer of dust, probably the first person to have touched it in decades. For a moment, I tried to imagine what the place must have looked like in its heyday. As I continued my tour, I noticed that most rooms unlocked easily with the master key, but a few doors oddly wouldn't budge. I tried the key, jiggling it and pushing, but it was as if these doors were meant to stay closed, resisting every attempt to pry them open. As I moved up to the 7th floor, I passed a particular room, room 713, that made me stop in my tracks. I could hear a soft voice from inside. I froze, straining to listen. The voice was faint but unmistakably frantic. Somebody was in there. As I drew closer to the door, the voice abruptly stopped. My breath caught and I took a step back, every instinct telling me to leave. As I backed away, I heard heavy footsteps stomp up to the door and stop. With my back against the hallway wall, I stood, staring at the door. I knew whoever was inside now was looking at me through the peephole. My mind told me to move, but my feet didn't respond right away. I thought that I saw the doorknob twitch, just the faintest movement, as though somebody inside was reaching for it. Nope, I said to myself and hurried down the hall, leaving the floor entirely. I tried later to convince myself that it was my imagination, but I knew what I heard. Either way, I had no desire to stick around and find out. After exploring the 8th floor, I made my way up to the 9th, which looked just like the others, dimly lit and lined with old doors. With not much else to look at, I decided that I had seen enough for one night. The thought of a long journey down the stairs back to the lobby loomed ahead, but it felt like a welcome return to familiarity. As I turned to head toward the stairwell, I caught a glimpse of myself in a mirror mounted on the wall. Looking at myself in the mirror, I couldn't help but notice how tired and beat down I looked. As I was examining myself, almost looking at myself with pity, I saw something else in the mirror. Behind me, down the hall, I saw someone else. A figure standing far behind me at the other end of the hall, peeking at me from around the corner. My body seemed to freeze and withdraw inward, like everything non-essential was being shut down as fear washed over me. I whipped around, but the hallway was empty. I turned back to the mirror and there it was again. The figure was still there, peeking at me from around the corner. It was too far down the hallway to make out any of its features, but it was unmistakable. In that moment, I remembered the rule. Don't look into any mirrors after midnight. And checking my phone, there it was, 1:23 a.m. I burst through the doors of the stairwell and made my way down the 9 flights of stairs as quickly as I could. Finally back at my desk, I sank into the chair, my heart still racing and my breath heavy from the frantic dash down the stairs. I decided to stay put for the rest of the night, unwilling to venture out again. The hours crept by slowly, but the rest of the night was thankfully uneventful. The sun was beginning to rise, and with my shift over, I clocked out, a fresh 500 envelope in hand. Relief flooded over me as I thought about the safety of the morning outside and another night successfully in the books. As I was turning to leave, though, I noticed something. An error, a mistake. Key 309 had been missing and I never noticed it. I never brought the guest of room 309 a ham sandwich. Yet with morning breaking and my shift officially over, I shrugged it off, telling myself that it was too late to go back now. When I finally got home, I was exhausted. I collapsed onto my bed, desperate to catch some sleep after the long night at the hotel. But sleep never comes easily after working the night shift. The unnatural hours played tricks on my body. even with blackout curtains pulled tight against the early morning light. I tossed and turned, restless and unable to fully escape the haunting images of the night. The figure in the mirror, Ronald's strange appearance, and the voice in the room. I knew something was seriously unexplainable and unnatural with the place, but I couldn't let go of the money. The job finally allowed me to catch up on bills and start paying down my loans, which was a huge victory amid the growing unease. For the pay, there could be worse jobs than a haunted hotel, I thought. With little sleep accomplished, I begrudgingly pulled myself up and got ready for another shift, bracing myself for whatever the night would throw my way. When I arrived at the hotel for my shift, a note was waiting for me on the desk. "We would like to take a moment to address an important matter regarding your recent shift. It has come to our attention that the guest in room 309 did not experience the high level of service that we strive to provide. As you know, adhering to our established rules and protocols is vital for ensuring an exceptional experience for our guests, safeguarding the esteemed reputation of the Arcadian Hotel, and maintaining your own safety. We would like to remind you the importance of following the rules. In light of this, we would urge you to avoid the kitchen at all costs for the next 24 hours. Additionally, we're pleased to announce that the hotel will soon undergo renovations as part of our commitment to restoring the grandeur of the Arcadian Hotel. The Arcadian Hotel will be preparing for a new grand opening in the coming weeks. Thank you for your dedication to the legacy of the Arcadian. Management." As I read through the letter, a surge of anger bubbled within me. "It's just a damn ham sandwich," I muttered under my breath. And what did they mean by my safety? Avoid the kitchen, I mean, why? A wave of annoyance and confusion washed over me as I replayed the past few nights in my head. I want to quit right there on the spot out of frustration, but every time I was ready to quit, the money made me hang on just a little longer, just enough to really make a difference in my life and finally be ahead. And just as I was stewing in my frustration, Ronald shuffled in back to his usual shabby self. He came in a little earlier than usual, but I didn't think much of it at the time. He moved through the lobby without stopping, and gave me the same line that he always does, and went straight toward the custodial closet, like he had somewhere specific to be. "I'm here to clean the mess," he said. As Ronald was getting his cleaning supplies ready, I finally worked up the courage to approach him. "Hey Ronald, can I ask you something? What was with you last night? You seemed different. And what's the deal with all these rules? What are they really for?" At my words, Ronald shot me a sharp look that cut me off, his expression darkening. "Listen, kid," he said, his voice low and serious. "Don't go looking for answers. Don't ask questions, just do your job and follow the rules. Collect your money and keep your head down. It's for your own good." His eyes darted quickly around the room, and I caught a hint of fear in them. He then turned away, whistling a tune, and he went on about his duties. I checked the key rack while he worked. Everything was accounted for. I decided to do it slower now to make it less likely that I'll miss one again. I wrote all the rules down on a notepad. I didn't trust myself to remember them the way that I thought I could. Around 1 in the morning, I heard noise coming from the kitchen. It wasn't subtle, something metallic hit the floor hard enough that I looked up from the desk. I was about to stand up before I remembered the note from management. Avoid the kitchen at all costs for the next 24 hours. The sound came again a moment later, louder this time, followed by crashing, like something had been knocked off a counter and dragged across the room. Then there was the sharp break of plates hitting tile, not just one or two, but several in quick succession, like something was tearing through the kitchen without any care for what it was destroying. After a while, it quieted down. It seemed like whatever was ransacking the kitchen tired itself out, or it finally found what it was looking for. Just after 1 a.m., a man walked into the hotel wearing a Hawaiian shirt. carrying a leather bag in one hand and a yellow umbrella in the other. He paused just inside the entrance, shook the umbrella out over the floor and then closed it and let out a small sigh. "Ooh-wee," he said, glancing around the lobby. "Sure is a soaker out there tonight." The sight of the umbrella brought the rule back into my mind immediately. I reached for my notebook even though I didn't need to. I've started checking it more often now, even when I'm fairly certain that I remember, just to avoid mixing anything up. And sure enough, Rule 5, if a gentleman with a yellow umbrella comes in asking, "Do you have a vacancy?" you must politely reply, "I'm sorry, we have no vacancy." No matter how upset he gets, stay calm and cheerful. I kept the notebook open on the desk as he approached. He set his leather bag down and stopped in front of me, still wearing a friendly expression. "Do you have a vacancy?" he asked. "I'm sorry," I said, keeping myself steady. "We have no vacancy." He nodded slowly like he was processing that and then gave a small laugh. "Oh, come on, son," he said. "Surely you've got something. I don't take up much space, wouldn't even know that I was here." I glanced down at the notebook again and then back up. "I'm sorry," I repeated. "We have no vacancy." He kept smiling, but it started to look more deliberate than before. He leaned slightly closer. "You don't want to send a man back out in weather like this, do you?" He stood back up straight and gave a small chuckle. "Now, one room, please." I repeated the line again, trying my best to sound calm and cheerful despite my growing nervousness. "I'm sorry, we have no vacancy." The friendliness drained out of his face for a moment. Then almost carefully, he lifted the corners of his mouth again. For a second, it looked like we were both standing there following different sets of instructions that didn't quite fit together. He stood at the desk and now tapping his finger. I could tell that he was considering his next words. Before he could speak again, I repeated the phrase again, just like the rules had said. I tried to sound polite, but it came out sounding more sheepish than I intended. "I'm sorry, we have no vacancy." And that was when his expression changed fully. He placed both hands on the counter and looked down, shaking his head. When he looked back up, he wasn't smiling anymore. He looked angry. Angry enough that for a moment I thought he was going to reach behind the desk and grab me. He turned away and knocked over a chair, pushing it hard enough that it scraped across the floor. And then he walked further into the lobby and knocked over one of the small tables near the seating area, sending the lamp on it crashing down. He moved between the furniture as he went, knocking things aside as he passed. His voice raised now as he muttered under his breath. I couldn't make out anything that he was saying, but as he moved through the lobby, I caught fragments of it. "No vacancy, no vacancy," he muttered once, and then a little louder. "That's not how it's supposed to go." He said something else that I didn't catch clearly, something about hospitality and standards. When he finally turned back toward the entrance, he didn't say anything else to me. He just walked out the same way that he came in, still holding the umbrella in his hand, the leather bag hanging low at his side. I waited until the doors shut behind him. The second they closed, I was already out from behind the desk, moving faster than I thought I could. I reached the doors and locked the first bolt and then the second, rechecking both afterward even though I knew I had just locked them. I cleaned the lobby and put all of the furniture the man had knocked over back in its place. I stayed behind the desk for a while without moving much and just watching the front of the lobby and listening to the sound of the air conditioning turning on and off. At some point I stopped paying attention to anything in particular. My head kept dropping forward and I would catch myself, straighten up and try to stay awake. Eventually I stopped catching myself. At some point I woke up, snapping upright with that immediate disorientation where you forget where you are for a second and then it all comes back in pieces. I stayed still for a moment until it settled, and then I wiped my face and sat up straighter behind the desk. The clock read just after 3 a.m. Just a few more hours, I thought. I looked around the lobby to get my bearings again, the desk, the key rack, the front doors. Everything was where it was supposed to be. I did a double take on the keys though when something looked out of place. One of the keys to the 10th floor was missing. Oh shit, I said, getting up too fast and pushing the chair back as I went over to the rack. I checked underneath it first and then along the floor, thinking maybe that it had slipped off or gotten caught somewhere when I was counting them earlier. I went back over the hooks one by one slower this time, actually touching each space to make sure that I wasn't missing it. And then I crouched down and checked under the desk, along the baseboards and even behind the front counter, thinking maybe that it had slipped off or fallen when I wasn't paying attention. I moved out into the lobby next, scanning the floor around the seating area, under the tables and along the edges of the walls, even near the front doors where things usually ended up if they got knocked loose. I checked the rug by the stairs, the space behind the planter, the corners where dust and loose things tended to collect. I kept thinking that I would find it sitting somewhere obvious, and that I would feel stupid for panicking. But it wasn't there. I went back to the desk and pulled the notebook toward me. Rule number 4. Every night count all the keys on the board. Make sure that all the keys are accounted for. Most importantly, there should always be 4 keys marked for the 10th floor. If one of those keys is missing, lock up the lobby doors, turn off the lights, and wait behind the front desk until dawn. Do not attempt to look for it. I closed my eyes in frustration and slammed the notebook down. Well, that's great, I heard you looked for it, so now what? I said louder than I meant to, angry at the page in front of me like it was supposed to respond. Alright, this is okay, this is fine, just wait behind the counter, no problem, I said under my breath, trying to pull it back together. I went straight to the lobby lights and shut them off one by one, muttering to myself about being done with this job the whole time that I did. When everything was dark, I used my phone light to make my way back behind the front desk to wait for dawn. I wasn't exactly thrilled to be sitting in the dark, but eventually I settled back in to wait for dawn. My lack of sleep was catching up on me and I began to doze back off. But the sound of the elevator chime made me jump. The red down arrow on the indicator began to pulse and a low hum filled the shaft. Each flash of light cut through the lobby for a moment before disappearing again. I stayed behind the front desk, watching it and realizing that someone was coming down. The elevator beeped again and stopped at the lobby. I didn't wait to see it properly. I ducked down behind the desk so I was out of sight, keeping my head low and my eyes on the floor. The doors opened. I heard them close again after a few seconds and the room returned to darkness. It moved away from the elevator slowly. Its cadence was hard to describe, a mix of dragging and something like stumbling forward, with brief pauses in between. It kept coming, passing the seating area and then moving into the open space in front of the desk. I stayed still behind the counter, but I could hear it getting closer without needing to see it. It stopped directly in front of the desk. For a moment, there was silence, and then I heard it above me on the counter itself. I could hear the front desk creaking and groaning under the weight of it. It reached the edge of the desk above me and stopped. And then something heavy dropped down behind the counter, right next to where I was hiding, landing with a loud, wet thud. A pathetic mix of a gasp and a scream left my mouth. I didn't think about it. I stood up immediately and I ran to the first door that I could find. I reached it, pulled it open and got inside, and slammed it shut behind me before locking it. I stood with my hands against the door, a mix of fear and a brief sense of safety coming from the locked door between me and whatever that thing was. I looked down at my feet and saw an old green carpet beneath me, worn flat in patches like it had been walked on for years. I realized then that it was a room that I had never been in. I realized then that in my haste, the door that I had chosen was the management office. Rule number 8 immediately came to the front of my mind. In my fear and panic, I had ignored everything else. Every rule that I had been carefully following up to that point. I had run on primal instinct. But now that I was behind the door and nothing was immediately chasing me, complex thought returned all at once. Rule number 8. It's important that you remember this. Never, and I mean never, enter the management office. If you happen to find the door slightly ajar, just keep on walking and mind your business. And if you hear any peculiar sounds coming from inside, don't let your curiosity get the better of you. Simply carry on with your tasks. I stood there for a moment, my hand still on the knob, afraid to look, and waiting for something to happen. I wasn't sure what I expected, but I remember thinking that it would not just be nothing. But when nothing came, I slowly turned around. I half expected to see someone or something behind me. Hell, maybe some type of demon, or maybe a room full of the hotel's past victims. Instead, there was only a plain desk pushed against the wall, a dim desk lamp switched on, and a row of surveillance screens mounted above it. The screens showed the lobby, the hallways, the stairwell, the elevator, everywhere. The office was quiet and empty. I stood there trying to understand why a room like this existed. It was strange even seeing screens at all, something so modern and ordinary compared to everything else in the hotel. I stepped forward to get a closer look. The desk had a thick book sitting open on top of it. I looked down at it and started reading. It was a logbook of times and activities, my activities. I flipped through the pages and found all of my nights recorded there. Everything that I had experienced and done. Every instance where I had followed a rule or failed to follow one. Logging the state of the hotel. Situations that felt terrifying and traumatic to me were reduced to short, clinical entries in the logbook. It wasn't just my activities either. As I kept going back through the book, I realized that it had been recording attendance long before me as well. Different names and different shifts. The same kinds of entries repeated with slight variations. My attention shifted forward though to the most recent entries. Yellow umbrella guest enters lobby. Attendant denies vacancy per protocol. Guest escalation begins. Lobby disturbance recorded. Guest exits premises. Front door secured. Attendant falls asleep behind front desk. Attendant wakes. 10th floor key discrepancy detected. Searching for missing key initiated against protocol. Attendant attempts to regain Rule 4 compliance. Lights off, lobby secured. Elevator activation detected. Upper floor guest enters the lobby. Attendant disobeys Rule 4. Abandons instructed position behind the desk. Attendant disobeys Rule 8. Enters management office. The final entry caught my attention, and for a moment I just stared at it. I felt a coldness run through me that had nothing to do with the temperature of the room. I remember standing there completely still, unable to look away, with the strange and immediate sense that I wasn't alone. I stood up straight, backing away from the desk. The feeling of being watched wasn't subtle, and it didn't build gradually the way that fear usually does. It was just there, complete, like a conclusion I had arrived at without understanding why or how. In that moment, I made a decision without really thinking it through. I was going to leave. Not walk out carefully, not collect anything, not try to understand what any of it meant. I was going to get out of the office, make it back to the lobby, and go straight for the front doors without stopping for anything. I turned and moved for the door, fast now, not allowing myself to look back. I swung it open, expecting that thing to be waiting for me. I readied myself for a mad dash through the dark lobby. But when I swung open the door, the lobby was exactly as it had always been. The lights were on, the air conditioning hummed. Everything looked completely normal. I quickly walked out of the office instead of running. and something in me broke slightly as I crossed back into the space. It was something close to anger mixed with disbelief, betrayal, and exhaustion. The feeling of being pushed past the point where fear had anything useful left to offer. "I'm done," I yelled, my voice echoing loudly in the large space. "You hear me? I'm done. I quit." And I didn't wait for anything after that. I just left the hotel and made my way back to my apartment, looking over my shoulder the whole way and jumping at every sound. When I finally got inside, I was completely drained. I don't remember much after that. I just collapsed and fell asleep. A knock at the door woke me up later. I got up and looked through the peephole, but all I saw was the end of somebody at the far end of the hallway. I only caught them for a second before they turned the corner and disappeared. I stood there for a moment and then slowly opened the door to find an envelope waiting on the floor. Inside was $500 cash and a final handwritten note. "We would like to take a moment to thank you for your wonderful service here at the Arcadian Hotel. We truly appreciate the effort and care that you've shown during your time with us. Enclosed is your final payment. Don't go spending it all at once. After careful review of recent rule compliance, we regret to inform you that your service to the Arcadian Hotel has come to an end. We will of course be moving forward with the selection of a new night attendant to continue upholding our high standards of hospitality. We want to sincerely thank you for your contribution to the Arcadian legacy. And of course, thank you for always remembering that at the Arcadian, hotel matters are private matters, as part of the spirit of good hospitality. Management." There was this ice bucket challenge a few years ago where people would stand and wait for one of their friends to suddenly drop chilling cold water all over their body, and I'm not talking about just regular ordinary bathtub water. I'm talking about water that was nearly at sub-zero or had been taken out of a frozen lake. Something that would automatically send a shock through your body. Going into cryo sleep is like that, except 1,000 times worse. Because the jabbing cold, a pain of the needles entering into your body and then the fluids pumping through your veins feels like you're dying, or at least you want to die, but you can't because you're stuck, trapped in a box where the only hope you have is that the sensation will finally stop and that you can fall asleep, but even in the recesses of your subconscious, you will still feel the pain. When I found out that I was going to be placed in the tube for nearly 6 months to the farthest reaches of Jupiter, I thought that it sounded impossible. As far as I knew, Musk was the only guy around spending billions to get people to Mars, so deep space exploration wasn't even in the cards in our lifetime, or even our children's lifetime, I thought. Turns out that I was wrong. A sharp jolt to my head had told me that I was being woken by the onboard ship's computer, which by all accounts seemed a little too early until I saw the nearby monitor confirm that we had traveled the necessary distance across the stars. And turning over on my side, I spat up some saliva and blood, my body aching from the dormancy. Before I could get another gasp of air out, one of the onboard robotic guards was behind me with a metallic muzzle, placing it over my mouth roughly like I was supposed to be a caged dog. Considering the circumstances behind my confinement back on Earth, I couldn't blame them. But then I saw that I wasn't being given special treatment. The 7 other passengers for this death cruise to the stars were also being shackled and dragged out toward a command center. Once lined up, all of us got a chance to peer out at the beautiful view of Jupiter and the stars beyond. I wished I could appreciate it. Attention all inmates, we have nearly arrived at our destination, Space Station TXRTS, codenamed the Tartarus. Please listen carefully to the following pre-recorded message from our corporate sponsors. And the intercom computer announced, and then a strange, grindy anthem played over a projected film of the blonde-haired woman that had first approached me while back in Kingsport. Cosmonauts, brethren, You stand on the precipice of new discoveries and truths that no other human has ever imagined. When you left Earth, you were only considered refuse, prisoners to be disposed of by countries that couldn't see your potential. Now you arrive in tandem to prove them wrong. Your mission is simple. Document as much as you can concerning the space station. To do so, your new gear has come equipped with microscopic digital sensors which will automatically feed the data of your search back to the craft. Once we have determined that we have sufficient information concerning Tartarus, your life support systems will be cut off and your mission will be accomplished. Do not attempt to run or hack any of your gear, or termination will occur at any given moment. The video feed cut off and I swore the prisoner next to me was chuckling beneath the mask. It was humorous in a dark way, given that we had all been promised executions on Earth before the launch. I suppose none of us really assumed that a return trip was going to be possible, but hearing confirmation that our only purpose here was to be living cameras for their campaign, it made me feel angry. I thought that I had come to terms with the fact that I was going to spend the rest of my days in a cell paying for my crimes. But having that taken away to play puppet in space for some rich elites, made my blood boil. Next, the computer gave us areas of the station to explore. Mine was labeled as Area D, and the man next to me with the bizarre sense of humor was assigned as my partner. Since we had no ability to speak to one another, I pointed at him and gestured with my hand at the number 2, and then back at myself as number 1. All he did in response was hold up the middle finger and then move toward the first seal where our craft connected to this mysterious station. I had no idea what to expect on the other side, nor any way to voice my concerns with my partner, so the only option was to keep a close but safe distance from each other as the airlock slowly creaked open and the dark corridors beyond came into view. Inside my helmet, a stream of data began to feed its way down in front of my eyes, telling me what the elites had gleaned about this place before our arrival. Codenamed Tartarus Station, so named for the Grecian abyss where the titans of legend were said to be imprisoned by Zeus. This is the first known record of an unknown space orbital of any kind. It is viewed as the first step by our species to contact extraterrestrials. Since its discovery, there has been no indication of any energy signatures or propulsion detected, and satellite imagery has only provided the following details. Size approximately 450 feet. Weight estimated 1.6 million pounds. Shape. The design rivals traditional designs from any known human culture, but popular opinion states that the orbital is similar to the biblical description of angels. Due to this, many suggested that the station initially be named Valkyria. However, the scans soon revealed that it is likely the station has remained unmanned for well over a millennia, which led to the consensus to view it as a prison, a final resting place for whatever species had built it. I couldn't help but think that it was ironic they had chosen to send criminals to such a place, and I wondered how accurate that was for the station's initial purposes. My headlamps kept the corridors illuminated as we had separated from the rest of our team, entering Area D, and I tried my best to make sense of what that purpose might be. Like the idea of being frozen in space, the concept of aliens had been just fantasy to me a week ago. Maybe if I paid more attention in science class about theories relating to this sort of thing, I would know what I was looking at. So many poor choices had led me here, I reflected. It made me wonder what sort of choices this race had made to build this place and then to die out. An alert on my visor told me to stop and allow my built-in camera to take better pictures of some kind of console, and I noticed that there were symbols etched into the display, indications of a language, which I suppose is unsurprising given how sophisticated everything else was. But what did shock me is that a few moments later, my camera feed told me that the computer for our ship had figured out a translation based just on what was there. Analysis indicates this console is a habitat monitor of some kind. Further data of surrounding area needed. My partner grunted for me to shine a light on the larger portion of the room, where we saw what looked like miniature biomes, each self-contained within a hive-like system of metallic pylons. If this was a monitor that was testing the viability of different types of environments for life, perhaps that meant this race had been searching for a new home. The data further revealed that there was a network beneath our feet of intricate wires and equipment that the scans confirmed were once meant to serve as generators. But I doubted anything like that could possibly power up after all this time. Instead of focusing on that query, I decided to follow the nearby corridor to one of the exterior rings for the station, marveling at the design. It appeared that the rings were meant to serve as some sort of perpetual motion, phasing in and out of space around them at rapid speed. It just didn't seem humanly possible, but I had to remind myself that this was a species far beyond our capability. Still, as I climbed one of the rings, I noticed that a lot of the structure reminded me of things that might be found on Earth, which seemed impossible. I've always imagined that the architecture, the way of life, and even ordinary things like doors and windows would be completely different from alien species. Not so here. Maybe that was why our holders were so interested in this place. It wasn't simply about discovery, but exploiting this technology for our own advantage. As a criminal, that was something I could relate to. We are not so different, I thought as a reminder of complying with our instructions had flashed on my screen. I guess that was enough curiosity, I thought as I began to climb down. And just as I was halfway, I heard the most unusual noise. If you've ever fired up an old pickup truck after it's been sitting there for a few months, it was a similar sound except 1,000 times louder. And then the entire ring began to move. It happened so quickly that I lost my bearings and fell to the ground as the noise grew louder. Thanks to the low gravity, the fall didn't cause any injury. As I recovered, I saw the rings move faster and faster, until their movements were so quick that I couldn't even be sure what I was looking at. And then I heard the noise from the habitats and I looked to see that they had activated. Somehow my partner had found a way to spark a flow of electricity from the grid below our feet, the entire pattern glowing brighter than a Christmas tree. Some other portions of the ship began to pull back and shake, the entire thing humming with life, as it seemed to surge stronger and stronger, soon becoming out of control. All the noise made me want to cover my ears, and then I felt blood begin to trickle out of them. Soon we had another problem on our hands. The habitats had begun to spread apart and reveal what looked like a large engine that was thrumming to life. The readout on my helmet alerted all of us to take cover, but it's not like we had anywhere to run. Instead, I could feel the entire station beginning to shake and vibrate as the rings closed in on the central mass and connected to this engine. As the two massive structures collided, I was sure that it would mean our demise would be swift, all of the station splitting apart the way that an atom does at the moment of such a massive explosion of energy. But instead, the room filled with light, and I found myself being flung across the room like a rag doll. Another astronaut hit the exterior ring and went flying, never to be seen again. Moments later, the space station lurched backward and everything began to come to a halt. My head still felt like it was spinning even after the noise had faded away, and my body felt that it had been crushed by 10 tons of bricks. Everything was painful, but I knew something strange and momentous had just happened, so I found the strength to move. When I got over toward the exterior of the viewport, I saw that we were no longer anywhere near Jupiter, nor any stars that I recognized, and the data on my screen was now a dead feed, making me wonder if we had lost the transmissions from the shuttle. At the same moment, another strange noise occurred, and it was accomplished by flashing lights which I took to mean a warning. Rushing to the other side of the corridor alongside my partner, I saw that our facility was now hurtling toward a new planet at rapid speed. We were going to be experiencing a crash landing. This time I knew that the only way to survive would be to take shelter. I began to climb the honeycomb grid and getting inside one of the many habitats and sealed it up even as the atmosphere hit the station. Everything around me began to ignite with fire from the chemicals in the environment, and I closed my eyes for the moment of impact. Nothing could have properly prepared me for such a situation. But as the rock and dust and debris crashed all around me, I kept telling myself that I would find a way to survive. And somehow I did. When things had finally settled, the habitat that I had locked myself in had broken from the network and rolled out of the crash site, leaving me to be tangled in a mess of metal and alien foliage. Immediately, I started to kick apart my cage, falling down to the solid ground below and coughing as I tried to recalibrate my entire body. Somewhere close by, I heard a shout of praise and laughter, and then I saw my partner standing near to the edge of the corroded window to the station, his muzzle somehow broken off by the crash. That was intense," he screamed. Two things ran through my mind. First, that he now had the ability to free me. And second, that the planet had breathable oxygen. And we were very fortunate. I motioned for him to get my muzzle off, but before he did, we heard noises from under the rubble. A few moments later, we had isolated them and found 3 other survivors, 2 women and another man. And the others of our skeleton crew were nowhere to be found. Over the next half hour, we pushed out of the jungle overgrowth into a spacious valley, and it was there that my partner finally agreed to get our muzzles off. "The fresh air, wow," the woman next to me hollered. Even after it was off my mouth, I found myself still in silence. I was in awe of our surroundings. The valley spread out in all directions with rivers, forests, and vegetation. It was like a depiction of paradise. I explained as I began to settle into the concept that something good could come out of this. "We're quite likely outside the known Milky Way," the second woman, a black girl named Kayla, commented as we started back toward the ruined station. "Without any means of communication with our shuttle, that means that our kill command can't transmit properly. We're free," she announced. It was tough coming to terms with the reality at first, maybe because I wasn't sure what would happen next. Would we live here now? For how long? Was returning to Earth even possible? And would we want to return if we had the opportunity? None of those questions could be answered right then and there. So Kayla and the senior of our group, Thomas, made camp near the debris, and we all got to know each other a little bit better. "Okay, before we make introductions, I want one thing clear. This shall be tabula rasa, a clean slate. We're not going to discuss any crimes that led us to be incarcerated, only our values and what identifies us. I think it's only fair we take the chance to build something new here," Thomas told us. "What do you think that means? Are you saying that we start a whole new life here?" Rem, the younger woman, asked. Miguel, the man that had almost died from the entry crash, commented that it was quite likely that no rescue would ever come for us. "Oh, Earth is just a distant memory now. For all intents and purposes, we are going to make a colony here, I guess." The man that I had once been partners with, who called himself Zero, chuckled. "What's so funny?" Kayla asked. "Well, if this little new world order is going to be successful, one thing is clear. Somebody's going to have to start shacking up with somebody else. So how do we decide who gets to become lovebirds? Do we draw straws?" The uncomfortable silence that followed told me that nobody else had considered that, but it was a valid point. "I think we can't make any sort of big decision until we understand more about this world," Thomas told him. It was clear that he felt that he needed to be a leader, perhaps because of his age. So that night, we lay beneath the stars and agreed to remain closer to the debris as we begin to explore the area and learn what we can about the flora and fauna. A whole new world, ours for the taking, I thought as the night finally allowed me to settle. For the first time since being out here amid the stars, I felt like I could hope again. We chose to expand from the debris of Tartarus after that first night, using what we could from the wreckage as makeshift weapons and cutting down the foliage until we arrived at a wide open field with nothing but green grass and a few trees to see for miles. "This place is beautiful," Kayla commented with a whistle. Zero dropped his weapon and let the midday breeze give him a chance to smell the air. "Question is, can we live here?" he muttered. I'd been wondering the same thing. Our hope of survival depended on finding food, animals, and water. We were lucky to have breathing air, but the chances of not surviving were exponentially higher than making it to see another day. "Let's try and have a little faith. It's a miracle that we even made it this far, right?" I commented as we started to move again. Miguel had spotted what he thought might be an orchard of some kind. As we got closer and the horizon became clearer, I realized that it was a massive, overgrown garden of trees and flowers, all intertwined together with what looks like metal and vines. "And do you suppose the aliens that built that craft came from here, and the Tartarus was their escape to a new world?" Miguel wondered. And Thomas cut through the thick layer of weeds that covered one tree and found what looked like prickly pears. "Oh, we can wonder about that another day. I think this should be safe to eat," he commented and gestured towards the other fruits nearby. It was a vast field of different kinds, all of which seemed to mostly be rotting except for the ones that he had picked. "This ecosystem is so bizarre," the second woman, who I learned was named Blair, had commented as we started a fire and I watched the sky darken. "This place feels so empty too, though. I think that we might be the only living things here," I said. And just then we heard something from amid the foliage and I grabbed my scrap metal to defend the others. Zero emerged with his trousers down from taking a piss and remarked, "I think you all ought to see this." Amid the dense forest, he found a metallic object, large and impaled in one tree. Its strange, twisted blade causing the tree to give off an ethereal glow, and to pulse the way that a heart might. Amid the roots of the tree I saw what looked like scars, and as I got closer I realized that they were symbols, resembling the ones that we had seen on the space station. "It looks like your theory was right, kid. So much about this feels so surreal, and yet so familiar," Kayla admitted as we chose to set up camp near the glowing tree. Something about its foliage and fruit seemed different than the rest, as though it was the core of the network and supplying all else. "I've felt that way since we got to the station, really. I know it sounds crazy, but I think these aliens, they might have been connected to our very first ancestors," Thomas remarked. Zero was trying to climb the tree to reach one of the branches that offered the crystalline fruit, and I asked Thomas what he meant, and so he gestured around us before commenting. "Oh, it's like Kayla said. This place, it feels like a distant memory, or a shared dream that anyone can recognize. Something deep inside all of us senses a connection to this place. Don't deny that," he said. He was right, but the fact scared me. It seemed impossible. Humans have only just barely started understanding space travel. All of the things that we saw on that station and even this biologically advanced plant life, it's light years ahead of our current tech, I commented. "I'm not trying to say that I fully grasp it either, but I feel certain that this place holds answers to some of our deepest truths. The very origins of our species," he said. Just then, Zero tossed a glowing fruit down to Blair and then one to me. "Oh, sounds like mumbo jumbo to me. I've read my Bible and I don't remember it ever saying God made man and then sent him to Earth," he remarked. "Oh, so you're a preacher now, are you?" Kayla said with a chuckle as she tried to get a bite of it. The exterior of the fruit was harder than a rock, "Oh, I got as far as Genesis," he retorted, which caused a few chuckles. I stared at the fruit, a thought forming as I remembered some of those stories myself. My grandma used to read a book of Bible tales right before bed. The stories of creation and the first sin had always been one of my favorites, so the scriptures stuck in my head. And then God said, "Let us make mankind in our image." I mumbled as I stood up and looked at the sword-like tree and the overgrowth around us. "What's gotten into you?" Miguel asked. "The Lord took man and placed him in the garden." I responded and pointed at the tree. "And from every tree of the garden you should eat, but from the tree in the middle of the garden you must not eat, for in the day you eat from it you will positively perish." Zero laughed aloud. "I think you're taking things too serious, man. That crash must have jostled your noggin. No, don't you see? This is the Garden of Eden," I said excitedly as I looked at the fruit. "And this must be the tree of life, the one that God sealed off when mankind became sinful." Kayla paused from trying to break apart the fruit. Slow down. Are you really saying you think this is the real Garden of Eden? I mean, we're literally millions of years from Earth." "I didn't see it at first, but now, I think it's undeniable. The shared experience of a common ancestry, the familiarity even though none of us have been here. Our theories might be right. This may be where the first man and woman came into existence," I told them. Zero finally broke open the fruit. It looked like a swirling mass of worms that was eating itself over and over again, and it was an even brighter light than the tree. "Let's say you're right. If so, then God was actually some alien race. Wait, where's this God now?" I didn't have an answer, but none of us were sure what to do now, except Zero. He bit into the worms and let them slither into his mouth. "What the heck are you doing? You don't know what that could do," Miguel shouted. "I'm testing the theory that Adam here just spouted. If this is the tree of life like you claim, that means it'll make me immortal with just one bite." He took his weapon, and before any of us could object, he ran the sharp end of the blade right along his belly. The blood seeped out for a moment as all of us watched and waited to see if he would topple over from shock. But instead, the skin began to seal back almost instantly, the way that you might see in the movies. The wound was gone and there wasn't even a scar. "My goodness," Blair whispered. "So then it's like the cure for cancer, influenza, and the plague all in a single dose?" Kayla asked. "Death itself won't be able to touch us," Thomas said, and then he asked Zero to climb up and get some for the rest of us. A few moments later, we all had one and got to work breaking them apart. Once we were done, all of us had decided to eat together. "On the count of 3, Miguel suggested. And on 3, we devoured that fruit. And then we all took turns, much like Zero did, putting the fruit to the test. It was a bizarre sort of ritual that reminded me of a college frat party that I had been kicked out of once. We kept pushing our limits for the rest of the night, laughing at the newfound power that we had gained. Oh, I wish that moment had also been eternal, because what came after was the real nightmare. Our descent into madness was a gradual one. I wish it was something that I could have seen hints of, but that is not how it spreads. As the days passed, we began to work and create a small home for ourselves, which we called New Eden. And eventually we began to create farms and roadways that spread outward from there. Miguel and Blair grew closer as the weeks passed by, working side by side. And I remember the first big milestone was when they announced that they were going to try and have a baby. I imagine that child growing and having children of its own, free of sickness and death, until one day, this whole world was filled with perfection. If anything was going to be a utopia, it would be the one that we were now making. Over the next week, however, Blair experienced the early stages of pregnancy, morning sickness and dizziness, and even had difficulty moving around. And then in the second week, I realized that she had begun to show signs of a bulging stomach, something that ordinarily wouldn't happen until the third trimester. We need equipment to figure out what's happening. Do you suppose anything on the Tartarus might be of use? Thomas wondered. I didn't have an answer, but Kayla and I agreed to look the next day. And that night, her pain got more severe. The baby inside her was growing at a much faster rate than she could handle. At one point, when her screams woke me, I saw it stretching her skin to its near breaking point. But because she kept healing over and over, it would never actually break through. Kayla gave her something that we had found which seemed to work as a sedative, and it gave me a concerned look as our friend finally fell asleep. And then we both sat in silence and looked at her distressed eyes, and I found myself wondering if this was the price that we would all pay. And the next day, as we searched the debris of the craft, Kayla told me that she was worried too. She won't be able to die from this, but it'll be a living hell, and that will be far worse. She'll be begging for death, she said as her eyes welled up with tears. There's gotta be a way to help her. Zero has been scouring further and further to the west of the rivers, near those mountains we thought might house old facilities. If we can't find anything here, I'm sure that he will there. I told her. Well, what if he doesn't though? What if she's doomed to just keep on experiencing this suffering forever? I knew that she was also equally worried about her own future, but I stayed quiet. I didn't have the answers anyway. Blair's screams didn't stop until the middle of the night. When I went to go see why, I only discovered more terror. Zero was standing over her with a large rock and had smashed her face in, enough where it would take a few hours for the fruit that we had eaten to make her recover. I couldn't even find a reason to be angry when I saw what her unborn child had done to her body. It was tearing against her skin, trying to break free, and it had even gotten to the point of breaking her back. We have to find a way for it to be free, he said. I'm not proud of what we did, but as we aided in its release, the creature's head finally burst out, its head bulbous and its voice shrill with anger and pain. Dear Lord, I said as Zero disposed of it, the poor beast finally silenced. We've only delayed our problems. Zero wiped a sweat and red from his brow, tossing the rock aside. Come with me. There's something that I want you to see. I asked him where we were headed as we left camp, but my guide remained silent, the sun rising over our new colony a few hours later as we left anything that I was familiar with. Most of the world around us was uncultivated soil, and Zero had been searching for something that might give us insight on what went wrong all those ages ago, when our ancestors also ate from the tree. Finally, we arrived at a valley where I saw a structure that was about as tall as the sky itself. It was broken and dismantled, having fallen from the East Canyon above us, but it was still a marvel to behold such an immense skyscraper. I give you Babel, or at least, that's what it appears to be anyway, he told me as we got over the next set of rocks. I vaguely recalled the biblical legend. It was a place where supposedly God had mixed up all the languages. Inside the empty tower, we saw endless arrays of computers, machines, and other forms of technology that rivaled anything that we had ever seen, and it too reminded me of the Tartarus. Zero reached one of the terminals that still had an ethereal glow to it and explained, I found it a few days ago. It activated when I shed blood. He paused and cut his hand to let the blood flow into the circuitry, and I watched as a holographic man appeared. He was tall, perhaps at least 9 feet, and had the appearance of a regal officer, but his features looked troubled. And as he spoke in an unknown tongue, Zero said, And this is where I need help. Can't make sense of anything they say. I started checking the computers, using my rudimentary methods from before our arrival to hack into the system. It was a bit archaic, but it worked. Soon the projector started to change its format into a different language, and then another and then another. Finally, we could listen to what it had to say. Our species has reached its zenith with this new discovery. The one thing that we lacked. The one thing that can give us purpose. The research team of Colony 1 disagrees with these findings, hence the motive behind their attack. However, if we're ever going to leave this place and spread our seed into the universe, then we must be successful, the man said. It revealed detailed schematics of the Tartarus, which confirmed that this was how our ancestors had made it to the stars. The ship shall be the ark that saves our species. Once we have traveled the length of a generation, we shall have all connection to this place purged thanks to the virus that we have crafted. Flooding our bodies with this much intense infection will of course have a secondary effect, erasing our immortality. The next bit of the hologram showed what I could only assume was the dispersal of the virus into the atmosphere as they left the planet. The feed showed every single thing on the planet would be consumed and eventually rot and die. The apocalypse protocol that we've crafted is a secondary backup in case we fail, to ensure that this never happens again. If anybody else discovers this world and what we did here, this will be their salvation. The recording ended and it showed the Tartarus again, this time with different schematics that explained where the supervirus was kept, and Zero commented, "And we need to find that. It's the only way to be free of those things that Blair had given birth to." Outside the tower, we heard a howl across the plains, and the hair on the back of my neck stood up. That creature was recovered and possibly it was moving from the colony to find us. We had to act fast. The orbital is about a day's journey from here. Let's go, I told him. And we left those ruins and started traveling east, my heart pounding each step of the way as we avoided any trace of the creature. We were nearly in the clear when I heard it moving through the brush. Zero and I began to run, weaving between trees and overgrown fields to reach the orbital. But the creature was faster. It leapt from the trees and latched onto Zero, its fingernails tearing into his back as it pinned him down. I stumbled and held my breath as the gigantic newborn shrieked and attacked him, its misshapen features a testament to what the newborn power had done to human biology. Its misshapen features a testament to what the newfound power had done to human biology. It had to be twice his size and against 4 times as strong. Zero kept fighting though, screaming for me to run as he distracted it. His bones were breaking over and over again as the two danced around the jungle, each trying to overpower the other. The distraction, I knew, wouldn't last forever. With that sort of strength, eventually Zero would be wounded beyond a quick recovery of healing. So I decided to leave him behind as I reached the edge of the jungle and saw the Tartarus off in the distance. I didn't look back as Zero's screams became more intense. And then at last it grew silent, which actually frightened me even more. That meant that Zero was unconscious, and the creature was likely now hunting me. Reaching the station, I pushed myself through the debris and began to search what portions of the place were not destroyed. I saw my old helmet, which we had once considered to be a part of our inmate uniform, and I turned on the headlamp illuminating my steps. As I started to roam, I found my thoughts reflecting on our journey here. We thought that we could escape fate, escape death. This was never freedom at all. We wished that we could have simply perished a long time ago, amid the safety of stars that we recognized. The Tartarus simply had to still have access to the virus, otherwise I wasn't sure what we were going to do. Climbing down an old elevator shaft, I reached a submerged portion of the station and recognized these symbols on the outside, to indicate that it was some sort of lab. I dove under the water and pushed myself into the room, adjusting my vision to the cloudy water as I tried to see if anything was intact. I grabbed whatever I could, pushing myself into the next corridor and coming up for air. Placing the vials on the side of the twisted metal, I examined the materials inside each of them. I really only had one way to make sure the virus was actually effective. I realized that taking out a syringe, I couldn't bring back the wrong thing. So I braced myself and plunged it into my thigh. Gasping for air, I felt my heart suddenly stop, and then it felt like it was going to explode. The world didn't stop spinning for a good second, and when it did, I found my entire body was shaking and convulsing. I turned over and began to vomit bile, along with the rest of the worms that I had consumed years ago, and then I simply laid there on the metal, still gasping for air as I struggled to move. My hand cut against the sharp ends of the metal as I got up and pulled back in pain, noticing that the wound did not heal. The injection must have already started to reverse the process of immortality, I thought as I got up on my feet. I searched for another exit, and I found an elevator shaft to my right, tilted and running straight into one of the massive trees. Somewhere above me, I heard the newborn monster scream, and I hastened to climb up and out. Without protection, I'd be dead. Squeezing in between some of the branches and the hole in the wall, I found that I could barely breathe, and then my foot got stuck. I panicked and twisted it, trying to get it loose as I heard the shrieks get louder. And then I saw its silhouette at the top of the elevator, and the gruesome infant started crawling toward me. I barely got my foot out and tumbled down the tree as I heard it leap. My lungs released all of their air as I hit the ground, and I laid there paralyzed in just a moment. The creature stared at me, and I started to climb down faster. I grabbed a few rocks and chucked them at the monster as I got on my foot. My body ached and my muscles spasmed, the effects of the virus running its course as I became mortal again. The newborn attacked and we tumbled down a hill. I used my fingers to poke its eyes, and the beast reared back and hollered, giving me a chance to run free. I saw a river and I immediately jumped into it. The creature didn't follow, trying to find its way around to where I swam. I wasn't sure why it hesitated, but I used the momentum of the stream to push away, focusing on the rising sun. If I followed this path, I should be only 10 minutes from the camp. The screaming behind me didn't stop, and so I kept my pace and followed a fresh path of destruction, eventually finding Thomas and Kayla and Blair. "What's happening? Where's Zero?" Kayla asked. I showed them the vials to explain what the virus did, making them all quiet as they heard what I had to say. "So this virus, it's death, going back to being mortal?" Thomas asked me carefully. Blair was already eager to take the medicine, her ordeal with the newborn enough to make her desperate to die. They watched as she injected herself and began to convulse the way that I had, and then she gave us all a hug and smiled at me at last. She told me thank you. We watched in silence as she went to the nearest cliff and she hurled herself off of it. There was a sudden finality to our long ordeal when we saw that she had perished, and Thomas bravely said that before we took each other out, we had to make sure that this planet was destroyed. "The apocalypse protocol you mentioned, how do we activate that?" he asked. I told him about the tower and how it likely once served as a means of communication with the station, and so we left the camp immediately to get there. The tower was at least a day away, and I knew that the creature Blair had given birth to was still searching for us, so there wasn't any time for rest. Even though I was the only one in the party that could now get hurt, I became even more vigilant. Nothing else mattered to me except finally getting to destroy this wretched rock. It began to storm as we passed through the first portion of the valley, our sweat and blood staining the air. The predatory newborn was close. When we saw the tower, I insisted that they go ahead. If I can distract it, you'll have time to activate the tower. The command center was close to the level where the canyon had crushed the skyscraper. How will you know if we succeed? Kayla asked. I thought about the video where I saw the destructive power of the bomb detonating across the entire planet, and I promised her that I would know. Once the signal can be sent out, we will all meet our maker, I told her. And they left me there as I caught my breath again and I waited for the creature to find me. I didn't just sit by though, I set a trap. One of those makeshift holes that you might find to catch a tiger. It would be enough to slow it down, maybe even enough for my friends to get that signal working. And there is also an alternative that I'm dreading where everything goes wrong and they can't actually destroy this world. In that case, I'll fling myself into this pit and let nature take its course. And the only way out is death. It was the answer that we were given all along. It just took living forever to recognize how precious living is. The creature came like I knew it would, and I smiled, weapon in hand, as I saw the beacon starting to light up. This is the end for me, but maybe if this message it gets back to somebody else and it's not, I only ask that you send others here to kill us, to put an end to all of this. If not for our sakes, then to prevent this curse from ever spreading. Goodbye. I had only met my employer once, and that was when I first met him. I was fresh out of college back then with a liberal arts degree and no job. In fact, I had been struggling to find a job for months and I had been living in my car to save on money. My daily routine at the time was attending job interviews and doing odd jobs for cash. It was a cycle that I thought I was stuck in without any escape. And then I met him. I first saw him standing outside of the building that I had just finished a job interview in. He was old, lanky, and was wearing a suit that was cleaner and better than mine. As I passed by him, I managed to catch a glimpse at his face and I felt a cold chill run through my spine. Staring back at me with a large grin, as the man gave an unsettling aura that immediately made me uncomfortable. Not wanting to be under his continuous gaze, I decided to quicken my pace and get back to my car. I didn't know why he was staring at me so intently and with such a disturbing smile, but he wanted something from me that he should have called out. Instead, though, he simply remained silent. When I glanced back, I saw him still standing there, still staring at me and still smiling wildly. Looking away and trying to forget what I saw, I tried my best to dismiss him as just another weirdo who didn't have anything better to do. It didn't take long for me to forget about the man and turn my thoughts back towards my recent interview. I felt confident about it and hoped that I would land the job. However, this confidence soon wavered when I remembered the previous a dozen times that I felt the same way and ended up not landing the job. It just seemed that no matter how hard I tried, I was just never the one that they wanted. Eventually, the rest of my walk ended up me moping in despair. As I got closer to my car though, I was surprised to see a familiar-looking man standing beside it. Staring with intent with each step, I tried to push away the thought that it was the same man from earlier. After all, it could just be another suited man who just happened to be hanging out near my car. It was strange, but not impossible. However, as he turned his face towards me and smiled, I knew for certain that it was the same man from earlier. Feeling my stomach drop at the sight, I suddenly stood there frozen and I stared at him. At that point, my mind couldn't help but wonder how he got there before me. He was clearly standing still behind me earlier, and I didn't notice him go past me when I was walking. So how did he end up in my car before I did? Had I been that distracted in my thoughts? More importantly though, why was he by my car? Did he want something from me? And before I could call out to him and ask him those questions, he suddenly spoke up and approached me. Still unaware of his intentions and finding him dangerous, I slowly backed away. "Looks like you're a person looking for a job," he said, his voice sounding rugged and unassuring. "Yeah, why do you care?" I replied, still slowly backing away with each step that he took. "You got one to offer to me?" "Actually, I do," he said, his smile growing wider, if that was even possible. "How would you like to make $10,000 a month?" $10,000 monthly? I asked in disbelief. "You're joking with me, right?" "Oh no, I'm very much serious," he said. "Of course, you'll have to first pass the test to see if you're qualified, but I think you're perfect for the role." "A test? What kind of test is that?" I asked as I continued to keep my distance from him. At the time, I didn't believe a single word that he was saying, and I was just doing my best to distract him until I could get away. "This test." With that, he suddenly lunged forward and towards me, reaching a speed that I never thought possible from a simple old man like him. Before I could react and get away, the man was suddenly holding my arm with a tight grip. Without a word, he then pulled out a knife from his pocket, the sight of which made me freeze in fear. For a moment, I thought he was going to stab me right in my guts. But instead, he ended up using the knife to make a light cut on the palm of my hand, my blood coating the steel and dripping onto the ground. Watching him with shock and fear, I then saw him raise the knife towards his face before licking the blood that coated it. "Perfect," he said in a satisfied tone. "You're the one we need. You're hired." While I was unable to process what had just happened, he let go of my arm and allowed me to regain my composure. Realizing that I was free from him, I quickly withdrew my arm towards me and prepared to leave quickly. After all that I had witnessed, I thought that the man was insane. Before I could turn around though, the man pulled out an envelope from his coat and handed it to me. I stared at the envelope for a second, before looking up at his smiling face. Unsure what I should do, I remained standing there. "Take it," he encouraged me. "Consider this a salary advance." I didn't trust him, yet I still dared to grab the envelope from his hand. Opening it and taking a look inside, I couldn't help but have my eyes grow wide open upon seeing it filled with $100 bills. "I hope that this will help settle your apprehension," he said, seemingly satisfied with my reaction. Turning around, he then began walking away from me and giving me one last instruction as he went. "In your car is another envelope, a larger one this time. A set of instructions are in it, as well as the tools that you'll need for the job. Good luck." And giving one wave of his hand, he then walked off, leaving me dumbstruck. I turned my attention to my palm. I decided to deal with that first as I tried to rationalize what had just happened. Taking a handkerchief, I wiped away the blood before using it to wrap the wound. Once my hand was wrapped, I turned my attention back towards the envelope that he had given me. Taking a look inside once more, I made sure that what I saw earlier was real. True enough, the $100 bills were still in there. Conning them quickly, I soon realized that I had $1,000 right in my hands. Suddenly feeling unsafe being outside with such a large amount, I rushed back towards my car. As I opened the door though, I found a larger envelope on the driver's seat. Looking down at it, I suddenly realized it was likely the other envelope that he was talking about earlier. How he managed to get it inside, I wasn't sure. My car was locked and secure and there didn't seem to be any sign of forced entry. Somehow though, he had managed to do it. And it brought me chills knowing that he could easily get in. Grabbing the envelope, I then got in my car and made sure to lock my doors. I then spilled out its contents on the front passenger seat before sifting everything that came out. The first to catch my attention was a large folded piece of paper, which I soon realized was a map of Nebraska after I laid it open. Studying the map for a few seconds, I soon noticed a red circle marking a random town in the middle of nowhere. Curiously, I focused my attention there, wondering what it could mean. The place where my place of work would be, perhaps. Hoping to find answers, I took a piece of paper that came with the envelope and read through the instructions that I was given. 1. Every time a map is sent, you must go to the town marked with a red circle and arrive at the area within 7 days after receiving the map. 2. Upon approaching the town, stop at least 5 miles outside the red circle marked on the map. Do not go past that. 3. From the position you choose, open the case provided to you. You will find a needle and a quill in there. Use the needle to prick your finger so that it bleeds. 4. Once you are bleeding, take out the quill and soak the tip with your blood. Using the quill, proceed to shade the encircled mark on the map with your blood, taking care not to smear any of your blood outside of the circle. 5. Upon completing these tasks, your payment will be provided to you instantly. 6. Failure to follow these instructions would result in your termination. After reading those instructions, I wasn't sure whether to believe it or not. The tasks were strange and they made no sense to me. Why was I supposed to drive to a town in the middle of nowhere? Why did I need to smear my blood on the map? Couldn't I just do it all from where I was now? All these questions circled in my mind and I was tempted to ignore all of this and run off with the money that the man already gave me. Then again, what was I to lose? If I followed these rather simple instructions, if luck continued going my way, then I would be paid rather handsomely for doing nothing but driving around and doing some silly tasks. After thinking about it, I eventually made up my mind. With $1,000 in hand and a potential for much more, I decided to head to the Midwest. A few days later, I found myself in a diner in a town just before the one marked on the map. As I sat there looking over the map while having coffee, I wondered what awaited me after I completed the instructions given. It was during this moment, though, that somebody from behind me suddenly spoke, catching me off guard. "Plan to travel there, stranger," the voice said from behind me. Turning around, I saw a man around my age looking down at me with a friendly smile. Confused at his sudden intrusion, though, I gave him a suspicious glare as I wondered if he was working for the suited man to keep an eye on me. Seeing my rather unfriendly look, the man gave a little chuckle. "No, sorry for disturbing you, but I promise I don't mean any harm. I just couldn't help but notice that you have my hometown marked on that map. You see, it's strange to see somebody from out of town heading there to visit." Still remaining suspicious, I quickly folded up the map. "How do you know that I'm not from there too?" I eventually asked them. "Oh, that place is a small town," he said with a friendly smile. "If there was somebody around my age from there, I would know them." Sighing, I shook my head, realizing that I can't make use of the excuse of me being from there. Trying my best to think of a different reason, I ended up awkwardly staring at him for far too long. The man seemed to interpret this as, "Listen, stranger, I didn't mean to put my nose in your personal business," he said apologetically. "I was just a little curious, you know. Anyways, I'll leave you be. I hope you found what you're looking for there." And with that, he left, leaving me feeling a little awkward and embarrassed. Hoping to shake away that feeling, I decided to head out and take on the last stretch of my journey. Arriving a few miles from town just before sunset, I ended up stopping my car at the side of the road and atop a ridge overlooking the town. What I saw while parked there was just what I had expected, a small rural settlement surrounded by farmland. It was quite a peaceful sight, actually. For a moment, I even considered the possibility of settling in such a place if I saved enough money. After a few more seconds of enjoying the view, I quickly grabbed the map and got ready to do the job that I was sent here for. At that point, I still thought what I was doing was silly. However, as long as I get paid, I was going to do it. Unfolding the map and placing it on my lap, I stared at the map and looked at the encircled town. After checking my phone to make sure that I was a good few miles outside the area marked, I then opened the case and pulled out the stainless steel needle in it. Taking a deep breath, I then quickly pricked my left index finger, making sure that it was enough to make me bleed. Once that was done, I then used my free hand to bring out the quill and dip the tip of my bleeding finger. After making sure that enough of my blood had soaked into the quill, I then gently lowered it towards the map and hovered it over the area where the town in front of me was located. Without hesitation, I then began shading the area with my blood, following the instructions carefully and making sure that I didn't spill any outside. When I was sure that I had completely covered the circle, I lifted the quill and stared at my work, and then I began to laugh. What I just did was bizarre and made no real sense at all. It seemed funny at the time, and being there and actually having done it made me think that it was just as silly and stupid. I ended up laughing for a whole minute before noticing that the ground was shaking. At first, it confused me, as I felt my car swinging gently. Eventually, the shaking started to intensify, and I assumed that an earthquake was happening. I wasn't too worried though, since there wasn't anything that could fall on me from where I was parked at. But the feeling of being rocked was not a comfortable sensation. Luckily, the shaking didn't seem to increase more than enough to shake my car. But as I looked in front of me, I saw something that made my heart stop. Rising from the ground around the town were strange pillars, at least a dozen of them. Staring at them with wide eyes, I watched as they rose higher and higher from the ground. As I did, I suddenly realized that they weren't simply pillars. No, they were tentacles, large tentacles that wiggled in all directions. From afar, it reminded me of the tentacles of a squid. However, unlike a normal squid, these tentacles were huge. Based on the nearby houses that stood near one of the tentacles, I would estimate that each one of them were around 100 feet in diameter. They were monstrous, and they just kept on rising, pushing up higher than the tallest structures of the town. As the tentacles continued to rise, I began to notice a red glow emitting on the ground around the town. From my vantage point, I watched in amazement as the glowing area seemed to form a perfect circle. Starting out as a strange light, I then noticed that it was emitting heat, as the sensation could be felt even through my car. But that then made me realize If it felt uncomfortably hot from where I was, then it must have been unbearable from the town. I shook my head and tried to not think about it, as I imagined haunting images of the people there, as if I was being taunted. I suddenly heard screams ringing all around me, as if there were thousands of invisible people being tortured and crying for help and mercy. I don't know how that was happening, but covering my ears didn't seem to work. It was as if the screams of these souls were in my very head. Pained by the sensation, I found myself jumping out of the car thinking that I could escape the noise outside. It was a stupid action and it obviously wouldn't change anything, but the pain was making it difficult for me to think. As I stepped out of the car, I immediately fell onto my knees due to the continued shaking of the ground. Frustrated and overwhelmed, I cried out and begged for the noise to stop, but it never did. Instead, the screams grew louder and louder until they mixed into one haunting noise. Eventually, though, my mind and body managed to acclimate enough to the screaming for me to be able to focus in my surroundings. Despite the pain that I was feeling from the deafening screams, I was able to glance towards town to see that the tentacles had stopped rising and were now protruding at least a mile high from the ground. By then, the shaking of the ground had stopped, and I was able to steadily get back on my feet. Looking up, I stared at the skyscraper-sized tentacles that made me feel puny below it. Watching them wiggle and sway in different directions gave the sensation of both terror and discomfort. It looked so unnatural that there was no doubt in me that it was not from this world. After standing tall over the town for what seemed like an eternity, I watched as the tentacles suddenly tipped down towards the town. Moving in unison, they descended down towards the poor settlement, before hitting it with a loud, earth-shaking crash. Bits of houses could be seen flying in all directions, and I could only imagine what those monstrous appendages would do to people that it fell on. Strangely enough, the number of screams that I was hearing suddenly reduced after that. Although I could still hear pained shouts and crying, its loudness was reduced to half. The slight relief this gave me was quickly shattered upon the realization of what that meant. My mind was too clouded by pain to think of it earlier, but not that I was slightly brought to ease. I quickly drew the conclusion that the screams were from the town's inhabitants. If that was the case, though, then the fact that it was lessened meant only one thing. I felt sick in my stomach at the thought of that. However, the horror of what I was witnessing was not over yet. After the tentacles landed on the ground, I watched as they began pushing the whole town down towards the earth. With a force that I thought impossible, it pushed the ground down as it and the houses and the streets began to disappear. Unable to look away, I kept my eyes fixed at what was unfolding, while my mind was tortured by the increasing screams of the few people who remained alive there. Eventually it ended. The tentacles disappeared into the ground and the red glow that encircled the area where the town should be was gone. What was left was an empty expanse of open fields with no structure or people left behind. It was as if nothing had ever existed to begin with. Also gone were the screams. As I found my head had become quiet once more. Yet despite that, I felt more sick than I was earlier. Although I was far from the destruction, the horrors that unfolded left a mark in me, as these sounds of the victim's screams still echoed in my memory. To make things worse, I began to quickly realize that I wasn't just an innocent bystander. As my head began to clear, it soon dawned upon me that I was the one who likely had caused all of that to unfold. I was the one who destroyed that town. I was the one who had killed the thousands of people who lived there. Unable to control myself, I ended up kneeling to the ground once more and puking. I don't know how long I ended up puking and coughing on the ground, but eventually I heard the sound of a car stopping near me, followed by a door opening. Still traumatized and sick from what I had encountered, I paid little notice at first and I continued to stare at the ground. However, once the person who got out of the car approached and spoke, I immediately recognized who it was. "Hey, you okay there, stranger?" a familiar voice said. Immediately looking up, I saw that the man standing there was the same one that I had met at the diner. The same man who said his hometown was the one that I had witnessed being destroyed. Unable to speak, I just ended up staring at him, not sure how to interact. He, however, just gave me the same friendly smile. "Oh, wow, it's you again," he said with a chuckle. Still not much of a chatterbox, I see. Anyways, you okay there? You seemed to be really sick when I first noticed you on the side of the road." Seemingly unable to form words at the time, I simply pointed towards the direction of where the town was. And deep inside, I felt guilty, knowing that I had helped in the destruction of his home. Trying my best to hold my tears down, I wanted to desperately apologize to him. All his family and friends were gone now, and it was all because of me. However, the man simply gave me a confused look as he glanced towards where I was pointing, before turning his attention back to me. "Those are the fields you wanted to visit, right?" he asked me. "I still don't know why you want to go there, but if it's that important to you, I won't question it." "Fields?" I asked, confused. No, that was where your hometown was." "My hometown?" he asked before laughing. "I lived here for a long time, stranger, and I can tell you that that land there has been an empty field since before I was born. My hometown is farther up from here, say 30 miles further north." None of that made sense to me. At first, I thought that I misunderstood where he said his hometown was earlier, but then I thought that I couldn't have. After all, he saw my map and the name of the town that was encircled there. So why did he claim that he was from a different town? And then a creeping thought entered my mind. Was it because of the same evils that caused the destruction of the town? Had it also twisted and distorted his memory and reality? Realizing that possibility brought a chill down my spine. Silently, I ended up getting on my feet and walking back to my car, ignoring the man's worried calls. I kept on thinking about what I had done and the work that I had agreed to do. What I initially thought was a silly and pointless job, it turned out to be far more destructive and dangerous than I thought. As I sat back in my car and closed the door, I saw the reason why I had agreed to it. Laying there on the front passenger seat was a backpack that I didn't own. Moving my shaky hands to pick it up and place it on my lap, I nervously opened it to see wads of $100 bills in it. Along with them was a small note. It read, "Your next assignment will be sent to you next month. Till then, here's your pay. $9,000 in cash." $9,000. Add the $1,000 that I was given earlier and that makes 10 grand, just as promised. That was the price of all the lives that I had killed. That was the price of all the memories that I had altered, and the result of the simple and horrifying job that I had been hired for. What I was given was blood money, no doubt about it. I felt repulsed, both by it and myself. Putting the bag back on the passenger seat, I gave one glance out to the man who was still standing there and staring at me. I wanted to apologize, to tell him what I had done to him, but I didn't. He would never believe what I would say, and no apology that I gave would ever make up for what I had done. Because of that, I simply looked away and drove off, heading back from where I came from. Although he would never understand it, I felt guilty for what I've done to him in his town. That was 9 months ago. Since then, I've done one job every month for my employer, erasing small towns from different states, terminating the lives of thousands upon thousands, and altering the realities of those who had been fortunate enough to have left their hometowns. I've been paid handsomely for all of this, and now I get to live in a nice home and I no longer have to worry about money. Am I proud of my job? No. In fact, I'm ashamed of what I do, and I'm haunted by the screams of those who I had condemned to hell. Can I leave my job? I don't know. I don't think my employer would let me leave, and I already consider myself lucky that he isn't forcing me to do all of this. I fear that trying to refuse would only make things bad for me. So I've decided to enjoy my compensation and try to live with the guilt as best I can. I have things pretty good after all. Although sometimes I can't help but feel that all of this would bite me in the back someday. Most of the time, I try not to think about it too much. However, once in a while, I do end up being a little curious. After all, he probably doesn't want these towns erased for no reason. If he did though, then that would be a scarier thought, knowing that a man just wanted it done for the heck of it. I don't think that's the case with my employer though. Recently, my curiosity behind the greater meaning behind things grew once again, especially after my most recent excursion. It was supposed to be just like my previous ones, and go to the place, erase it from existence, and receive my money and leave. Now, it sounds simple when I put it that way, but no matter how many times I do it, it never was simple. And despite all the terrors I was constantly hearing and seeing, I never became desensitized. That was a good thing, since it at least made sure that I was still human. A terrible human, but a human nonetheless. On that day though, as I marked my blood on the map and readied myself for what was to come, I was not prepared for what I witnessed. As usual, it began with the trembling of the ground. Standing outside and looking out at the distant town in front of me, I watched and waited for the tentacles to sprout on the ground. To my surprise though, they didn't appear. Instead, large arm-shaped appendages emerged, a dozen of them doing what I was used to seeing the tentacles do. Staring with confusion, I watched as the hands on the end of these arms opened up, its fingers stretching wildly before pointing down towards the village. Just like the tentacles of the past, these arms followed a similar formula to what I had seen before, and they fell down and crushed the village, filling my ears with the screams of the residents. Yet, for the first time since I took the job, my mind was not focused on the victims. Instead, my thoughts were too preoccupied with the arms, as I wondered why they had appeared instead of the tentacles. What did it mean? Did I summon something different this time? If so, what was it? Stuck trying to find answers, I failed to notice the arms push the town down to the ground and disappear. My attention only returned to the unfolding events when I saw something else new occur. As the usual red glow continued to emit in the area where the town was, something new began emerging. Wide, frightened eyes. I backed up from where I stood as a large head began rising in front of me, its surface rough, gray, and scarred. Keeping my eyes on it as it went higher and higher, I noticed patches of scars littering its skin, exposing dark black flesh and even metallic bone in some portions. It was a terrifying sight, and I felt more puny than I ever had in the past during that moment. As the head continued to rise high, it eventually stopped just as the jaw emerged. Laying dormant like that for a few seconds, I then saw its eyes scan the empty fields in front of it before dropping its attention on me. Unsure of what to do and not wanting to unintentionally provoke the giant in front of me, I simply stared back at it and stood still. Eventually, a loud booming voice echoed in my ears, although I didn't see the giant's mouth open as I heard the voice.
You have done well, my child.
It said with a tone that made my spine shiver.
My power grows stronger because of what you and the others have done.
After that, there was nothing but silence. Looking at the gigantic head in front of me, I then saw it give me a large smile, one that would forever haunt me as the gaps in its teeth seemed to give me a glimpse of an empty void. As it continued to smile at me, the head began to descend down and back into the flowing ground, while the eyes of the giant continued to stay locked on me. Eventually, what could be seen of the creature disappeared, leaving me facing an empty and quiet field. As I stood there, more shocked than I was when I did my first job, I couldn't help but struggle in grappling with what had just occurred. This was clearly no normal job, and no note from the suited man ever hinted anything like that would happen. And when I stumbled back into my car, I noticed the usual bag of money on my front passenger seat, containing the usual $10,000 salary. I could care less about it though, as I sat in the driver's seat and tried my best to comprehend what I just saw. The shock of things though made it difficult, as my heart continued to beat fast. After a while though, I managed to calm myself enough to think straight. Whatever that giant was, it was clearly not a threat to me. At least that's what it seemed. After all, it thanked me for my services and it seemed pleased with what I was doing. So that meant I shouldn't be afraid of it, right? Convincing myself that I was safe as long as I continued my work, I managed to dissipate the fear that was boiling in me ever since that giant had emerged. As I drove off and started the journey back home, I couldn't help but continue to think about what that creature had said, especially on what he meant by others. Was he talking about the suited man? Were there others doing work for my employer that were aiding that creature? For a good while, I thought about that, only to get frustrated when I realized that I'll probably never get an answer. I had no means of contacting the suited man to ask him, and even if I was able to, I doubted that he would freely tell me. Slowly, I began to accept the fact that whatever that thing was would forever be a mystery to me. However, as I stopped by a diner to replenish myself on the way home, I saw something that managed to relight my earlier search for answers. As I was moving to get a seat, I noticed a man sitting near the entrance with a map sprawled on his table. At first, I didn't pay too much attention to him, thinking that he was just another traveler. However, as I passed him, my eyes scanned the map that he had and noticed that he had marked various areas on it, areas that seemed to be in the middle of nowhere. Instead of cities, towns, or tourist sites, he was marking empty fields and random portions of road. This immediately lit something inside me, as I took my seat and kept on thinking about what I had just glimpsed. You see, after every job I did, I always paid respect to the places that I erased by marking them down on the map. Of course, no trace of them remained, but a simple mark with a name was enough to honor them. Seeing the man's map that day, I thought I was looking at the same one that I had made. Immediately, I could only conclude one thing from that. He was just like me. He worked for the suited man too. At least that's what I assumed. Remembering that the giant had mentioned that there were others also helping it, I couldn't help but connect the dots. Was he one of the others that it was talking about? And that thought of there being somebody out there with the same job as me both excited and terrified me. For starters, it meant that I was not alone in the job and that there was somebody else who felt the same trouble that I felt from what I did. But then again, it also meant that there were more towns being erased, more people whose lives were altered. That latter thought brought a shudder through me, as I had to shake my head and try not to think about it too much. Desperately, I wanted to go to the man and talk to him. There were so many things that I wanted to ask, from how he dealt with the heavy burden of our job, to whether he had seen the same giant that I saw that day. It wasn't like that wasn't allowed. The rules the suited man gave me never mentioned that I wasn't allowed to talk to others like me. However, as I turned my head to check the man, I was disappointed to see him no longer at his seat. Instead, I noticed that he had already gotten up and was heading for the door. As I watched him, I saw a familiar-looking backpack slung on his back. And that alone was enough to tell me that my theory was right. Deciding not to chase after him, I sat there and hoped that I would encounter him again someday. However, there was something nagging me, something that made me uncomfortable. Recalling the map that I saw, I suddenly felt the urge to compare it to the one that I had. A day later, as soon as I got home, I rushed towards my room and pulled out the personal map that I had to mark the sites of my recent jobs. Laying it down on my bed, I then grabbed a marker and began placing an X on the general areas that I saw marked on the other man's map. I couldn't recall every single area that he had marked, but I recalled just enough to pinpoint the general area pretty decently. Once I had finished plotting down everything that I could remember, I then looked down on the map and glared at it with a dreadful expression. The towns that I erased, combined with the ones that I recalled that the man had charted on his own map, formed the shape of an incomplete pentagram. Based on my estimation, my employer was, more or less, 10 towns away from having it complete. Some years ago, I worked with a tunneling crew. A job like that draws all kinds of people. Sure, it boils down to one guy holding the figurative shovel, but another guy has to point where to dig and yet another's got to get the dirt out. On a larger scale, it can easily get out of hand without proper management. Our crew was working on expanding a subway tunnel. It wasn't anything that we couldn't handle, but my life was in a bit of a mess at the moment. My wife and I just had our first kid, and I was having trouble keeping up with the new lifestyle. My wife was a trooper, but no matter what I did, I always felt like I was doing something wrong. That baby must have been the most patient one ever, as I fumbled with the most basic chores. I would tuck her in too tight or get the temperature on the formula wrong. It was just one mess after another, and that's after working a 10-hour shift. The only thing that I got right was putting her to sleep. I would tuck my hand behind her little head and shush her and sing, and she would go out like a light. Bam, down for the count. That one thing sort of made up for all my other mistakes. I have to thank my mom for the tip someday. It's an old song. It goes a little something like, "Oh, I, foof, my little one." Like a bolt of lightning from last one. You don't, but it's the best you got. It pays well, real well. I can bring all your guys and starting tomorrow. What do you say? I said the only thing that I could. I said yes. It was tough to come home that day. I had been surrounded by this ceaseless vitriol all afternoon. One of the guys had been crying in the porta potty. This was supposed to be a long-term gig, and now we were all on shaky ground. Whatever this new job entailed, it didn't exactly calm us down. But at least we could keep our heads up a little longer. I don't think I did a single thing right that evening. I forgot to wash my hands when I picked up my baby girl, getting her wispy hair a little dirty. I changed her diaper, but I couldn't get the thing to sit right, and I used way too much powder. It was just one thing after another. It wasn't until I sat down to watch the news that I finally got to do the one thing that I was good at, singing her to sleep. One verse and she was out. My wife joined me on the couch, speaking in a hushed voice. She was just as worried as me about the job, but I could tell that she was trying to stay positive. She asked all kinds of questions like what we were doing and for how long and with what people. And I didn't have an answer for any of it. Not unlike the talking heads on the TV. All I could say is that we had a time, a place, and a generous paycheck. "Just be careful," she said, giving me a kiss on the cheek. Doing tunnel work is rough for a number of reasons. In summer, you're melting away in the heat, and in autumn, you're knee-deep in rain. In winter, well, you don't do a lot of digging in the winter. The ground gets frozen and it can mess up the equipment. Depends on the job site, I guess. And we were nearing the end of the season. The last dig of the summer is the one that you finish just before you go on vacation, and my guys had been robbed of theirs. I knew of at least one guy who had to cut his trip to Tallahassee. He wouldn't shut up about it. It was better than having no job at all, but the disappointment was immeasurable. We had been promised stable work for years to come, and now we were fighting for scraps. The location turned out to be a construction site, not a dig site, mind you. There's a difference. The place was roughly the size of a football field, lined with a chain-link fence wrapped in yellow plastic. There were all kinds of construction tools lying around, seemingly abandoned. There was even a bulldozer. We waited for about an hour before someone showed up. There was this one guy with protective glasses and a hard hat, our supposed foreman. He seemed friendly enough, probably somebody a bit further down the career ladder. He came up to us and clapped his hands to get our attention. "Everyone feeling okay?" he asked, throwing his arms out. There was a murmur, but nobody was particularly enthusiastic about the whole thing. We weren't a construction crew. Then again, at that point, we had no idea what kind of crew we were supposed to be. "Oh, we're gonna go through all the details in a bit," he continued. "I just want to say that I know this isn't ideal. We didn't have a choice in the matter. That said, if this works out, we're gonna have a lot more work for you going forward. So let's get started, okay?" That lifted our spirits a little. I saw a couple of nods and the hint of a smile. Maybe things would work out. We walked into the site. He showed us this spot at the far end, right next to a jackhammer. There was a hole about 3 feet deep and 6 feet across. It looked like they had dug it out with shovels, by hand. In the middle of the hole, there was a rock formation, like a white spike poking out of the ground. It was roughly the length of my arm. "This is what we found," the foreman said. "This particular mineral is uncommon in this part of the country. It's mainly used in pharmaceuticals." "What's it called?" "A pyrolith. It's used in something called Compound 5. It's life-saving stuff." He went on to explain the process. Essentially, this construction site was found to be littered with pyrolith minerals. The entire site needed to be dug out carefully, and the minerals had to be extracted as a whole. 2 guys were on standby to measure, catalog, and mark down each extracted sample down to the milligram. The tools were oddly specific. For example, we couldn't use jackhammers. We had to slowly work the base of the mineral with a portable water jet cutter. We couldn't touch the minerals without wearing rubber gloves. and we had to put out sprinklers near every active dig spot to suppress mineral dust. That, and there was a gas mask mandate. "It's important that we don't breathe this stuff in," he explained. "You don't want that." And by the end of our first day, we had dug up 5 of those spike things. They were all carefully placed in a vacuum container and sealed with a silicone spray. All that work for what equates to a suitcase of rocks. At the end of our shift, one of the guys had noticed something funny. And technically, we were right next door to our abandoned subway gig. Out through one door and in through another. It took some time to get used to the new setup, and we had to work with a lot of protective gear, and we kept getting soaked by the water jet and sprinklers. Working in that kind of environment gives you all kinds of uncomfortable aches, especially when you need to have a gas mask. The mix of heat and water kept fogging up the glass, sucking the salt from my skin and stinging my eyes. It was exhausting. We usually managed to get somewhere around 6 to 10 pile-lists a day, depending on the weather and how fast we could get to the base of the mineral. And they were all roughly 3 feet down, but a few of them were a bit smaller. Some were a bit bigger. There was one of them that was so tall that it poked out of the ground, but it had turned a metallic gray. And we sent a picture of it to the foreman, and he said that it was a no-go. "It's gone bad," he explained. "Cut it, leave it, it don't matter." Every night when I came home, I could barely stand. I fell asleep in the shower once, waking only when the water had turned cold. I'd remember to eat, and just because my hands wouldn't stop shaking. It was a strange feeling, and my wife could tell that I wasn't doing all right. I felt bad at not being able to keep up with the housework. But hey, at least I could sing my baby to sleep. That I could do. The fact that the site was so close to our old tunnel job was really strange. It was literally a stone's throw away, but cities can get like that sometimes. It might take 20 to 30 minutes in traffic to get from one street to another, but walking there at a brisk pace takes a couple of minutes. I hadn't even thought about it until they had pointed it out. The job was going to take weeks, maybe months, at the pace that we were going. We got the go-ahead to bring in some more guys, but it was hard to find people for a temp job at short notice. I managed to get a hold of 4 more in total, but trying to bring them up to speed was a hassle. I kept getting all these questions that I couldn't answer. For example, why couldn't we just dig up the whole site and then filter out the pile-lith later? We could have done it all in about a week tops. And yeah, they were right, but we weren't allowed to do that. And what the hell is a pile-lith anyway? After a full week of working with this stuff, we were getting into a sort of rhythm. We split up between surface testing, excavation, cutting, and transport. I was one of the cutters. I stood in a dirt pit with brown water up to my knees, trying not to get my fingers blown off as the drainage pump flopped around. Now I'm good at what I do, but we were working without proper routine and oversight. It was the Wild West. The first accident happened about 8 days into the job. One of the guys, I can't remember his name, got his face dust sprayed with pile-lith. The sprinklers had stopped working and he had to change his filter after a cut. All we saw was how he stepped away, took the mask off, and had a seizure. They had to carry him away and wash the dust off with a hose. He got back to work after a couple of days, but I don't think he was ever the same. There was something off about him. Not quite a 1,000-yard stare, but he would tilt his head up at strange angles every now and then, like he was looking at something behind the clouds. That, and he stopped complaining about his canceled Tallahassee trip. The second accident was one of the other cutters. He had just finished a smaller pile-lith spike when I saw him dip one of his legs down. It looked like he had just stepped wrong, but there was this look of genuine surprise on his face, and then we heard a pop like something exploding. And the guy screamed like a wounded animal, this repetitive shriek over and over as he clutched his leg. And when we got to him, I could see most of his foot and part of his leg had been crushed. Not just a sprain or something, but mangled. You could barely tell there was a foot at the end. It looked like cloth-covered meat. And when they carried him off, he was delirious. I heard him mumble as they shut the ambulance door. Breathing, breathing, breathing. If it had been any other job, we would have called it quits long ago. One workplace accident, it happens. But two on such short notice. No, that doesn't happen. Problem was, it felt like the bigwigs were only one step away from shutting us down all over again. They hounded us with that fact every chance they got. The foreman would slide a comment in about it when he could. Like at the end of every shift, I gave him an update on our progress. He always asked if things had gone smoothly, and whenever I said it did, he would just respond, "Good. Don't know how we could afford keeping this afloat if it didn't." Every damn time. So yeah, we had to make do. It was dirty work for dirty people, but what choice did we have? No one else was hiring, and getting the whole crew to another site on short notice was impossible. You don't spend that kind of money on a whim, and there was no standing contract lurking around the corner. These kinds of jobs take months of planning and contract negotiation. You'll be eating well into your savings long before you see a paycheck. And we kept having trouble with our gear. Not just because things would bend and break, I mean that's normal. Wear and tear is a part of the job. The problem was that we had no idea what kind of supports we were looking at, and most of our equipment was still at the tunnel site. We kept having trouble with the ground shifting. Sometimes when we dug out the pile list, the dirt would collapse. It wasn't bad enough to hurt anyone, but it was frustrating. We had a bunch of sandbags and supports on the old dig site, but we weren't allowed to get them. I kept hearing things around the site. The guy who had inhaled the dust complained about losing his sense of taste. The guy who had had his foot crushed was admitted to psychiatric care. Another guy kept talking about how he found this black door at his apartment complex that he couldn't remember having ever seen before. Just a whole set of strange rumors. Every day felt like walking into a ghost story. Someone had something eerie to say. My first unusual experience was nowhere near as dramatic. I was working the water jet cutter when I accidentally had angled it downward. I left it on a little too long and I cut into the rocks surrounding the mineral. At first I thought that I had hit a sewer line, but that would mean that it was inches from the surface. There was no way that was true. But the ground erupted with this foul black, or like fish guts and mineral oil. I got out of there real quick, and the moment that I stepped out of the hole, the dirt collapsed around me, almost like the ground shook a little. On our third week, some people got sick. We thought it was a stomach bug going around, but we figured out the common denominator. Everyone who had gotten sick had regularly eaten dairy products for lunch or breakfast. Turns out on closer inspection that a lot of dairy spoiled around the dig site, like to the point where you could track it by looking at it. If we left a chocolate milk out in the open, the damn thing would be solid white mold before the end of the day. So yeah, no dairy on the dig site. I remember once in the break room, 6 of us were sitting around just chatting, and this one guy joins in with a yogurt. He knows we're not supposed to eat dairy, but he doesn't care anymore. He's staring straight ahead, shoveling spoonfuls into his mouth. I don't need to look to see that it's gone bad. I can smell it. We all can smell it. But he just sits there, chewing it down like he doesn't have a care in the world. You can't eat that stuff," someone mumbles. You get sick." The guy turns his head and licks the container clean. He doesn't even blink. "You don't think what we're doing is sick?" he asks. "You think this is okay? It's a job, calm down." "We're all sick in the head," the guy says, clutching his head. "Parasites." He didn't stay long. After starting a third fight that same day, we had to let him go. And coming home every day was like coming up for air after a long drive. Everything felt brighter and I'd happily do whatever was asked of me. Changing diapers, no problem. Taking out the trash, wonderful. Anything and everything was better than staying another damn minute at the site. Thinking about going back the next day made me feel like a rock in the pit of my stomach. I'd look in the bathroom mirror trying to convince myself to get through one more day. But while I might not be the best at being a homebody, my wife rightfully pointed out that I was doing worse than usual. And she was right, I was. It wasn't a conscious thing, but once I noticed it, I couldn't ignore it. For example, I would put all the dishes into a vertical pile instead of the dishwasher. There was just something hypnotic about arranging them in a pattern. I would sometimes stand in front of the open refrigerator, holding my hands out like I was warming them by a fire. I got to the point where I was scared to be alone with my baby girl. What if I forgot her on the changing table? I couldn't live with myself if she got hurt. And still, we needed the money. Rent was going up, expenses were going up, and we needed a new set of tires for the car. We had already sold off our spare car. We couldn't afford to go without one. It was bad enough that we had to share one. I remember this one night as I was standing by my baby's crib. She was having trouble going back to sleep, and so I leaned in to sing. Problem is, I couldn't remember the words. I had never written them down or anything, so there was this sudden sense of loss in me, like I had forgotten something that was a part of me, instead of just a song. And my girl, oh, she could tell. She was screaming a little heart out, begging me to remember. And I stood there opening and closing my mouth like a fish out of water, trying to explain that the words just weren't there. "I'm sorry," I said, shaking my head. "Oh, I'm so sorry, baby." When she fell asleep that night, it wasn't because she felt safe and cared for. It was exhaustion, just like me. By that time, coming to the site felt like walking into purgatory. One guy is off in the corner hurling his guts out. One guy is crying on a bench. One is lying flat on his back, looking up at the sky. Two guys don't even show up for work. And we barely made progress. What little we get is mostly from what we had started the previous shift. Around lunch, one guy was taking off his protective gear and going to town on a pilot like he was a sick cow with a salt lick. We had to pry him off and send him home. He laughed the whole way. By late afternoon, I was the only one working on this one particular pilot. The damn thing was big enough that I would have trouble lifting it by myself. I had to dig a little deeper than usual to get to the base, and I wasn't paying as much attention as I should have. By the time that I pulled down the water cutter, the cable dislodged something and the entire hole had collapsed, with me in it. I was buried under the dirt. Thank God for all that gear. I was lying face down in the dirt. I could breathe a little thanks to my gas mask in the porous ground, but it was like sucking air through a straw. I barely knew what was up or down. No matter which direction I pushed, it felt like something was pushing back. It's like the ground was trying to absorb me. I wasn't down for long, but in that moment, I felt this intense sense of dread. Not just a claustrophobic panic, but something else. I could imagine myself being stuck there, solidified as a relic in eternal stasis, like watching myself fossilize. All sense of time and passage of the world melted away. I could imagine the years flying by, leaving me helpless. If I had been down there 1,000 years, would I even want to get back up? And by the time they pulled me out, I was screaming. I don't remember, but I was. Apparently, I was begging for them to put me back in the ground. At the end of the day, I was sitting across from one of the machine operators. He was trying to have a glass of water, but he ended up throwing it out. Said it tasted funny. "We gotta do something about the equipment," he said. "We got tens of thousands of dollars still stuck in those tunnels. Hundreds of thousands, maybe. You think they're happy to leave it there? You honestly think they care? Well, I care. Hell, I'll take it off their hands if they ain't using it." "You're not suggesting that we steal from the company?" "What company?" he laughed. "Do you even know who we're working for? You know what we're doing. You see any workers' comp going out to the guys who say everything tastes like gasoline?" I shook my head. I didn't like it, but he was right. He took off his hard hat, dropping it on the table. "I say we get our fair share. Split it right down the middle," he said. "You in?" "I'm in." I told my wife that I'd be late the next day. 3 guys volunteered to help pick things up after our shift. There was a fair chance that we wouldn't get anything, but at that point we didn't care. Some of us were desperate to just get a big enough paycheck to cash out and make a run for it. We didn't want to be there anymore. None of us did. We drove down to the old tunnels and prepared ourselves. One guy brought a 2-wheeler, another brought flashlights, and one brought in walkie-talkies. We were going to turn the power on, but it was easy to get lost down there. Half the map wasn't finished, and most of the rooms were dead ends. You could get lost on the best of days, and we were barely functional. We made our way into the tunnels, keeping in touch as we went. It didn't take long for us to find some personal items, but there was quite a bit more to it. We could tell that others had been down there. There were a whole bunch of things that we hadn't seen before. Some of it I could barely understand. For example, there was this one drill that looked like an 8-foot-long syringe on a rail, leading to a hole in the wall. That's not what we were there for, but I couldn't help but raise my eyebrow at that. While the others found some gear, I decided to look a little further in. There was this one space that I had been working in just before we got shut down that I knew had a backpack full of seismic measuring equipment. It didn't take all that long for me to find my way back there. But the backpack was long gone. That figures. That thing alone was at least 25 grand. As I was about to head back to the others, I swept my flashlight across the black door. I don't remember that ever being there. I checked in with the others over the walkie, and they were still trying to dislodge one of the backup drills. I had some time, so I decided to check it out. I stepped inside just as the walkie crackled to life again. "I got the power. Hold on to something." Seconds later, there was a hum and a crackle. I swept my flashlight across the room, seeing nothing out of the ordinary. It was a small cube-shaped room with the furthermost wall being pale white dirt. I was there with a light fixture overhead, so I searched the wall for a switch. I found it and turned it on, just to see if there was something that I had missed. The moment the light came on felt like staring into the sun. I hadn't realized how used I had gotten to the dark. That and the light seemed to be some kind of UV. It wasn't just bright, it was warm. The moment that it turned on, I saw the wall shift. Not by much, just a twitch. And dirt don't move like that though. The ground shook as people started calling out on the walkie. Somebody was screaming about a burst water pipe. Another one kept going. What the hell? Over and over, I could hear the sound of metal bending and breaking as support snapped, making the tunnels outside crumble. I could hear these blocks of stone, each one heavy enough to crush my car, falling like raindrops. The wall moved. The ground moved. I was standing still, watching solid concrete roll beneath me. The light flickered. A whole section of wall roiled like liquid, only to reveal this enormous, glass-like structure. I stepped closer, watching these whirling colors slosh from left to right, up and down, like an organic membrane suspended in gelatin. Blue lines spreading out like the petals of a sunflower. As I step back and take in the whole picture, my breath gets stuck in my throat. The entire wall is the bottom half of an eye, a bright blue eye adjusting to the sudden bright light. I've never felt anything like in that moment. It's like the sky keeps falling over and over, like you're taking a step back even though you're standing still, making the world feel smaller with every breath. I could barely understand it. My legs felt so small that I couldn't feel myself walking. The power cut out. The bright blue pupil disappeared, leaving the outline of the shape lingering in my mind's eye. The sounds of the outside world faded away. I could hear the screaming in the walkie like a distant whisper. I could sense the rumble as the tunnels collapsed. I could feel the weight of the organic slosh as a mass of nerves far larger than me moved at breakneck speed, left to right, displacing the air. It's coming down! Somebody cried in the walkie. Get the hell out, it's all coming down! But I couldn't move. I looked straight ahead into the darkness and I pushed my hand back towards the door. I couldn't open it. There was a blockage on the outside. The concrete ceiling was starting to crack. My mind pendulumed between sobering fear and a mind-gutting sense of hollowness. I was a father. I was nothing. I was being buried alive. I was pointless. All the while, I hear the surreal sound of something beyond my comprehension of scale starting to move. And I realize that I'm going to die down there. I'm going to be crushed or left to suffocate. And there's this little voice in the back of my head, whispering at me that there's a very real chance I don't come home tonight. That my baby girl isn't going to sleep well ever again. And I just break. I absolutely break. I slam my body against the door, I scream and shout and beat my fists on the metal sheeting. I step back and brace myself, throwing my weight at it, but it doesn't even budge. The voices on the walkie aren't even saying words anymore, having devolved into a panicked screeching. I step away from the door towards the eye. I fumble in the dark, picking up a fistful of concrete to use as a weapon. I move closer, ready to plunge my fist into the surface of the eye when I notice something. I'm stepping in liquid. I didn't hear a water pipe burst, not in here. I fumble for my flashlight. I barely manage to pick it up as my hands keep failing me. But as I turn it on, I realize that there's a thin layer of water lining the floor. An oily kind of salt water. And looking up at the eye, I see that it's leaking at the edges. Tears, maybe. Something in me clicks. The rapid eye movement, the sudden sense of panic and collapse. It dawns on me that I've seen this before. I've seen it a dozen times. It's just like when my baby girl wakes up in the middle of the night looking for her papa. That's all that it is. And I think about that moment when I was buried at the dig site with that sense of the world passing me by. I wouldn't want to wake from that. I wouldn't want to know which of my friends were dead or alive, which family members made it. I wouldn't want to know just how alone I really was. I would rather stay a fossil. Maybe that was it. Maybe that was it the whole time. Maybe we had been cleaning the scalp of something having a really, really bad dream. I turned off my flashlight and stepped a little closer. I could feel this thrumming movement coming from the membrane as nerves contracted, pushing out bucket after bucket of liquid. Meanwhile, I'm closing my eyes and thinking about an imaginary hand placed behind a tender head, fussing about going to sleep. Wispy hair getting caught between my fingers. At that moment, the words returned to me. The lullaby. With a shaky voice, I sang them. A voice in the dark, hoping something impossible can hear me and find comfort. Oh, I, foof, my little one. I sing it again and again and again. I'm imagining that little bundle in my arms and how it settles into a rhythm. How our breathing steadies with mine. A little hand wrapping around my finger and then letting go as the dreams take hold. And after a while, I realized the wall has stopped moving. It's just white dirt. Nothing is moving, collapsing, or breaking. It's just me in a dark room and my workmates trying to move a boulder outside the door. Something's gone back to sleep. When we got out, things had gone completely to shit. Car alarms were going off, streetlights had died. Fire hydrants were pouring into the street. Waiting for us just outside were 2 patrol vehicles, ready to ask us some serious and uncomfortable questions. The whole ordeal was categorized as a localized seismic event. The company decided not to press any charges, and they just had us trespassed. But even that would eventually be overturned. You see, they still needed somebody to work the dig site. There were pilots to cut and there was nobody around willing to do it. And honestly, who was more experienced working with this stuff than me and my crew? We had started to get the hang of it. We could make up our own rules. And now that I had an idea of what we were dealing with, I could do it in a way that wouldn't get us all killed. So yeah, we got back to work. I've been doing pilot digs for years now. We figured out a good routine and procedure, allowing us to rotate crew in a way that doesn't get us sent to the hospital. I got about 30 guys working with me. There's not a lot of demand for it, but what demand there is pays very well. I don't think you'll find any Craigslist postings for pilot diggers anytime soon, but we're out there. Sometimes it just looks like a construction site. Sometimes they don't bother trying to hide it. People see a jackhammer and they roll their eyes, hoping that we won't stick around for long. My girl isn't a baby anymore, but in another sense of the word, she absolutely is. I've managed to scrape together a pretty good life for her. I work weekdays along with every second and third weekend of the month, but I get the full first week of the month completely off. Just 2 paid vacation weeks a year though. But the hourly rates are just, I'll admit, I'm a bit spoiled. I could sign off on a new pool and it wouldn't break our budget. But I feel like I had to take a moment to look back at it all. Not just because it was a monumental day of my life, but because it changed something in me. I may be the smallest, most insignificant thing in whatever world this is, but I'm still here. I can still do something. And if I can do that one goddamn thing right, is that not enough reason to do it? I'm thinking, whenever I'm gray and gone, is my girl gonna remember the fancy vacations and the new car smell of our family Hyundai? Or is she gonna